Interesting. I was never for that reason, but good point. All right. So in my world, indoor air quality and mold assessment remediation, we have standards of practice, professional practices. Are there current accepted standards for thermal imaging?
The answer to that question is yes, there are. There are many actually. My company, Infraspection Institute, actually publishes perhaps the largest inventory of applications and equipment usage standards pertaining to thermography. We have standards related to infrared inspections of electrical systems, mechanical systems, building envelopes, flat roofing systems, boats and recreational yachts, horses, photovoltaic systems, just to name a few. We also publish standards on proper use of the thermal imager, and all of these standards are taught in our courses. Those standards are also available for purchase by lay people or people with an interest in thermal imaging, and they can be accessed through the Infraspection Institute website through our online store. They're available for immediate download. Very reasonably priced, I might add. I say that because I'm a practicing thermographer, and I've seen standards published by ISO and other international entities that retail for as much as $200 to $300 each. Ours are nowhere near that in price.
Weren't you at one point involved with writing some of the standards?
I've been a co-author of most of the standards that are in place. I'm responsible for the content of the 13 or so that Infraspection publishes. I also am a member of ASTM International and have been since 1985, and have helped to co-author the standards that are published by ASTM. Those standards are later adopted by ISO, and I've also worked with the Roof Consultants Institute, to name a few.
In some of the classes that I'm involved with teaching on the remediation and assessment side, I talk about thermography and the importance that it can play in the assessment, inspection process, and repair, making sure you got all the problems. But one of the issues or questions I get all the time, what should I buy? And to your point from earlier, there's different pieces of equipment you can buy for different things you're going to be doing. But I always tell people, get trained in thermography first, learn about it before you go out and buy it. It's kind of like saying you want to go buy a car, but you've never driven one.
Right. I couldn't agree more with your advice that you're offering. I use a similar analogy. I say buying an imager with no training or understanding of the technology is like sending your 4-year-old to buy the family car. They may only know the basics, and it's not enough. There are subtle differences that are key differences in the performance, and it's far too easy to make a purchasing mistake if you buy before you understand what you're doing. My best advice to anyone who is looking to join the ranks of thermographers is to get your training first from an unbiased source. And then when you see the different applications, it may change your mind about what instrumentation that you are going to buy, or you may see other business opportunities with respect to infrared inspections that will dovetail nicely with your existing business that would lead you to buy a different piece of equipment. My best advice is do not rely solely, if you're not experienced, do not rely solely upon web advertising or web pages. The infrared business is unlike many others in that many companies practice image substitution in their print literature and especially on their websites. That is, they'll take the imagery from their highest quality thermal imager and put it onto a web page for a much lesser capable imager. So it's like going into a car dealership and ordering a Corvette, and when you arrive to take delivery, you find, if you're old enough to remember them, a Chevette in its place. And you say, wait a minute, that's not what I ordered. So, well, come on, they're both vets. I mean, they're both modes of transportation. There's photographs in the literature we shared with you are just for illustrative purposes. So here in the infrared business, and I mean this in all seriousness, image substitution is a widely practiced advertising technique, and it's one that seasoned thermographers like myself, we look at that imagery and go, that's nice, but I want a pre-purchase demo or be able to take it for a test drive first.
So while you were explaining all that, I was just thinking about, people not understanding the technology. And I remember being out on an assessment and the homeowner was following me around and watching me look with the camera on things. And I still remember them saying, is that a ghost? There was a tile wall and it was catching a reflection and it was bouncing back the heat pattern. And I said, no, it's not, but it's making me think about the Ghostbusters TV show that was on where they were using thermal imaging cameras.
Yeah, and to your point, thermal imaging is often portrayed in the mass media, but frequently it's misrepresented. My wife is a big fan of NCIS New Orleans, so I don't want to besmirch her favorite TV program while she's not around. But NCIS New Orleans is a program where I've noted that there's multiple uses of thermal imaging which are incorrect. But we see other forms of entertainment, ghost hunting programs where thermal imaging is used to find spirits. The topic of UFOs is another. Now, and we touch on this, by the way, in our level 1 course. And the reason I touch on it is because many lay people have been exposed to this and they come away with false impressions of what thermal imaging can or cannot do. And I advise our students, and I would advise your members the same that are using thermal imaging, is when somebody's wrong in their assessment or understanding, just be patient with them. Chances are they've just been misinformed and they've seen it misrepresented on TV. But I point out in our level 1 courses that don't believe everything you say because inaccuracies abound. Another good example, I was giving a level 1 class not so long ago, and I mentioned this on a Monday as part of our day 1 course content. And Tuesday morning, one of my students comes in, he has a bottle of Snapple, and he says, I want to share something with you. And he takes the cap off, and underneath is a Snapple fact, which I had no idea existed until I saw this one. And the Snapple fact stated that polar bears are covered with fur that renders them invisible to thermal imagers. And I found that interesting because it's 180 degrees from the truth. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service actually uses thermal imagers from airborne platforms to do census counts of polar bears. And in doing a little more research, I found out that there's somewhere on the order of 1,000 Snapple facts available to the public at large, but there are many things that are incorrect, including the one about polar bear hair.
Well, there's something we didn't expect to learn today. Speaking of learning.
Bonus.
Yeah, bonus. Tell us about the Institute, Infraspection Institute.
Sure. Infraspection Institute, my company, has been in business since 1980, and as such, we are the oldest infrared training and certification firm in the world. Infraspection Institute provides training, certification, and support for infrared thermographers from around the globe. We do not sell or take commissions on the sale of infrared equipment. So it puts us in a very unique position in that we offer unbiased training. We are not manufacturer neutral, we're manufacturer or vendor independent. We stay completely above that. We also are recognized as an authoritative body in the business, in that we have written or co-authored many of the standards that are in place for the conduct of infrared inspections or infrared equipment use.
Like I mentioned earlier, you're here in New Jersey, where I'm located, you're the southern part of the state. But if somebody wanted to take a course with you, can they do them online?
Absolutely. We offer training all across the country, and for that matter, throughout the world. We actually have a network of course materials licensees who are authorized to teach our courses. And at present, we have representation on 6 of the 7 continents. We just have not found anyone in Antarctica yet that is ready to set up and offer training there. But we have live instructor-led training available on 6 of the 7 continents. And we also have the world's most comprehensive inventory of distance learning courses for thermography. Those courses are professionally produced, and they are available as recordings, meaning that they are available to a student 24/7. And a student can go back during their subscription period for training, can go back and see those recordings as many times as they like. So it allows students to take their training wherever and whenever it's convenient for them.
Well, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask you to give us some information about where people could reach out to your school or you for more information about training and anything else. But before that, it just popped into my head and I don't want to forget about it. I remember talking to you years ago and you telling me about being called out to find the mysterious lights over the Gulf of Mexico.
Actually, I appreciate that recollection. I'm going to make a little bit of a correction there. I got a call from the National Geographic Society regarding a videotape that had been offered by someone in Mexico as proof that UFOs were visiting and operating over the Gulf of Mexico. The proof was a videotape that had been recorded by a combat aircraft flown by the Mexican Air Force. They were out on a training mission, and they were over the Bay of Campeche, which is in the southeast quadrant of the Gulf of Mexico. And during their flight, they noticed a group of hotspots that seemed to be shadowing them and flying in, and I'm going to air quotes here, flying in formation and shadowing these combat aircraft. And they were discussing it back and forth. The language was quite colorful, as sometimes military personnel are in their speech. But that aside, this videotape ultimately wound up in the hands of a UFO investigator who had offered this as proof that UFOs were operating over the Bay of Campeche. So the National Geographic Society had gotten wind of this and were putting together a documentary about UFOs, and they were looking for an expert to comment on it, and they had contacted me. Now, they originally had gone out and tried to get a thermal imager and fly the same area, but they were in a pressurized aircraft, and thermal imagers won't see through glass or plastic, so they couldn't see out of the window. So after a fail that was costly for them, they decided to get someone else to come in and work with them, and we offered to do so. And after reviewing that videotape, we came up with an alternate theory of the source of the hotspots in the video, and that was that these hotspots were more likely caused by the presence of oil and gas exploration platforms operating in the Cantarell oil fields, which is in the Bay of Campeche. These platforms have a flare stack, which is a large tower which is used to burn off waste gases. And these flares run up to 100 feet in height or more from the tip of the nozzle where they are burned off. And this creates a large hotspot when viewed with a thermal imager. The interesting thing about the hotspots was there was a big hotspot in the video, each one, and then had a much smaller, fainter one beneath it. And the thermal imagery dovetailed and correlated perfectly with the heat given off by a flare stack and the reflection of that same flare off the seawater and the surface of the seawater in the Gulf of Mexico. The idea that the group of UFOs were following the Mexican Air Force aircraft was really an optical illusion. Without a point of reference, you lose perspective, and it gives the impression or the illusion that something is following you. The analogy I use when I talk about this in our classes in the introductory part of thermography, the analogy I use, the experience I have firsthand, is when I was young. It's a long time ago. When I was young, I'd go out in the yard at night, and on a clear night, and the moon was out bright, I'd walk across the yard and get this sensation that the moon was following me. It's like I had my own private moon. Everywhere I went, it followed along. Similarly, without a point of reference, you can't know that it's not following you. Your mind gets tricked without that point of reference. So it's the same thing here. But that was the story of the UFOs. And I'm not saying UFOs don't exist. In fact, I think it's interesting that in the last week, our military has finally admitting to shooting down unidentified flying objects. It's been on TV. They just aren't. I don't think that those aircraft that were shot down, however, were extraterrestrials. They seem more like balloons to me.
Well, from back in the 40s, from Roswell, everything was just called a weather balloon.
That's right.
So, yeah, no, what you're referring to is the recent balloon from China that was shot down, and then 3 additional ones that were found in different parts of the world. But that's for another discussion, another day. But I think the key here is training. You know, the pilots were trained to a point, but probably didn't understand enough of thermography to be able to distinguish what they were seeing and what it really was.
I would agree with you. They did not go in pursuit of said UFOs, but rather continued on with their mission. As they say, it's really a very small video clip that was purported to be proof that UFOs existed, but in fact did not. And it's things like this that we caution our students, you know, be aware that these things are on YouTube, they're in the public domain, they're on television, they're in print. they're under Snapple bottle caps, these misrepresentations. And you just need to be aware of it and anticipate that others may have mistaken notions about thermal imaging. But to that end, the greatest limiting factor in any infrared inspection for any application is not the equipment. We touched a little bit on equipment. The greatest limiting factor is the operator and what he or she knows. One of the things that's most important is, in addition to using the right equipment, it's understanding infrared theory and heat transfer, understanding the system or object or structure that you're inspecting, how it's put together, and how it's interacting with its environment, and also being able to anticipate what type of thermal pattern is going to be indicative of a defect or an unwanted condition that you're there to detect. So all of that, it should be part of one's training, and also experience plays a part in this. But with proper training, a person should be able to go out and with their understanding of structures or electrical or mechanical systems or any other systems being inspected, be able to apply that in a meaningful way.
You know, you mentioned something when you were talking about the pilots not going after or in pursuit of the lights that they saw. If we take that into the indoor air quality mold assessment arena, it's like looking at a wall and seeing a heat pattern or cold pattern, depending on how you want to look at it, and not verifying that it is a problem with like a moisture meter, going that next step to validate what you're seeing.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, one of the things that I stress in my class is that infrared by itself is not a standalone technology. Almost always, at a bare minimum, we are correlating what we see on the screen with our eyes, doing a cross-reference visually. Now, step beyond that, which is oftentimes required, would be the use of moisture meters, whether it be invasive or capacitance type moisture meters. There's always additional confirmation that's necessary. You cannot know that a certain pattern is caused by the presence of moisture or an air leak until, or missing or misapplied insulation, until you have verified it with the next level of verification. And with indoor air quality, most often it's first visual and then touch. Sometimes it's touch. You reach down, touch the carpet, and it's wet. Or it could be just that simple, or then moving on to moisture meter, or in some cases, physical disassembly of a structure, a wall structure, to look at what's inside, or even using a borescope. That's a lot less invasive, but that's a possibility as well.
I mean, it could even be as simple as just a nest from a squirrel inside of a wall, or mice or something, just generating heat on that surface.
Yeah. Or under cold weather conditions, if the squirrels or rodents have removed the insulation, it's misapplied insulation. That's a possibility. We have seen in some cases where insects, in particular termites, can bring enough moisture back to the nest to create a cold spot on a wall. And you look at that, and yes, it's moisture causing it, but it's not because of a leak. It's because you have an insect infestation. And that is also a possibility for detection with a thermal imager under the right conditions.
So because of the specialty way that you get information, or specific way that you get information back from the thermal imager, it changes some of the legal requirements, I think, or liability requirements on the assessor. I mean, we work normally under what we consider within view. You know, if you can look at it and see it, okay, that's what you're really liable for making assessments on. But this gives a little bit extra, but you're really not seeing through walls. I mean, you're still looking at the surface that you can see. So does that change the requirements or the legality of your assessment or your liability?
We suggest to our students, and through the standards, that thermal imaging is a visual inspection, albeit a different wavelength of light. It's a visual type of inspection performed at a specific point in time. What we see today doesn't mean that that's what we'll be seeing tomorrow. So if you stick to your square of expertise and follow the standards, it is an inspection at a given point in time. We do not suggest that people offer opinions beyond the scope of thermography unless they are so qualified. And they also should not misrepresent what the imager and the imaging system is capable of. So we're not going to see into a wall. A good example is thermal imager does not detect mold. Now, I've seen many people offer that verbally. I've seen it written on websites and I've seen others allude to it. But thermal imagers do not detect mold. Rather, they detect thermal patterns across the surface. One of the things that can create a detectable temperature differential would be the presence of moisture. And when building materials become wet for a prolonged period of time, we all know that they can be conducive to mold growth. So unwanted moisture in building materials goes hand in hand with the presence of mold, but that doesn't mean we've detected mold. The confirmation of the presence of mold requires other tests, which are beyond thermography. So as far as the legality, I think that if one sticks to the square of expertise, and we're very clear about this in the courses that we teach, is tell them what you know. I see a thermal pattern that is typical of latent moisture in the exterior wall. Visual observation noted a discolored stain in the latex paint in the same shape. Carpet was wet to touch. That's fine. Moisture meter indicated presence of moisture. That's fine. But just tell them what you know. I never offer opinions beyond the scope of what I am doing in thermal imaging if I'm actively doing an inspection. So I don't say that you have mold without there being a test for it. I think you have wet building material, you have wet wall, wet ceiling tile, wet carpet. You should have that investigated as to the cause. In fact, the universal recommendation that we offer to our students is this: investigate cause of thermal anomaly, take appropriate corrective action. That's all you ever need to say. And if you say that and nothing more, I don't see where there's any legal pitfall for you.
Interesting. So with that, other verticals, as far as I know, we deal with a lot of home inspectors, electrical inspectors, health inspectors. I mean, is there a place for thermal imaging in there?
Absolutely. When you get into larger properties and beyond the single family home, you get into multifamily units. We have electrical systems, which are sizable. Those are candidates for infrared inspection. On many sizable multifamily units, we have the roof. Oftentimes it's low slope, or if you prefer to say it's flat, that is a candidate for infrared inspection. With greater interest in energy awareness and energy conservation, infrared inspections is part of a building energy audit conducted either from outdoors or from indoors to detect evidence of excess heat loss or air infiltration or air exfiltration if you're on the outside, and of course always latent moisture in building sidewalls. Latent moisture for the mold investigator and mold remediator, we typically are concerned with indoors, inside the building, but there are places where we can have latent moisture in the building structure, which is undesirable, but it may not be creating a mold issue on the inside. A case in point is in our home state of New Jersey and the surrounding states, EIFS, or EIFS, as some people prefer to pronounce it, is also known by the trade name Dryvit, is a building material which uses acrylic stucco that allows a builder to create stone or masonry facade appearances using very inexpensive building materials. This material is notorious for developing leaks over time, and when water gets trapped in an EIFS-clad system, an EIFS-clad building, the moisture does not dry out between storms. And if it is over a wooden substrate, it can create all kinds of problems in causing the substrate to become compromised. Wet itself, of course, can be attractive to insect pests due to the moisture, can be conducive to mold growth, but it can also cause significant structural damage.
We've dealt with that quite a bit, and we deal with that all through the South too. There's a lot of homes being constructed that way also. So yeah, very prevalent. All right.
I'm just going to say one other thing on the verticals. We talk about energy loss. Another one that thermal imaging really excels at, as far as energy conservation, is on IGU windows. IGU, also known as thermopane or double glazed windows, particularly in commercial structures or even multifamily structures. When these windows become compromised with age, that is, they lose their air seal between the panes. Many times it's filled with argon, but sometimes it's just dry air. When that seal is compromised, moist air gets in from the environment and contaminates the space between. And under the right conditions, when you look at these windows, if they have failed and are contaminated with moist environmental air, you will see with a thermal imager what we call a bullseye signature, either a hot or cold bullseye in the dead center of the window. And that indicates that window has failed. I've recently been involved with a large pharmaceutical here in the state of New Jersey, where they are renovating their properties on a regular basis. And we were inspecting for them annually from the exterior of the building under energy loss conditions to detect excess energy loss, either in air leakage or missing or damaged insulation. And we found in the first year, certain number of windows, getting about 20 years in age, exhibited this bullseye pattern indicating they're failed. Next year, far more. The third year, almost every window exhibited that. So they went through and replaced all those windows as part of a major renovation. We came back as part of a QA, and most of the windows looked good, except for the inspection I was on. 3 of them, right out of the box, were failed. And on our web, you'll find the imagery on our websites showing this big bullseye signature indicating a failed window right out of the box. Lance, I've lost your voice. I'm sorry.
You can't see the window that I have here in the office, but there's a slight crack in it and the bullseye is there. So
Okay.
yeah, that does happen. Could you tell our viewers where to find you?
Yes, you can find us online at our website, which is www.infraspection, infraspection.com. There you'll find information about our company, our courses that we offer both in person and online. You'll also find information about all of the standards that we publish. We also have a second website, which is unlike Infraspection, which is a catalog site, talks specifically about Infraspection. We have an online thermographic community website. This is a content-based website called irinfo.org. There you will find a number of resources, including directories of thermographers, which I would invite your members to get their company listed if they haven't already done so. There's no charge for that. We also have a number of technical articles published there. Somewhere around so there's over 200 technical articles and about 300 tips of the week, which are short essays pertaining to thermography. So all of these things, these resources are free, and I would invite your colleagues and viewers to tune into our online frequencies, infraspection.com and irinfo.org for more information. Of course, we are a real company staffed by real people, so if anyone has a question, they're welcome to just pick up the phone and simply give us a call, and you'll find our telephone numbers listed on our website.
You mean somebody you really can talk to?
Yes,
Isn't that novel?
I find it seems to be getting more and more novel these days, but it's something I insist upon. It's perhaps born out of habit, maybe a little bit with a touch of gray I sport these days, but it's something I insist upon. We're in a people business, and personal interaction is extremely important.
Jim, I thank you for spending the time with us today. I really appreciate it. And maybe we'll do this again. I know I want to talk to you more about search and rescue and a few other uses for the thermal imaging. So look forward to doing that.
Lance, I would welcome the opportunity anytime. Thank you for letting us share with you, and have a nice day.
You too. I want to welcome Rachel Rabelais from Air Answers to our stream today. And I've talked with her before. It's always interesting when we meet up with the people from Air Answers. They're always coming up with something new and more high tech into the industry of indoor air quality, allergens, and some really cool scientific stuff. So, Rachel, how about a quick hello and we'll start chatting.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me, Lance. Really happy to be here. And hello to everyone out there in the Normie universe.
Well, it's funny you say that. We're broadcasting this on all kinds of channels through social media, and it's going to be out there in a lot of places.
Well, that's
But
exciting.
again, it's technology and it's there to be used, just like the stuff you guys are coming out with. So with that, I got a few questions for you.
Of
So
course.
first of all, I heard that you guys have some kind of newsletter coming out. What's that all about?
Yes, we're going to have a quarterly newsletter we send out with all of our updates, update on our testing that we're offering, information about partnerships or conferences that we're going to. And there'll be a link on there to set up a consultation with us. It'll be a short 15-minute free consultation to learn more about the technology.
Can anybody sign up for that newsletter?
The newsletter goes out to all of our customers, all Normie members. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's interested in it, go to our website and fill out the contact us for more information link, and we'll provide you with a newsletter.
That's what I was looking for. So yes. Okay. Because I know a lot of our members, even if they're not using your services as yet, may still want to get that newsletter.
Oh yeah. Great. Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious, what prompted that? I mean, because you haven't done that in the past.
Well, we thought it would just be, we always have so much going on, and we don't feel sometimes that we're getting that information out there. And this time around, we've decided we really wanted people to know what we're doing, new things that we're adding, things that would be potentially more interesting to different businesses. And, we just want people to know what's going on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll be signing up for that because I don't think I'm getting it yet. And
No.
I just found out that you're doing that. So,
Oh, no. Oh, you'll get one.
okay. It's important to stay up to date. And just so you know, I just want to segue into this really quick. I am using the official Air Answers coffee mug that I got at the last convention with you guys. It's an amazing coffee cup. I'll talk about that later.
It's the best coffee cup.
Yes, it is. All right. So as far as technology, and the coffee cup is a lot of technology because it keeps stuff warm for hours.
Exactly.
I know you have new tests coming up. I mean, we've talked quite a bit recently, and you keep describing new processes that are coming. Can you talk about some of the newer ones and the old ones too, but definitely the newer ones?
Okay. Well, one of the things that we have coming out this week for anyone who's working with, cannabis grow facilities, we're adding botrytis onto our menu. We have powdery mildew, and then we're going to be adding botrytis to that. That is going to come out by the end of this week. It's going to be available for purchase.
I know from what we've done in the IAQ industry, the grow houses are really concerned about the different powdery funguses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. I didn't know the specific name before, but I know that they have to submit samples to different government entities for testing purposes, and that's one of the things they're really concerned about, because they could lose an entire crop if that's out of control.
Oh yeah, the whole crop can go because of botrytis or bud rot and powdery mildew issues. But also for people who are working with those cannabis growers, one of the state requirements for a lot of different places is aspergillus. So we do have that aspergillus option as part of our mold genera testing as well, which could be helpful. And then we have one of our other panels, opportunistic fungal pathogen panel. There's two species of aspergillus on that one as well that could be helpful in this area: Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus fumigatus, which are two of the four Aspergillus species that are problematic for people who want to pass their state requirements.
Are those the specific species that affect people with aspergillosis, I believe it's called?
Yes, it's people who are immunocompromised, or
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to be inhaling something, or you're going to be using something for human consumption, you don't want them to inhale a bunch of different spores or kinds of molds that could potentially cause serious respiratory problems.
Well, I know you've been expanding out all the different types of testing, and I know we've talked over the last 2 or 3 years about this, especially when COVID came out, because you do testing for COVID also.
Oh, yeah.
What
Yep.
else are you testing for, or can you let us know that you'll be testing for in the coming future?
All right. Well, this is all new information, so I'll give you just like a little sneak peek, but we are going to be expanding our viral panel. And so we will be adding more viruses to that, and viruses that would be potentially interesting to people in schools and people in buildings and everything else. So we're working to expand that. So we're going to be adding not just COVID, we're going to be having other viruses as well.
I mean, it sounds specifically the way you're talking, like it's also targeting a little bit more into the medical industry. I mean, we obviously know the indoor air quality is a desperate need for all of this testing, but it sounds like the medical industry may have a bigger interest in this.
Could be. I
Yeah.
could see the medical industry being interested in this as well.
Yeah, I know that, we've run into issues over the years with the medical industry has been resistant to deal with more of the environmental issues affecting people, but I think that's changing now. And I think stuff like your technology is making a big difference where it's accessible and understandable to the lay person and the doctors.
Mhm. I completely agree.
All right, cool. All right. Well, if you think of anything else while we're chatting here that's coming out that you can share with us, please do.
That's what I have right now.
All right,
But
well, let's
that
see.
one will be coming soon.
I know we were at, I believe it was the ISSA convention was the
Yeah.
last time. And
Yeah.
I think you guys are going to be at the IAQA convention also.
That's correct. We will have a booth at the IAQA, and I will be participating in a panel conversation moderated by Michael Pinto on mycotoxins. So there'll be a group of us in that panel discussion, and that'll take place at the I think it's I forget what night of I think it's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday, but it's during the IAQA. So keep an eye out for that panel discussion, and it should be really interesting.
I know Doug Hoffman is going to be at the IAQA show. I'm not sure if I am or not yet. I have a few things coming up, so I may not be able to get there, but I know Doug is going to be there, so you'll be probably chatting with him.
Oh yeah.
Michael Pinto, is one of our senior instructors. I mean, he runs some classes for us that are really specific to sensitized individuals. And one of the important things in his teachings is also your technology,
Mhm.
because, the people that are sensitized, which I believe now is they're considering between 20 and 25% of the population out there. It's like 1 in 4 people are considered
crazy.
sensitized,
Oh yeah.
and it's not that it's really been that different over the last several years. It's just become an awareness now. And now people want to know what's going on in their environment. And that's really where your type of technology really comes in.
Oh yeah.
I keep calling it technology, and I don't want it to sound science fiction like, but
You don't want to say electrokinetic capture technology?
no, it's too early in the day for that.
Haven't had enough coffee yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, I don't want to do that, but I do want to say that, we had talked, a few months back about the teaching of your technology to like our members and the public. And you had come up with some specific short videos
Yeah.
that really went into detail, but quickly, so people could understand it, how to use the technology, what it could be used for,
Mhm.
and actually how to just to turn it on.
Yep.
We We found with a lot of the technology that's out there that people don't want to read instructions any longer.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it myself. You open up that furniture you want to put together, no, we don't need these. And some of the companies now have been putting out just pictures, no more words, as instructions. But you went to the next step and actually did videos showing people how to manipulate the cartridges, how to turn things on and off and reset, which was extremely helpful. And we
Well, if
actually
there's
have
anyone
another-
else who needs, I mean, if there's any other videos you can think of, we're gladly put those together as well, if they will help to provide more information.
be careful what you offer to do.
No.
And because we never know. I mean, we're dealing with several different generations of assessors, inspectors, remediators, and the general public, and they all learn differently. Some people have to read directions. Other people have to look at pictures. Other people need to just have a video explaining it to them. And
Yeah,
having all these different ways out there really makes a difference. So yeah, we may be asking you to do a few more of those things.
great. I understand. I'm very visual myself. So, I mean, I put together I got a table from Amazon the other day and it went right to YouTube and it had a whole video on how to put it together. So, I completely understand.
Can you talk a little bit more about the types of allergens that you guys can test for?
Yeah.
I get a lot of questions from people about, I know I have allergies, but I don't know what I'm allergic to. Or I
Mhm.
went to a doctor and he said I'm allergic to these 4 things, but I don't know. I don't think I have, anything in the house related to a cat, but they say I'm allergic to cats. That type of testing.
Yeah. Yep. I completely understand. We've had quite a few people who moved into places and they don't know, everyone automatically goes to mold. It's like, well, my eyes are itchy and I'm having these problems directly because of mold. And then you find out that, we find cat allergen in the home. So what we specifically test for is we have a cat allergen, dog allergen, dust mite, cockroach, mouse, and 3 different types of pollens. So we do tree pollen, grass pollen, and ragweed pollen.
Got to go back to the dogs and cats for a moment.
Okay.
Is it testing, because this is a question I get all the time about the allergen portion of it. Is it testing basically the saliva aspect of it or the dander, or what is it looking at?
It's actually testing for a particular protein, and that protein is what the allergen is. And that allergen can be found in saliva, it can be found in urine, and it can be found on the animal dander. So it can be in any of those things. So we're specifically targeting the actual allergen.
That's interesting because when I've talked with people that have dog allergies, cat allergies, they're always worried about the fur and the dander that's all over the place. That's what they think they're allergic to, but it's basically the proteins
It's the
that exist
proteins.
on that,
Mhm.
from licking themselves or whatever.
And that's what we found with, people think, oh, I got a hypoallergenic dog or hypoallergenic pet. And they say, well, it doesn't have any allergens. Oh, yes, it does. It still has allergens. It's not going to lose its fur as much. But I mean, there's still allergens in its saliva. There's still allergens in the urine. There's still allergens coming from that are, on the skin. So, I mean, it still has allergens. They just don't shed as much. So when we do testing in homes where people have hypoallergenic animals, we're still going to find those allergens because they're still going to be there.
Let's change the subject here for a minute. We're in the process of working with several entities in different parts of the world,
Uh-huh.
and they're very interested in using the technology from Air Answers.
Mhm.
Is there a time limit on shipping? Because it does take a little bit longer to send stuff into the lab here in the US if they were overseas. Is there any concerns there?
With time of shipping the
Yes.
stability of the sample is fine. So there's no concern if you're sending it into the laboratory and it takes a week or so that there's going to be any kind of issue with stability. So that's really not a concern. So,
Okay, very good. Because that was one of the discussions I was involved with about using the Air Answers Lab, was concerned about it taking several extra days to get in, and if it was a concern, just like you know, a regular swab sample of mold, you
mhm.
know, it could incubate and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
very good.
yeah,
So let's see. Could we ask you to run through a list, if you can, of all the different things that you test for? And then maybe summarize it by how long these tests take? Because I know there's different
sure.
time periods. Is a day, 3 days, 5 days? I mean, there's all different time periods for different types of testing.
Great. And I'll go through this list and I'll actually provide you with that information as well. So if any Normie member has questions about that, you'll have that information to help them with as well. Okay, well, I will start with our beta glucan testing. Our beta glucan testing is our marker for actively growing mold. So, you know, for anyone who wants to know if mold is actually growing in the environment that you're assessing, then, you know, beta glucan would be the test to do. Beta glucan, you would run beta glucan for either 24 hours or a 5-day run. And the turnaround time for beta glucan in the laboratory is a 24-hour turnaround time. So once we receive the cartridge in the laboratory, it's going to be 24 hours, you know, to get that sample, to get the results. Sorry. The next one, I will go through the mold genera. The mold genera is 8 different types of molds. I'll try to name them all.
Didn't want to
Penicillium.
put you on the spot, but
Oh, you're fine.
yes, I did.
Aspergillus, Penicillium, Stachybotrys, Fusarium, Catonium, Fusarium, Cladosporium, Trichoderma, Memnunella, and I think that was 8. Was it 8? I don't know. Well,
Well,
we
you
have
definitely hit our 5 no tolerance molds.
exactly. I hit your 0 tolerance molds there. So those are indicative of severe water damage, correct?
Correct.
Great. So that test, you could run it again for either 24 hours or 5 days. And then the turnaround time in the laboratory is 24 hours for that one as well.
Before you go on, just real quick, on those tests where you said between 24 hours and 5 days, can it be run for shorter periods in there, like 3 days, if that was only the accessible time? Or does that cause a
The
problem?
reason why we tell people either 24 hours or 5 days is because part of the calculation that we provide the results, part of that calculation has to do with time and volume. And all of that is kind of worked into our laboratory information management system. So it's to provide people with information. And then also what we're doing is building out a database so that we're able to develop our own levels of these different things in the air, since there's really nothing to compare it to. So part of that is why we recommend just 24 hours or 5 days so that we can provide people with accurate concentrations and then track those. So.
Okay, that's why I was curious, because I was asked that by somebody and I didn't have the real answer, but now I do.
Now you do. Now you have a bunch of information I just provided. Hopefully you can sort through my my ramblings.
Not a problem.
All right. And what next? Mycotoxin testing. Mycotoxin, we test for 4 different mycotoxins: trichothylacine, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumonisin. And that is, again, 1 or 5 days. And it is a 5-day turnaround time for the mycotoxin testing. We have the opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, which is Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus niger, Mucor, and Candida albicans. And again, 1 or 5 days. And that is a 2-day turnaround time in the laboratory. We have the allergen testing, Now, the allergen testing is only 5 days. That's only been validated for 5 days. That was based on case studies or testing that we'd done before, and running on different lengths of time. So 5 days was the best amount of time to get the whole vicinity or the whole type, all the different types of allergens. So 5 days, allergens only, 5 days. And that is a 5-day turnaround time. Now, we do have multi-panels as well. We have a total mold panel, and that is beta-glucan, mycotoxins, and genera. That is you run it 1 to 5 days. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the beta-glucan and the allergens together. That's a 5-day run. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the comprehensive panel, which is beta-glucan, genera, mycotoxins, and allergens, 5-day run, 5-day turnaround time. We have the cannabis panel, which is the powdery mildew and the botrytis. That can be run 24 hours or 5 days. That is a 2-day turnaround time. We have the COVID testing. The COVID testing is a 3-day run, a 2-day turnaround time. Now, what also is interesting is you don't have to use a different cartridge for each test. If you want to do beta-glucan and genera, you don't have to do one for genera and one for beta-glucan. You have one cartridge. We can run a whole plethora of tests on them. So you want to start with beta-glucan first to see if there's mold growing in the environment. You can do that. And then we keep the sample for 60 days. You can add on other types of tests onto the sample. The only time where you're going to have to run 2 cartridges separately is if you're wanting to run viruses and, the molds and allergens and everything else. You're going to have to run 2. And that's just because our laboratory process to remove those samples from the cartridges are different. So viruses, different sample, but if you have the, one sample, you can run everything else on it. You can have, beta-glucan, you can do all the genera, you can do the mycotoxins, you can do the allergens, you can all do that off one cartridge. So there's
as long as it meets the minimum time requirement.
Exactly. Yep.
So running a 5-day sample, you could basically test for any and all except for viruses.
Yep. If you're doing just the 1 day, you can run all the molds, the allergens. We'd recommend that you run it, another sample for 5 days. But if you want to run it 24 hours and do, beta-glucan, mycotoxins, all the mold genus assays, the opportunistic fungal pathogens, powdery mildew, you can run all that off of one cartridge.
There's a lot of options there, and it sounds like you can mix and match and do everything. But, for the people watching, it's really about testing for what your specific concerns are, or what the assessor or remediator considers the concerns.
Yep.
And it's getting you data. It's getting you information to help you come up with a plan.
Yep, definitely is. So we do provide a lot of different options. One of the other things is we love to hear what customers want to test for, because with the molecular type testing we do in our laboratory, we can build out our menu quite a bit. So if there's anything that we aren't offering right now that we could potentially offer in the future, please just let us know.
Well, you know that we use the Air Answers device in the training for our NCEAA program, which is the NORME certified environmental allergen testing and assessment program. And it's one of the pieces that we teach about using just for that reason, because of all the allergens that you do. And we just encourage people to do that. I do want to stress, and I talk about this in all the trainings that we do, if you have the technology, if you have the Air Answers device or any other piece of equipment, use it in your home or office first. Don't go out to a customer's location and use it for the first time. Any piece of equipment, sitting there reading the instructions is not the place to do that. Or calling me and saying, how do I do this? Because that does happen. So please, I always say, please use it in your own home. Find out what's in your environment. Become a believer in the technology.
Or sit in your office, watch those short videos, and those are just, how to put the cartridge in, take it out, where to send it, it's just some information. So it is really helpful to try it first before you take it in somewhere.
Absolutely. Good advice. Well, is there anything else that we haven't chatted about that you would like to talk about? I always put it out there like, do you have questions for me? If not, that's okay. I'm good with that.
Well, what's new with Normie?
Well, we're busy. We're going to be at the different conventions. We're going to see you guys hopefully there. I might even have to get another coffee mug. Again, amazing coffee mugs. If you guys have them again, I encourage everybody to go to your booth and try to get one because they keep things hot forever.
Oh, well, great. We'll make sure that we have those at the next conference then.
Well, I'm just putting it out there. I could use another one. Well, I do want to thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated. I know you guys are busy.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, it's our pleasure. We enjoy getting the information from you guys and working closely with you. I look forward to seeing you at one of the next conventions.
Yeah, definitely. Looking
All right.
forward to seeing
Until
you
then,
too. All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NCRSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the Normie schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
I want to welcome my guest today, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. He's the Senior Director of GBAC, which is the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, I believe. Is that
Well,
correct?
you nailed it, Lance. It's 100%, mate.
No, I just wanted to make sure I got it right. So welcome.
Thanks, Lance.
Hey, we've done several interviews in the past, and I know we talked about doing some things that were a little bit more specific, and that's kind of what I want to talk about today. We last time touched on the concept of cleaning for health and how important that is with the essential workers and things like that. But right now, I'd like to focus a little bit more about that whole industry and how it affects hospitals, specifically emergency rooms, because that's really the first line of defense when people are going into the hospital and the most exposed areas.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And I think it's important for us to focus on what are the core competencies. Some of us would call those the KSAs, the knowledge, the skills, the abilities that people need to work safely in environments that would have infectious diseases or contaminants. And there's a number of different ways, resources that we use them, across different verticals, whether it be, an airport, a convention center, transportation like buses and trains and planes, the hospital, or even the ambulance service, the emergency medical services, and on how to operationalize all the information that we have.
One of the things that makes the emergency rooms, and you did mention ambulances, different from airports and large buildings that people go into for commercial purposes, it's more of a crisis situation in the hospital and the ambulance settings. You don't have time to sit back and say, well, you're going to sit over there till we properly suit up and do this and do that. It's really handling these things as they happen, stamping out brush fires basically as they come in before they become wildfires. And I can see that being a big difference, especially when you're dealing with, I think a term you used was playbooks to handle these types of situations.
Oh, I think, from my experience, when you look at those critical knowledge, skills, abilities that people need, we learn by doing. We're all adults, and that's how we learn. But it's often from my sort of experience, Lance, of what did I leave out? What have I missed? And sort of the way that I've found to address some of these critical gaps in the way that we do things on the front line is to have something like a playbook. And I just want to emphasize, the way that my experience, my career has used playbooks when it comes to infectious diseases or even drug contaminants, is to have a document that's usually laminated. You can use it in the field, you can clean it and reuse it, but a playbook is a document that synthesizes multiple sources of information in a single document. And it addresses the full spectrum of everything we need to know and do, and it creates a concise reference resource. You'll see these used in hospitals, you'll see them used in ambulances, emergency medical services, and it's so important that again, a lot of these playbooks are color-coded for the different sections, so you can go straight to the section when you need to, because, again, across very broadly in the cleaning industry, we don't use a lot of these resources that we see, say, in healthcare, for example, or even first responders might use in disasters and emergencies. And we expect a lot of our professionals just to retain knowledge or know how to identify hazards and do a risk assessment quickly when the situation changes. And that's not always the case, because these are can be often high stress environments to work in.
Again, I go back to what you had mentioned about ambulances and emergency rooms. If a patient is transported in with a highly contagious disease in an ambulance, you could take the ambulance out of service, at least to push it aside and get a crew in there to clean it using a playbook or whatever is approved at that time. But for an emergency room, you can't. I mean, how do you shut down an emergency room because you brought in a patient with some kind of contagious disease? Or do you? Or how do you address or attack that?
It's really interesting, Lance. A lot of the, I'd say, exercises that I do with hospitals, with first responders, with emergency medical services, is identifying the full spectrum of what it takes to get that patient from wherever they are into the ambulance. You do the triage into the ambulance and then patient handoff at the hospital. And what I find in a lot of the tabletops, but also the drills and functional exercises I do, is that the nurses, the hospital staff, and even the ambulance staff are well rehearsed on how to do the patient handoff. Patient goes into the hospital and going, where's the ambulance going? Well, where do they park it up? How do you, doff your contaminated personal protective equipment? You take it off and take it off safely. Where's your waste management? Who's cleaning that ambulance? If there's an infectious disease agent from that patient, or there was lots of bodily fluids, blood, diarrhea, vomit that needs to be cleaned up, or if there was even drugs involved, fentanyl, for example, or meth, where do you either clean and disinfect or decontaminate that ambulance? And I often find this is missing so often from hospital plans. The ambulance parks where? In the public car park? Or where does it go specifically, so the resources, the toolbox is there for them to be able to clean, disinfect, or decontaminate that ambulance and do it safely?
One of the things that I've run into over the years of dealing with emergency services is when you do have one of these unknown situations, unknown contamination, multiple people get sick all of a sudden in a very short period of time, and you wind up transporting them, it always comes down to, well, what do you do now with the personnel and the equipment? Because now you have a piece of equipment that's contaminated, but you also have personnel. Do you put them back in the contaminated vehicle? Do you now isolate them? Now you need somebody else to handle the vehicle, or the same with the emergency room. I mean, is there any specific guidelines that are out there for this in general? I mean, I'm not talking specific Ebola, but we could talk about that, too, but just in general, how to handle these situations.
There is, Lance, and the in the Department of Health and Human Services, ASPA, the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. A few years ago, I was involved working with the Department of Health and Human Services and ASPA in developing, what we call playbooks. And it was so important from some of the lessons we learned in, say, the 2014 Ebola outbreak, the fact that they developed a EMS, an Emergency Medical Services Infectious Disease Playbook, but unfortunately the government didn't have enough funding to print a hard copy. And you'll see comments all over the internet today. Oh, I love that EMS playbook. It's color-coded. It's easy to understand. It had algorithms. It had decision-making trees. Yes, no, if this happens, and how you react appropriately. PPE, patient handoff, looking after the patient, cleaning, disinfecting the ambulance afterwards. And there just wasn't enough funding from the government at that stage to actually develop hard copy. So it always stayed in the digital world. It was an electronic copy, but it's one that I use quite often. And it's a resource that's been well tested in the way that in a stressful situation, in a busy situation, we sometimes overlook or forget things. So it's where checklists play such an essential role. But it also helps in the planning process as well. So what I see, again, hospitals have, first responders have, they have these series of playbooks, which provides enough sort of concise information that applies to, the specific circumstances and the procedures that you need that are appropriate for those specific circumstances. And so, we can talk about the appropriate education and training, which again is critical, But to be successful in an infectious disease situation or a drug contamination situation does require these checklists and these playbooks as a ready reference. And I think, you know, lessons learned here, Lance, is that these are so valuable. I'd like to see more of them produced, and I'd like to see them become part of our everyday operations to ensure that, again, mistakes aren't made or hazards aren't created because we overlooked something.
Is there a central clearinghouse for these types of procedures that you're aware of?
Well, in the emergency management disaster medicine world that I live in, I go to the US Department of Health and Human Services through the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. We call that ASPR. They have what's called TRACI. Now, TRACI is the Technical Resources Assistance Center and Information Exchange. And I find I go to TRACI a lot. It's like a warehouse of documents. And especially when it comes to emergencies, you'll find the EMS playbook for infectious diseases there, which I highly recommend. If you haven't seen it, have a look at it. It's fantastic. I think it's a good framework or a model for other playbooks to be developed. But again, I use HHS, ASPR, TRACI resources all the time, and I just find them so valuable. But more importantly, the resources there aren't just applicable to certain verticals. They really apply the basic principles and the fundamentals, Lance, apply to so many other different industries, different sectors, different verticals, that I would hope that others get access to these types of documents. They're free, they're publicly available. Many just don't know they exist.
You know, I'm familiar with a lot of the different protocols for cleaning, wiping down the stretchers, ambulances in the hospital, cleaning up the rooms that are there. And that's a standard sanitizing protocol, sanitization protocol. But then you get into some of the really bizarre types of infections, the things that, you know, people see or have nightmares about. I mean, when COVID first hit, I mean, you saw the panic that took place with that. But I know you've had experience and even exposures to Ebola, you know, from the work that you've been doing. I mean, how does that differ from these standard protocols?
Oh, I think we don't often want to do this, Lance, but we have to talk about our failures, our mistakes. And I made a big one in 2014. So in 2014, I was deployed to Nigeria on my first deployment. I had 3 deployments to West Africa to help set up Ebola hospitals. I was deployed to Nigeria with a team to set up an Ebola hospital in a place called Port Harcourt in River State in the south of Nigeria. And we trained all the medical staff. We set up this Ebola hospital. We had all the principles, the protocols, the procedures in place. And then it was a Wednesday afternoon. And we got the phone call and they said, your first Ebola patient's about to arrive. So what do you do, Lance, when you get that phone call? You go and have a cup of tea and relax and go, it's really going to happen. The ambulance came in, lots of media, lots of politicians everywhere. And the patient handoff was just fantastic. It went from the ambulance to the nurses. It just went so well. And then they took the Ebola patient into the hospital, into a room, isolated them. And then I came back outside and Dr. Parker, who was with the Ministry of Health at that time in Nigeria, said to me, that was great, Gavin. Who's cleaning the ambulance? And I looked at my checklist and I went, I don't know. It's not on my checklist. We haven't trained. We haven't trained anyone to clean an ambulance. When we were setting up the Ebola hospital, there was no ambulance here. Now we've got this ambulance that had vomit, diarrhea, Ebola virus all through it. And I went, oh, we don't have a standard operating procedure. We have a protocol. So I said, I got the team together, said, right, we're going to clean that ambulance in our personal protective equipment. We know that it's full of Ebola virus, and we're going to write everything we do down. We're going to video it, and that becomes our standard operating procedure we're going to write up tonight when we finish the job. So we took the team in, and it was learning by doing. We cleaned the ambulance, and then the Nigerians surprised me, Lance, because that was the Wednesday. On the Thursday, we got our second Ebola patient. Ambulance came in. We had our protocols written out on how to clean and disinfect the ambulance. And what they'd done, Lance, they'd taken a big piece of plastic with Velcro and they'd put up around the walls of the ambulance and created like a swimming pool. And when that patient with Ebola came out, Again, the handoff was fantastic, went into the hospital. I went out to clean the ambulance and they went, look at this. And they undid the Velcro and they pulled out this piece of plastic. And it had all the body fluids, had the vomit, the diarrhea, the sweat, you name it, it was all there. And the actual cleaning the ambulance, took us less time because we now had this big piece of plastic that was Velcroed around the edges of the ambulance, which kept all those body fluids contained, which was amazing. So don't ever underestimate local capacity or innovation when you think you know what needs to be done. So coming back to the US after that trip, I went, well, if we get Ebola patients in the US, we're practicing, we're rehearsing in the hospitals, but who was focusing on ambulances, emergency medical services? And there was very little done. And that's where this EMS infectious disease playbook that's available through ASPA is so valuable, and that's how it was developed. And again, I just highly recommend that approach to everyone. It just really operationalized the standards, the protocols, the procedures. It just puts it in a way that's so easy to understand.
You know, the other vertical area that I work in is indoor air quality. And under that, we're dealing with mold and bacteria and viruses, particulates, chemicals, and everything like that. And everybody kind of deals with it sometimes almost with the, well, it hasn't killed me yet attitude, you know. And unfortunately, that's something that when you get into more of these critical types of situations, you can't play that way. You can't use that attitude. So doing things the right way is really the way things should start. I mean, the basics. And then when you deal with these types of contaminations, like even in the indoor air quality arena, you know, you could have a COVID or a TB or a Legionella type of outbreak that needs to be dealt with. And that's not just wearing your regular N95 mask and gloves. I mean, you got to take this to the next level. So I guess that's what I'm asking you in the hospital emergency services arena. At what point do you say we stop the normal protocols and we go into high gear?
Well, I think it's important when it comes to, again, the air quality, Lance, is we start now with baseline data. The conversations that I have with EMS often is, what's the air circulation like where the driver sits in the front and the air circulation in the back where the patient is? And are they separate air services? Do you know what the air quality is? Do you know what's circulating? What particles are circulating? Do you know what contaminants or pollutants are circulating? And do you have any baseline data for that? And I do the same when I go into hospitals. We focus so much on the surfaces where we see blood, vomit, diarrhea, the areas that people touch. We pay very little attention because we don't have baseline data for the indoor air quality. Now, you and I both know that those technologies exist. There's products out there that are affordable that can give us good baseline data, you know, within, you know, in real time. Unfortunately, it hasn't become part of our culture to have a indoor air quality monitor on all the time where we work, and then to look at what do we do if we're measuring 9 or 10 parameters for indoor air quality. What do we do when one changes? How long do we wait to see whether it goes back to an acceptable level? So what I think, you know, I'd like to see is facilities in 2023 start to implement the technology and start to get a baseline, start to look at what is the air quality in the space where you work, both in the vehicle and in the building. And then let's have that discussion whether anything needs to be done about it, or that's just normal, or that's acceptable, because, you know, there's just so much we don't know because we don't measure when it comes to indoor air quality.
Well, you know, that again affects, you know, the hospitals and regular remediation practices in just about any kind of building where you're dealing with, if you're looking at isolation, you got positive or negative pressurized rooms. Again, that goes back to airflow, air systems. That could even be as simple as in an ambulance by putting, like you said before about plastic, covering off or isolating the driver or the front of the ambulance from the rear, especially if they're not sharing a recycled air system, which most of them don't. It's just forced air in. So, I mean, I could see that, you know, being the check marks, you know, that make you handle things differently. But as far as infectious disease goes, I mean, there's a lot of things out there. There's things that most of us have never heard of, thankfully, and have to deal with. I actually heard somebody talking at a convention about there's probably 1,000 different viruses a day that are out there. Most of them die off. They're not strong enough to survive, but some of them do, and like the COVID and all the variants of COVID, stuff like that. Again, you dealing with Ebola, hopefully it's something that we never have to deal with, but the reality is there, and what has to happen to the people that come in contact with it, isolations and everything that has to kick into play. You can't sit around and say, now what? The playbooks you're talking about are definitely the way to go with that.
It is, and some of the things that we can take from first principles to decrease the risk of infectious diseases, contaminants, and pollutants in the environment is to create unidirectional airflow. And I know a lot of the work that I did in nursing homes and hospitals, Lance, over the COVID pandemic, was being able to take an indoor air quality monitor, get some baseline data, and then go down to Target or Walmart or whatever and buy a very cheap, affordable fan and put that behind the patient. So we're blowing everything away, or put it, whatever, who we wanted to protect, we can put that fan behind the person. Whoever we want to protect, we can put that fan behind to create unidirectional airflow, so it pushes it away from wherever the hazard or the risk is identified. So very cheap solutions were implemented just by creating unidirectional airflow in a vehicle, or unidirectional airflow in a room to create a safer environment. And I think a lot of those easy, practical, affordable solutions were overlooked by many. A lot of people ran to the air conditioning system or the HVAC system and said, oh, we're going to do this one. Hang on, no. We just want to create better ventilation to do that. And it wasn't pumping more air from, an environment like New York, New Jersey, or a city where the outdoor air might be more polluted than the indoor air. It wasn't doing enormous sort of renovation or upscaling of putting lots of money into a HVAC system where it wasn't required. It was actually coming back and saying, measure the indoor air quality, get a baseline, and then work out how to create some unidirectional airflow so that we can create safety zones or safety areas based on the movement of contaminants, pollutants, and infectious disease agents. And I think a lot of people often forget that. And I've seen a lot of ambulances, again, lots of equipment in the back of the ambulance, but with very, very poor airflow within the enclosure of the ambulance.
Yeah, they're not really designed for that. It's basically transportation, in and out, and that's the end of it. Unfortunately, you're stuck in the small area with that. Same thing with an emergency room, especially when you have a patient in a room, one patient, one room type of a situation, as an isolation room would be. But if we take your concept and now roll it into the IAQ sector, we do things with decontamination chambers. That would be the same in the emergency services, decon chambers, where, I've seen a fire department set up with plastic walls built up outside where they're actually hosing people down, walking through these containment areas, because they've been exposed to a chemical, some kind of biocontamination. You can't do that inside of buildings. So, I guess that's where the issue comes, and the buildings have to be functional 99.9% of the time. These are extreme situations. I've seen tents set up in an emergency room, arrival bays just outside the emergency room doors where the ambulance can pull in, put people into these tented areas before they're cleared to go into the hospital. So, those are all things in that playbook that you're talking about, really need to be worked on.
Yeah, and again, looking at the simple, affordable activities that we can do, Lance, a simple smoke test in the back of an ambulance or in an ER room will show you will visualize the way that the air is moving. And what I mean by that is you grab I use a handful of incense sticks. I light them, I get in the back of the ambulance, and I just watch where the smoke goes. And sometimes I'll see, the smoke is going up, it's going sideways, it's going over to the corner there, it's not moving. I'll do the same inside buildings as well as vehicles. But again, to visualize that invisible, those air currents, and that's a way that we can address hazards, problems with simple solutions. So there's a lot of things that we can do that are affordable that we aren't doing right now, which I think I would even put them on my critical to-do list.
Well, is there a place that people watching can go to? I know you mentioned one or two places earlier to get more information about these types of procedures, how to develop these playbooks, or what authorities they should be following.
Yes, Lance. Well, they can reach out to, again, all the subject matter experts at Normie, for example. The subject matter experts over at ISSA and GBAC, we all work together. We're one team. Again, I, as I said, for the work that I do, mainly in infectious diseases, but now more so, we're getting lots of problems now with drug contamination, methamphetamine and fentanyl. In the back of ambulances, as well as in emergency rooms. Go to the Department of Health and Human Services, look up under the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, ASPR, ASPR, and look at their TRACI resources, the Technical Resources Assistance Center and Information Exchange. There's just a plethora. There's so many documents there that are so helpful. And if you'll see the EMS playbook for infectious diseases is there. It's a free download. But if you see it and you want to help in operationalizing it, doing a tabletop, testing it, then reach out to folks like yourself, Lance, at Normie, and we'll bring in the right subject matter experts to make that happen. So you can actually evaluate yourself in the real world on where you are, what you can do, and what you need to assistance with, maybe to strengthen. And I think that's really important that we continue to be in a culture of continuous improvement.
So for the old timers out there, just throwing bleach on everything just doesn't cut it anymore.
Oh, Lance, you know my feelings on bleach. I had 3 trips in 2014 to deal with Ebola patients, and I would come out of the hospital after being in all my personal protective equipment. We were sprayed down with bleach, and the metric, the indicator that people would say to me in Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone was, "Gavin, you don't smell strong enough." And what they would spray me again. I think it was my second or third trip. I lost my sense of smell and taste for nearly 6 months because of bleach. Bleach serves a purpose in certain situations, but you've got to read the safety data sheet and you've got to follow the instructions and you've got to dilute it properly to make it safe.
Well, absolutely. And, again, in our world with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation, infectious diseases, again, I say the old timers, they bleach everything. Bleach will kill it. Well, it doesn't. I mean, viruses technically aren't alive, so you can't kill them. So it does create, a whole bunch of new issues. And some of the chemistries that are out there make people sick.
Yes, they are. And that's why you've got to read the label. We've said this over and over again, Lance, you've got to read the label, and you've got to ensure that the people that are using the products that have active ingredients, have chemicals in them, have been trained properly and appropriately to and follow exactly what the safety data sheets tell you. And unfortunately, the safety data sheets are hard to find. But again, this involves education and training, which we'd like to see done just on a much larger scale.
All right. Well, I think we're going to have to do some more of this going forward. I think we'll pick a few other topics too, because it's really interesting. You had a lot of good resources there that we can have our people go to and check out and come up with some of these plans. The standard decontamination, everybody's got that. It's this infectious disease issue, especially the really serious ones that are scary, that we really need to do this right.
I think it's important for everyone to realize, Lance, we're here to help. If you and I don't have the answers, we know lots of other subject matter experts that we can bring in and help us with an answer that's evidence-based. And it's really important that anyone who watches what you produce and listens to me or listens to you understands that we are here to help.
Well, we haven't even touched on sensitized individuals, off-gassing, chemical exposures. There's so many other subjects we could deal with. But I think the talking about the emergency rooms and ambulances, and even the buildings that the ambulances are stored in, the emergency service buildings, the fire departments, they all get contaminated and need to be cleaned too. So.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, it's not just one industry specific. These are fundamental first principle problems that need, well thought out solutions to identify the hazards, do your risk assessments, and come up with solutions that are, affordable. They can be operationalized and they're doable. That's what's key to this. The key to being safe and healthy is to come up with things that are practical.
Gavin, I appreciate you spending the time being here. Thank you very much. And I look forward to doing this again in the future.
Thanks, Lance. Appreciate that.
I want to welcome today's guest, Sarah Mack from Entropy Labs. Many of you know the lab. It used to be known as Prism Labs, and now it's Entropy, and she's the Director of Business Development. So Sarah, welcome.
Hi, Lance. Thanks for having me.
Glad to have you here. We talk about indoor air quality in almost all of our classes. Everything we do is really solution-based based on indoor air quality. And one of the main components of that has to do with VOCs. And that's where we look to you people for help. I know in the past I've done some VOC testing where from other labs and other resources, I've gotten reports back that I keep looking for my chemistry degree and I can't seem to find it.
Some of them.
To understand some of these labs where I've actually had to tell people, especially in large commercial facilities, here's your report. Please take it to the people that work for you and you figure out if it belongs here. It's just too complicated. So one of the reasons that we talk about you guys is just the ease of how your laboratory produces the material that we're able to read and understand, and the customer understands it too. So we're going to get to all of that, but I want to know right now the name change, because everybody that calls me still talks about, can I have the number for Prism Labs and stuff? I know you've changed it. What's the story?
Sure, certainly. So yeah, a few years back in 2017, we actually were acquired by a company called Montrose Environmental Group. Underneath the Montrose Environmental Group parent company, they have a vertical, which is considered the Enthalpy Lab network. And so from that, again, back in 2017, we had that ownership change, actually just starting in 2022, the beginning of 2022, they made us do that name change. So Enthalpy Analytical is what we're now called. You call us Prism, we're not offended.
Well, that's a good thing because it just kind of seems what everybody's been doing for years. I know I've been working with you guys for a very long time, and name changes are always difficult. So matter of fact, if you didn't know, we changed our name too. NORMI was the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We've kept NORMI, but the new name is actually the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors.
Gotcha.
Much wider umbrella, which is really why indoor air quality and the VOC component go together so well. So if we're looking at VOCs and avoiding all the other types of sampling that our members do and the public, kind of expects, what type of VOCs are really what you guys can handle for us?
Sure. So VOCs is a very, very wide range of chemical compounds. And typically what that indicates is that it's actually at a gaseous state at normal operating temperatures. There are some that are considered very volatile. There are some that are considered semi-volatile. And so sometimes those can get confused. Our ranges are typically in the volatile organic compounds. So again, that normal operating temperature of an indoor space, and they're going to be at a gaseous state. Those include a number of different kinds of products. Cleaning supplies, the chemical compounds that are associated with fuel, gasoline, heating, cooling, refrigerants are on the very volatile end, but there are a number of them we can see as well.
Well, I know that when we do our testing, we often look for on the clearance side or the post-remediation verification, VOCs that are associated with the chemistries that are used during the process. We really try to avoid, a remediation process that causes more problems for the occupants than the actual mold or microbial issues that were there. So that's where your stuff comes in. But there's also a component of what you test for MVOCs, which is different than VOCs, right?
In a way, yes, they are slightly different. So VOCs or mold VOCs are considered a volatile organic. The mold portion of it is strictly an indication as to its relationship with mold. Now, we have about 21 target VOCs that we use for our mold VOC total. Those chemicals have been found in literature pieces and publications in the past. They're ones that we can see with our equipment, and they're ones that could be indicative of an odor that might be present. The mold VOCs are slightly different, of course, than the spores and some of the other things you might test for with mold, but they're only emitted as mold is actively growing. And so those are what we look for. Again, those 21 markers. There is some crossover with other products in the home that might have some mold VOC chemicals, because again, they're standard VOCs. It's just which one are those active growing molds actually producing. So there is some crossover, say with paint. So if there was a lot of recent painting, we might have an elevation, and what we would show is an elevated mold VOC, but then we start going through that series of questions. That is the difficulties. We're not looking at the actual particulate itself, but we're assuming based on the chemistry, what we're seeing, what is actually present.
Because I've done some assessments myself where I've been in environments that are immaculate, how clean they are. But when you're dealing with the occupants, you can see that they're suffering from something. And I've been surprised a few times where the MVOCs are almost off the scale, 3, almost 4,000, which is extremely high on your scale rating for MVOCs. Especially when I'm not finding anything, spore wise, the spore traps are coming back clean. There's very little growth, if anything, but the VOC levels are really elevated.
Yeah, so our scale for the mold VOC, I think you got a little bit crisscross there with the TVOCs, but typically starting at 8 nanogram per liter is what would be an outdoor average for mold VOCs. Anything up and above that 8 is where we would start to look to see any active mold presence in that space. Now that could be super small, like just an excess of overwatered plants, or it could be something a bit bigger where we do have something that's hidden behind the wall. Now, spores are much larger in terms of size, so those don't make it through the wall necessarily as quickly as what those volatile organics would. But then too, again, we have to take that with a grain of salt in looking at the chemistry, because if the compounds are associated primarily with paint, or we do know that there was some recent construction that had happened there, it may be that it is related to something different than a specific mold growth. So they aren't a catch-all, and they're definitely not the one-stop shop in terms of mold detection. So they're a complement.
So if I said that I was just testing you to see if you were paying attention with reversing those scales, you probably wouldn't believe me. Actually, what happened was I was looking at some reports from earlier today, and I had one that the regular VOCs, the number was gigantic. And, that's what's sticking out in my head. And you are absolutely correct. It is a different scale. But again, still elevated mold VOCs when I'm still not picking up particulates or any other signs of mold, either because of the cleaning they did or just it's a different problem.
Could be.
So from your perspective, the indoor air quality arena, or space as we call it, how do you see the VOCs really fitting in from your side of it, not from ours? We understand our side.
Sure. So the way I like to think about the indoor air environment is we know that there are a number of different things that are associated with that. We have the particulates, we have molds, we have the VOC, we have some things as simple as temperature and humidity. But a large majority, when you look at the chemical makeup of the indoor air with the particulate in a general type scan, not just specifically for mold, but just particulates in general and what's present, in terms of a dust characterization, I liken that between the VOCs and the dust, you're looking at 80% of what would be present in an indoor air space that could be of concern, causing symptoms. And so it is a major component, certainly for the indoor air environment. There are some things that we can kind of test out. I know we've talked a little bit about some of the instant read meters or monitors that can be used, but in terms of VOCs, TVOC is on a lot of those monitors for a reason.
It's interesting the way that you bring that up, because we get a lot of questions because we have a monitoring program under Normie Pro Monitoring where we monitor in real time, and VOCs is part of that. However, that is a screening system. We are screening the environment. We're watching what's happening. We're looking for anomalies. We're not identifying what the problem or the VOC is. That's what you guys do.
That is right. There are some limitations certainly in some of those instant or real-time read instrumentations that are out there and available. They're certainly helpful for what I call habit identification. So when we see on Wednesday nights, the building always gets cleaned, we see those VOCs go up. That's going to be that habit or that repeating event essentially, and that can happen in indoor environments in terms of homes as well. There's a number of research studies out there that TVOC monitors are increased in terms of the totals, say when you're cooking, when you get home at the end of the night, when you're taking your shower in the morning. So you start to see some habits and forming that gives you some indication of quite possibly correlation on what's happening in the space that might be causing that. But then too, sometimes you don't know, and maybe you just have a total overall high VOC level. That may happen in cases where you have a brand new home, or a significant remodel where you just have a total high VOC and you can't pinpoint specifically to any one activity or even series of activities. That's where the testing through the laboratory is going to be much more helpful. Knowing that you have a high total VOC and then starting to work through and identify what those sources are within it, or what the chemicals are within that are making up that total.
That's exactly how we put this out there in our trainings to our membership, that a lot of the testing is done is really on the screening side. And once you've screened and identified an anomaly or problem, something that's outside the norm, then there's more detailed investigative work that can be done, and you use more sophisticated tools. And that really is their understanding in this industry of how we go about approaching it. So yeah, I'm glad that you did bring that up, and it's important to understand the difference between the screening and testing, which is the language that we use. We've screened, now we need to test. Oh, very good. Specialty type of reports, I think, is something else that you guys are pretty good with. If somebody needs something very specific, you can help them.
Certainly. So our laboratory here in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, we specialize in VOC detection. And so because of that, we've really honed in on a number of different reports and types of reports that we can issue in comparison to some of the other laboratories where you were kind of indicating you get chemical by chemical, difficult reports to read. We've specialized some of ours. So with the total VOC, we do have a summary or survey style report where you get that total VOC, and then it breaks it down into types of products that are used, and then some individual compounds. But outside of our standard just VOC check, I'm wondering about it, we've also developed a number of other tests that are helpful that test for VOCs applicable to maybe tobacco smoke use. We have some for fire or a partial fire, like a structure fire, smoke damage. So if you had something that started in the kitchen maybe, and you've got smells that are happening up in the master bedroom, doing this test would help to identify and justify essentially that we have those chemical compounds present that were from that fire event across the house. Additionally, we have testing available now for spray polyurethane foam. A lot of the requests we've been receiving over the last couple of years as we all become more energy efficient, closing up those homes, is that we're tightening things up and people are actually becoming ill afterwards. So we do have a test that's associated with all VOCs that are present that we can test, and then also actually a bulk piece of the foam. And so we make a comparison to say, is the foam still off-gassing in comparison to the air? Or is it simply you closed up all those ventilation pathways with that new spray polyurethane foam, and now you just have a lot of your own VOCs or your own VOC soup?
Do you do anything as far as some of the new hazards that are out there, like meth labs or any of the other chemistries that are being used on the illegal side?
That is difficult because again, it is a chemistry process. So methamphetamine across the nation is rampant because they're easily obtainable compounds, chemicals, right? And products to make that. There are a number of VOCs that we can see that are part of a ingredient list, you might say, for illicit drug manufacturing. In terms of the actual drug itself, when it's finished, specifically methamphetamine, it's too heavy to see in the air. So it would be what would be more a semi-volatile or in a particulate, essentially. And so because we do the chemicals in the air versus like a surface dust or a tape lift and things like that to identify illicit drugs, that wouldn't be something we would cover.
Yeah, I guess fentanyl would come under that because that's another one of the hot topics right now.
Yes, yep. And those specifically, there are a number of labs that are out there that are specialized in those for a lot of the cleanup and the remediators that you've got.
How about on the investigative side? We're going a little off topic here, but as far as like fire service for arson investigation, stuff like that, to get more into some of accelerant detection.
It's not something that we've actually been approached for. No, we have attended in the past, and actually this year I will also attend the Restoration Industry Association's annual conference. In the past, we actually attended a public adjuster conference, and they too had a number of peoples there that were doing the forensic part of it. We touched base a little bit, but nothing that's ever come to fruition.
Okay. Well, the other thing I wanted to touch on is you are located up in Michigan, correct?
I am.
And I think you had said that you also have, I guess you call them sister labs, or other types of testing.
Mhm.
Can you touch on some of the other types that are available to you?
Sure. So we are kind of an oddball with our lab group. The majority of the labs within the Enthalpy network are actually soil and water testers. They're going to do large scale remediation, brownfield type stuff, phase 1, phase 2 for new buildings. That's a large part of what they test, but soil and water also for, say, PFAS compounds. Those are some hot topics that are coming around in terms of the residences. Wildfires. I know that a couple of the labs in California have done wildfire studies in terms of the soil remediation that happens as large fires come through and what has to be kind of dug up. We also have testing available with like SUMA canisters, or what traditionally would be a TO15, if that's something that the job requires or specifies, pardon. And then the laboratory down in Houston, Texas does a lot with the oil and gas industry. So they do a lot of actual stack emission type testing. So we're pretty much the only one that does real indoor air within the laboratory network. But there's a lot of other things that are available to us at this point.
And that's what I was curious about. Two different things you mentioned, the lab down in Texas for oil.
Mm-hmm.
Refabbing or rehabbing gas stations, stuff like that. They're always testing soil for that.
Yeah.
And lead contamination also.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially on the older gas stations where they were using leaded gas. I mean, there's a lot of different issues that people are being affected by. So just curious about knowing the different extent of what you guys can test for. I guess our members should just reach out if they have a question about, hey, can you guys test for this?
I like to be a resource. That's one thing as PRISM we've always prided ourselves on, is being a consultative laboratory. We're not afraid to answer those questions, even if it doesn't mean that a dollar comes into our work. I mean, don't take advantage of that. But at the same time, I'm absolutely always happy to help try to locate the right resource for some of those tests. I've got a list of essential referral labs, you know, that I can send people to.
So do the right thing because it's the right thing to do is kind of like what you guys do as an anomaly to everybody else.
We try, which I try really hard.
Well, that's appreciated. It really is. Just trying to think if there was anything else specific to your lab that you feel that our people should really know about that we haven't talked about.
Well, I, again, am in the middle of Michigan. So just a little heads up, last week and again today, we got dumped another 5 inches or so. Just be mindful. I guess that's one thing that I've told pretty much all of our clients, is that we are in the north, we are winter. Please know and please be patient with any delivery drivers that, and prep your clients that some of our fast turnaround times of 2 or 5 days sometimes do get extended a little bit when the delivery drivers can't make it to us.
I know that a few years ago, because you're talking about the weather, it got so cold in Michigan that you had to switch away from glass tubes to plastic tubes because they were actually getting so brittle they break.
The return sample encasement, essentially, yeah, we did switch away from our glass ones. We did some case study testing within the laboratory itself between the glass transport vials and our plastic transport vials that we found. And yes, our breakage has drastically reduced.
All right. Well, I have an oddball question for you now. We are spreading our wings, and we will be dealing with several countries outside the U.S. with other testing and processes and trainings. And is there any issue with shipping these types of samples from overseas to your lab?
The benefit of our thermal desorption tubes is that there is not any required chilled shipping. They're stable for about 30 days after collection. With that, I've got clients all over the world. I've got clients in Australia, UK. I've had testing coming from Singapore before. It just depends on where the location is. Most of the time, obviously, the carriers are going to be about a week out. But again, we still have about a 30-day hold time after that sample is collected. So international is not a worry. And actually, for international shipments, we have now also developed or have available our stainless steel tubes. So glass, again, transit is difficult. So because some of those international shipments can take longer, and it would be detrimental for them to have to sample again, we have our stainless steel tubes so that the tube itself does not become destroyed in transit.
Okay, I did not know about that. That's a new one on me. The next piece to that would be expiration dates on some of this stuff, because I know it's happened to me in the past. I've had numerous tubes, and you'll have one or two that'll go beyond the expiration date. What do you do with those?
Well, one of the biggest things we want to let people know is that the sorbent material inside, it's very expensive. So typically, if you're working with some of the other labs that are out there and available, and you have to purchase a thermal desorption tube similar to what we actually produce, they're going to be upwards of $60 each. The sorbent material inside is the bulk of the cost. And so with that sorbent material inside can actually be reused approximately 10 times before it starts to go bad, or starts to not regenerate as effectively, I should say. So as the chemicals get onto the little sorbent materials and get cracked or stuck in the little cracks and crevices, we heat that tube up and push those gases back off, or those chemicals back off. Again, it can go through about 10 different cycles before we have to switch out that sorbent. But if you have sample tubes that have expired, please send them back. They are reusable. They're green in that way that we want to have them back. We'll double check and make sure that our sorbent is still good. We can clean them again and then resend them to you. Maybe not specifically those ones, but any expired tubes that you have, we can send you fresh tubes for just the cost of shipping.
But it's nothing that our members could do themselves.
For
Cleaning the tubes or refreshing the tubes. I don't want anybody trying that if it's
no,
something
goodness,
to do.
no. These are I do apologize. That was misleading, wasn't it? In the laboratory, we have a very specific room that has a number of what we consider tube bakers. And so they have a high ramp time with a constant flow of nitrogen gas through them to push and drive all the chemicals off. And then it goes through a check or a quality control process within the laboratory to make sure that that batch is clean.
Any new surprises coming?
We're working and trying to get some information around PFAS compounds in air. It's a hot topic in the soil and water realm.
Could you
And
just
so-
go into a little more detail what that is exactly?
PFAS, yeah, if you're not familiar with it. So per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, these are the compounds that are associated with stain resistance, water repellency, Teflon pans. They're also in a number of fast food materials packaging, that has almost plastic-like surface so that it doesn't become drenched or oil stained, essentially. And what they have found is that these chemical compounds are in mass quantities pretty much everywhere. At this point, they are actually in the air and in the rainwater as well. but that they do bioaccumulate. That's the largest part of the risk, essentially, is that even little bits of exposures that we get throughout our lives as we drink the water. Again, Michigan was terrible about that. We had the Flint water crisis. Now we have PFAS everywhere with a number of locations. But those chemical compounds will build up in your body and can develop adverse side effects. They do anticipate that it's carcinogenic. The number of compounds are carcinogenic. And then it's also known at this point that there are a number of birth defects that can happen through those exposures and having excess levels within your body.
Well, that's not done as VOC testing. That would be actual collection of soil and then sent to the lab or one of your sister labs.
Right. Right now we're doing it in soil and water. But it is something that the EPA has developed a method for large stacks or people manufacturing PFAS compounds, similar to vapor intrusion. So as you get those gas tanks, right, they leak into the ground, and we have the water table that leaks up the vapor into the soil that comes into the inside of our houses. Similarly, vapor intrusion testing for PFAS is coming down the pike. And so that's kind of what we're developing and working on right now.
Yeah, I know a lot of our members, they also do water testing, drinking water, things like that. So I don't know if that would fall into this category of what your labs would be able to test for.
Yep, we actually have 2 labs that specialize. They have a high performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, that performs PFAS compounds, one of which is DoD certified. The other one is almost DoD certified, so Department of Defense. And then we're certified in a number of states for water and soil. So yeah, if you've got questions on it, or if that's something that you need in your area, I can connect you with the right people.
Very good. Very appreciative. Well, I appreciate you spending some time here with us. I know it's cold up there, and it's like, come on, spring. We really want to get outside and, deal with some other issues. I know that you guys have had a lot of snow, and you did mention before about transportation and shipping is impacted. And we see that all over the country. We have people today traveling that weren't able to because their flights were canceled. So yeah, it's unfortunate. So if you are watching this, please take that into account. Don't overpromise and underdeliver. Don't fall into that category.
If that's anything COVID taught us, with lack of employees for the carriers too, right? That's something we've all been battling, regardless of weather across the country. It just so happens that this last week we've had another whirlwind of winter.
It's funny, we're doing a lot of work right now with people under the term essential employees.
Mhm.
And depending on who you are and where your perspective is coming from, what is an essential employee? Well, in the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses, they're essential employees. But nobody thinks about like the cleaning staff. Well, the hospital stops when the cleaning staff stops. So, it's having to revisit all of these different occupations now, and the importance is not so much by the skill of what they do, but of what happens when they don't do what they do.
All true.
So yeah, just something else that affects, again, shipping, transportation, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Sarah, it's been a pleasure. We're gonna have to do this again, and get into a little bit more detail on a few of the other things, but I appreciate you spending the time here today.
I look forward to some more education opportunities. We'll get some topics together.
We're gonna have to have you in on a few more sessions. I'm sure after this, we'll have a lot of questions, and you may be visiting again.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Lance. Have a great day.
You too.
Cause it's a great, wonderful world out there today. Yeah, it's a great, wonderful world outside us.
Hi, everyone. I want to welcome our guest speaker tonight, Gavin McGregor Skinner, to our show. And Gavin's been on before, and I really enjoy when he's here as a speaker. And when we ask him questions, we get a lot of information back. Gavin is a talker. I think we can go that way. And it's a tremendous amount of info that he comes across with. So we've had a lot of very positive responses from our membership in the past when he's been on. So I want to bring Gavin in, have you say a quick hello. And Gavin, you are the Senior Director of GBAC, which is the division of ISSA. Can you at least tell us exactly what that is so we know going forward what we're doing here?
Yeah. Sure can, Lance. Hi, everyone. So the GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, is a division of ISSA. We have an accreditation program, which is based on 20 elements. It's very comprehensive, very holistic in its approach in not just setting up a yes or no or a pass or fail type program. The program that we have out, which is called our GBAC Star program, for both facilities and also, anyone who works in the cleaning industry, is about professional improvement. So continuous professional improvement. So once we get a baseline, we work with facilities, we work with companies, we work with individuals on developing then a plan on how to improve over time that's realistic and doable.
My understanding is that's dealing with larger projects. I mean, I'm sure you do small ones too, but we're talking airports, hospitals, colleges, things like that.
Oh, we are, Lance. And what's fascinating for me, sort of as an infectious disease expert, I worked for the US government as an epidemiologist, which is like a disease detective, being able to do a very deep dive, understand how is an airport, a convention center, how is a hotel, for example, even a school, cleaned in a way that creates an environment that protects human health has been fascinating. And to really, what our GBAC Star program with the 20 elements does is that deep dive in understanding what are your protocols, procedures, what equipment are you using, how can we help you with to do it better, save money. I know time is our biggest risk factor when it comes to cleaning anything that's in the built environment. So being able to do a really thorough deep dive analysis and work with these organizations like these airports, convention centers and hotels has been absolutely fascinating. I've learned so much.
I've talked with you before about this, and I think in one of our previous interviews, you had alluded to this also, that these larger facilities actually are almost like a living entity unto themselves. They have their own personalities, they have their own specific problems, where an airport may have a problem because of the type of flights they have compared to a hospital that is expanded over 8, 10, 12 city blocks. I mean, can you touch a little bit about some of the specific issues on a few of these?
Yes, Lance, the size of an airport, a convention center, even the size of the hotels that we work with, the size of the schools. When you map it out by square footage, it's enormous. But when you map it out by users of that built environment, so that's both the workers, the employees, as well as the people that come in and out of those buildings on a daily basis, we're looking at some really significant, big numbers, which leads to risk. And for me to sit down and work with an airport, a convention center, a hotel, or a school, and go, right, how many people come into your indoor space every day? And I get a number. How many people work in your indoor space every day? Okay, how many of those areas within that environment, that built environment, are maybe reservoirs or risk or hazards for infectious diseases, for germs to thrive and survive? And we map that out on a floor plan. And by looking at that, we're looking at some really big issues here when it comes to, okay, so we know everyone wants to come into an airport, a hotel, convention center and go, oh, look, it smells clean, it looks clean, it's clean for appearance. But what we really want to do is change that paradigm, help these organizations to understand that they can clean for health and they can then market what they're doing by what they do by their processes and their operations, that they're actually protecting human health. And that's protecting human health of any user, not just the employees, but also the users. Anyone that comes into that environment should feel safe and confident.
We make a distinction when we talk with our members, when we teach classes, that we don't fix people, we fix buildings. But I think the side effect of fixing the buildings is what helps fix people.
It does, Lance, and I think what we've seen, and I like the conversations that Normie's been having with many of their stakeholders, as well as with ISSA and with the GBAC team, is how do we create a workforce development program that will focus on cleaning for health as a sustainable part of the industry that we do every day. It's what we're responsible for. It's going to be what what we're going to be measured against is cleaning for health, and ensuring that every cleaning professional, the challenge we have in the cleaning industry is that there are many people within the industry that have many different terms of what they do or how they do it. But let's create a big umbrella that if you work in the cleaning industry, you're an essential cleaning professional. And how do we work towards a workforce development program that provides the necessary, I suppose, knowledge, skills, and abilities so that everyone understands what the hazards are, they can identify risk, but then they understand what needs to be clean and disinfected. And then most importantly, Lance, how often they need to do that. And that's still the question that we get at ISSA, especially through the GBAC team, from so many service providers as well as facilities. How often should I be doing it? And that's something we really want to correct as we move into 2023. Get those training programs out there, get that education material out there that focuses on how often, and more importantly, again, it goes back to, what you're doing, is it best for the environment, and is it the best that you're focusing on, sort of science, evidence-based procedures for cleaning for health, and can you tell that cleaning story? And that's so important. We want everyone by the end of 2023 be able to tell their cleaning story and justify what they do and how they do it, and that's going to lead to more business opportunities.
I've heard you use the term built environments, and we've talked a little bit about that, and I'd like you to explain what you mean by that. But what's the next big thing coming up with some of these big programs and stuff you have under built environments?
Oh, I think it goes back. This is a great discussion. When we'll use certain terms, cleaning for health is one big term that we're all working on to ensure that it's appropriately defined. But within the built environment, Lance, this is anything that is not natural. It's any space that's actually been built by humans, by people, and we should be focusing on cleaning for health within trains, planes, cars. Any indoor space, anything that we occupy, because we know that so many studies have shown us that we spend about 90% of our day in the built environment. That's indoors, which is really interesting, Lance, because if you lived to 80 years old and you spent 90% of your time in the built environment or indoors, it really means you've spent 72 years of your 80 years of life inside. And we want to ensure that there's so much emphasis on health and safety. We want to ensure that everyone understands that there are places where you find germs in buildings, in other areas, and we call those reservoirs. But how do you identify those reservoirs? One thing that we heard from the COVID-19 pandemic was, frequently clean and disinfect those high-touch surfaces. But then when you went and asked people, what are those high touch surfaces where you work? We got many different answers. What we weren't consistent. So let's transition. Let's evolve. Let's move on and be better by focusing on those reservoirs within the built environment. And again, we know that's water and wet surfaces, dry surfaces, dirt and dust, any equipment that we use or touch, and especially air. And these are all the areas where germs can survive and lead to infection. And let's focus on those reservoirs and move that forward as being our main focus to come up with solutions that work, that are affordable as we clean for health.
As far as you said, 72 years, inside, living to 90 or 80. There was
80 years old, Lance.
80 years old, man, you just threw me with that. And then you think about the average person takes 20,000 breaths a day, times 365 days a year, times 72 years. That's a lot of indoor breathing. And indoor air quality, as the big umbrella, shows the importance there of how much exposure people really have in those environments. And cleaning with healthier products, cleaning the right way. I mean, how does a cleaning professional explain to their customer about what needs to be cleaned, where the things hide that need to be cleaned, and how to do them safely.
Oh, I think what you've just set up here for us, Lance, what you've just stated, the fact that we're talking about some significant time, 72 years out of 80 years that, we spend indoors. That's 90% of the day we're spending indoors. It's really important for any essential cleaning professional to understand that what are those other risks, other hazards out there. And again, let's look at some of these numbers. And I think it's important that we understand these numbers and we're able to convey those numbers within the workers that we work with, but also the stakeholders, the people, our customers. So let's think about this. A cough produces about approximately 3,000 droplets, and a sneeze releases about 40,000 droplets. But what does that mean? Well, we know that each droplet, that's one droplet, can contain as many as 200 million virus particles. So do the math there. 3,000 times 200 million, 40,000 times 200 million. You're talking about a lot of virus particles through one cough or one sneeze. Now, what we also know, Lance, is that those particles from a cough can travel up to 6 feet. Particles, these droplets from a sneeze can travel up to 26 feet. We know that breathing, and we saw this with COVID, the outbreak that happened down at Utah with the choir, the singing of the people, expelling droplets out of their mouth. We know that just breathing can expel droplets up to 3 feet. So people within the cleaning industry, we need to be able to define these risks, these hazards. But also we know a toilet flush. So if we flush a toilet, Lance, without closing the lid, the thousands of droplets that come out of the toilet can travel up to 8 feet away. Now, we can translate that to what does it mean for human health? How do we translate that to protecting human health? Well, a person can be infected with a viral disease. It might be COVID-19, it might be flu, it might be a rhinovirus, an adenovirus, it might be other viruses, but with as little as 1,000 virus particles. So with as little as 1,000 infectious virus particles can infect a person and make them sick. And so just look at what we do. So we've really got to be really together as a team here by understanding that cleaning services, cleaning the air is one of our key defenses in the battle against infectious diseases, but also that includes, we've got to add on allergies, and we've also got to talk about exposure to harmful contaminants. So it's really important that that all of us understand the risk in these built environments, the risk where we work, the risk when we go outside our house, and be able to explain that in those sort of numbers so people go, that justifies why I'm paying you for what you do, but more importantly, why it takes you so long to clean for health, that in a way that's, again, science-based and evidence-based, and it's effective.
So what would you say is the things that a cleaning professional would need to know to protect themselves and the public or their employees about germs, basically? We'll call it germs, viruses, bacteria, mold, whatever, microbial contaminants in a environment.
I think first of all, we need to understand there's reservoirs. And these reservoirs are places on or in our bodies ourselves, or they're reservoirs where these are places in the built environment where germs can live and thrive. And for germs to spread, they have to spread between and among these reservoirs. So if we looked at the human body, there's 4 reservoirs. There's the skin, there's the gastrointestinal system or gut, there's the respiratory system, and then there's blood and fluids from our body. And I want everyone to understand that when we talk about blood and fluids, think about anything that's wet from a person's body can actually have germs in it. And we focus so much, Lance, on blood. I want people to understand that for blood from a healthy person, blood should not have germs in it. It shouldn't be infectious. It should be sterile. Blood has germs in it when you get blood from a person who has a disease or has some sort of infection. And so we look at blood as being different, but most of the time when blood comes from a person's body, it doesn't carry infectious diseases. So we've got to understand it's blood and fluid, so anything that's wet. Now, within the built environment, we're talking about these reservoirs, and we know that these reservoirs are environments where germs can, again, thrive and survive. Water and wet surfaces anywhere, dry surfaces, dirt and dust, equipment. And then again, we need to do more focus on the air, which is what, again, a lot of the Normie programs are addressing right now. So it's important we understand those reservoirs. Then we need to know the pathways, and there are really 4 main pathways that germs can spread. Touch, we know they can spread when we breathe them in. We know that germs can spread when we are exposed to splashes and sprays, but also through cuts and abrasions. So, we have breaks in the skin here, Lance, that can bypass or break down the body's natural defense systems. And it's important that all cleaning professionals understand that there are reservoirs and then there are pathways. And so they should be, everyone should be striving now to be trained on what those reservoirs are, what those pathways are, and then they should be able to explain they are trained. And so I want cleaning professionals to be able to explain, I'm a trained professional. I know there are reservoirs and pathways. I know I have tools and processes to address how to clean and disinfect those surfaces that I've judged to be high risk. And I understand that what I'm doing, I can also use tools to enable the scientific measurement of cleanliness. And one of the first steps we're doing right now, Lance, again, is bringing a team of master trainers, which you're involved in as well, together to try to develop under a sort of an umbrella of workforce development. What are those key critical core competencies, the skills, the attitudes, the abilities, the knowledge? What is it every person in the cleaning industry needs to understand to ensure that what we do is doing in the best way that we do it to protect human health?
Yeah, I want to talk to you about the workforce development in a minute. I just want to back up for a second to the previous discussion that we were just having. You mentioned there's 4 reservoirs, or 4 types of reservoirs, basically. But from my experience in the past, working for the government and doing a lot of other programs with emergency services, we're always taught about blood-borne pathogens. But that's where it stops, unless you get training in hazmat or something like that. As an expert in the industry, what would you like to see next, training wise, and for these people that are only taught about bloodborne pathogens?
Yeah, it's really important. The bloodborne pathogens served its purpose. When that training was required, we had HIV, we had hepatitis, and other diseases. We're still concerned about those pathogens today, those diseases today. But more importantly, I want people to focus on that anything that's wet from a person's body can actually have germs or infectious disease agents in them. And let's move away from, everyone needs to understand, I've said before, Lance, blood is really sterile. Blood from a person that doesn't have a disease, doesn't have an infection, is not a threat in itself, unless it comes from someone who is infected. But the problem is we don't know that. We don't have that information when we go to clean up a spill, for example, on a floor or on a door handle or on another object in a room that's covered in blood. We don't know where it came from. We don't know what the underlying conditions were of the person where that blood actually originated from. So it's really important. We still have to carry out all those precautions for blood because it's just an unknown. But more importantly, we need to expand our knowledge base, understand that we need to expand our training to understand that blood and fluids, that's anything that's wet from a person's body, is a real risk for spreading infectious disease agents or pathogens, and focus on that, and move away from, it's a sneeze, it's a cough, it's urine, it's diarrhea, it's vomit. No, these are all, for me, as an infectious disease expert, are high risk. And we really should be training everyone in the cleaning industry to focus on those high risk fluids. And there's probably at least 11 of them that come from the body. And that's, and again, move away from that conversation. I agree with you, Lance. Too much of what we're doing now is around that conversation of just blood, but let's go back to anything that's wet that comes out of the body.
You mentioned in some prior discussions that we had about an incident where somebody had vomited on carpeting, and then as it dried, it was vacuumed up, which created a huge airborne contamination issue, and people were getting really sick from that. Again, now we're not dealing with bloodborne pathogens. Now we're dealing with aerosolized, things from something that dried, trying to clean that up. And if you don't do it properly, I think that's where the lack of education is really becoming a big problem in this industry.
And it's more likely for any essential cleaning professional to be exposed to vomit, diarrhea, sweat, sneezes, coughs, other wet substances from the body than blood. You know, it's we don't deal with blood every day. What we deal with every day is all these other wet substances that come from bodies and land on surfaces. And the potential there is something that I think in a way we've minimalized the risk. We need to go back and do our proper hazard identification, then a risk assessment based on, here's a very overcrowded room. Is there anything that's wet that came out of a person's body? And if it did, where did it land? And what are the necessary, again, cleaning products, disinfectants, or even the equipment I need to use, including personal protective equipment, to ensure that what I do in the workplace is done safely. And in that mindset is there. It's there in a number of organizations I work with on a day-to-day basis. It's not, I wouldn't say it's everywhere, but I'd like to see by the end of 2023, at least, Lance, that way of identifying hazards, doing a risk assessment, and then understanding that they are the risks that we have to focus on. Even though when these surfaces appear clean, they still might have germs that are invisible, we can't detect, that we have to then clean for health in a way that's safe for the cleaning professional, but also safe and healthy for the environment as well. So we don't damage. We just don't want to damage stuff as well. That's the other area that we need to focus on.
You know, I recently was in the hospital, part of the volunteer work and stuff I still do. I get involved with that. But with all the education and information coming out now, it's like at least the younger doctors, I'm seeing this in more, are looking at the industry with a new set of eyes. They're learning, they're recognizing different problems. I actually watched a doctor in the emergency room go from patient to patient, but stop after each patient and spray a sanitizing agent on their stethoscope, wipe it down, and then go to the next patient. You never saw that years ago. They would just stethoscope, patient to patient to patient.
We're seeing that across so many different verticals throughout the industry as well, Lance. I think we're seeing now whether people have been formally trained, in some cases yes, in some cases no, but we're seeing that workers now are giving adequate time. They're being equipped with the best tools and products and processes to deliver a clean, healthy, and safe, again, built environment. They're doing things that are evidence-based. They're using objective measurements of air, water, and surfaces to ensure that what they're doing actually works. And then they're being able to use, through measurement, those metrics to show what they did actually works. And I think this is the area that we really want to piggyback on. We really want to leverage and take this to scale to ensure that, yeah, we saw a few things change over the last couple of years with the COVID-19 pandemic. How do we get it? How do we institutionalize that and become part of our culture? How do we, what's the education and training that's required that we can use different case studies, different examples to go to scale? And I think that's just really important, Lance. Again, we've seen mistakes and we've learned from mistakes, but how would we be more sort of preventive in the way that we can actually justify what we did is based on science and evidence? It's a best practice. And we're ensuring that what we do, we're doing it frequently enough to ensure that everything is clean and is safe in a way that we as trained professionals should be recognized for. So I think it's important that all of us work together across our different verticals and different stakeholders that we've got to engage them in a way that, let's be intentional. Let's be intentional about measuring the important factors for cleanliness. And let's ensure that that measurement is a key to process improvement.
All right. A little while ago, you had mentioned about workforce development, and I want to get back to that because you also talked about scale. And I know you got some pretty big visions out there, about how many people you actually want to train. I'll let you throw the number out. I'm not going to do it. But part of that also deals with grant funding that you've been working with. I don't know if you feel that you can talk about that right now.
Yes, we
on the
can.
spot.
Yeah. No, this is really important. This is really important, Lance. Just recently we came down to the Normie facilities in Florida, and we conducted a 2-day workshop on curriculum development with nearly 20 master trainers. And this is a really critical first step. And in my career that I've worked with both, government and non-government, I've been involved in some really big programs where we've aimed for some, training and education of really some significant numbers. And so let's reflect, how many people do we think just in the US is involved in the cleaning industry? And I think from discussions we have with the US Department of Labor, both at the federal and state levels, we don't know exactly, but we think there's about probably 5 million workers in the cleaning industry that work on the front lines. And so one of the things that I'd like to throw out there, Lance, is if there's 5 million essential cleaning professionals in the US, could we train 1 million in a year? That's 20%. Could we train 20% of the workforce? Train 1 million people every year in a way that helps them maintain a balanced ecosystem within the built environment, again, by using the right products in the right place at the right time. And I think, ISSA in a consortium with Normie, with Shaw Industries, with CPI. So we've got, Doug Hoffman, we've got you, Lance, we've got Dave Murrah over at CPI. We've got Jim Manus with Shaw Industries and again, a number of other master trainers all coming together to focus on what is the appropriate real need training facilitation that's required to go to 1 million, training at 1 million workers a year. So again, let's look at their practice, their commitment, the eagerness for people to engage. How do we understand what their prior knowledge and experience is in cleaning? How do we create an environment where people want to be on a pathway of continuous improvement? How do we emphasize that everyone should be asking the why behind cleaning for health actions, so that no matter how varied your experience is, your background, or even the work environment you're in, we want 1 million workers every year to be trained to ensure they have the skills and the knowledge to make informed decisions to keep themselves, their co-workers, and everyone who uses that built environment safe and healthy. Are we there? No, but wouldn't it be great if that was our mission? Our mission was to go where we are today, our baseline, what we do every year amongst all our different organizations, and say, look, collectively, could we come together as a team, as a coalition, and train 1 million workers a year? And again, the OSHA grant that ISSA was awarded at the end of last year is going to help us do that. Starting in January, from January to September 2023, we're going to focus on conducting at least 30 face-to-face workshops amongst the 20 master trainers. That will help us go to scale. What comes, help us from lessons learned there. What are the next steps? How many more facilities do we need? How many more training areas do we need? How many more trainers do we need? What does the curriculum look like? And I think we'll get there. It'll take a little bit of time. It'll take a little work, but it's going to take a team effort to get to 1 million workers. That should be our mission right now.
About 5 minutes ago in that answer, you had mentioned the word essential. And I know essential personnel is a sticking point with the cleaning industry because, when COVID-19 hit, hospitals and important facilities that had to stay open could only allow essential people to pass curfews and things like that. And the cleaning staff weren't included in that. Do you see that changing?
It will, Lance, because it's based on personal experiences. And I'll tell you about my personal experience. We go back to April 2020 here in Washington, D.C. We had started probably, I think it was the first week of April, a curfew at 8 o'clock. And I was in a hospital training cleaning staff in a hospital on how to clean for this new infectious disease, SARS-CoV-2 virus, COVID-19. And I came out of the hospital around about 8:15. The curfew had started at 8. And I was stopped by 2 policemen. And they said, "What are you doing on the street?" And I said, "I work in the hospital." And I said, "Here's my hospital ID card." And on the back of it, it says, I'm an essential employee and here's my emergency pass. And I looked over my shoulder and there was 15 cleaning professionals coming out of the hospital, the people I had just trained. And I went, oh, bugger, they don't have what I have. They don't have one of these passes. And I said to the police officer, they're all with me. And he said, all of them? I said, yeah, they're all with me. And I sat around that night and went, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Because you can't go into a dirty hospital in the middle of a pandemic. You can't go into a dirty airport. You can't go into a dirty hotel. And we have really started now on both at the federal government level as well as the state level to ensure that cleaning professionals make that essential employee list. I do as an infectious disease expert, but that's not what we want to do here. We want to ensure that everyone that we advocate for and represent is on that list so they can continue doing their work on a daily basis when there's a disaster, an emergency, or other sort of critical situation. And I can say right now that's not in place. So let's go back to this, Lance. If we want to train 1 million people, which we will do, keep that as our focus. What else do we have to do? Well, as a sidebar, we have to advocate for people both at the federal and state government levels, down to the local level, government level as well, to be considered as essential employees. And the only way we can do that is with an appropriate workforce development program by showing the curriculum, by demonstrating the learning objectives, by demonstrating the skills, the knowledge, and the abilities these people will have and do have, and do it in a way that's formalized. And I think this is the real big opportunity for all of us at the moment, to do a formal workforce development program that we can defend, but we can say we're doing this based on science and evidence, and it's going to protect their health and their safety as well as that of the environment they clean every day.
Let's talk about the word scale again that you mentioned. This is not just a problem for the US. This is a worldwide issue. I mean, you're talking about airports, means of transportation, cruise ships, hospitals. This is all over. I mean, do you see any kind of headway in the rest of the planet?
Yes, it is. And we're seeing some parallels from other industries, Lance, that we could actually look at as models. So again, if I would like to have a formal program in place where cleaning professionals are acknowledged as professional tradesmen or tradespeople. And the plumbers, the electricians, the plasterers, are all recognized as being a trade. Cleaning is a trade. I would go back even further than that. Look at in places like Europe, UK, Australia, Southeast Asia, looking at programs for recognizing trades. How do they do it? How do we get the cleaning professionals to be recognized as a trade? How do we get appropriate courses into community colleges or even universities? One of the examples I use quite often, though, Lance, is the stop and go sign, guys, on construction work on roads. Now, internationally, as well as in many states in the country here, you have to go through a formal training program to be able to hold a stop and go sign. And it's a formal workforce development program. And I went, gosh, if the stop and go sign guy, or lady or person has to go through and do a formal training, then that's a really good model for us to look at and say, well, how do we take that back to the cleaning industry and go, where is the formal workforce development program here? And that gives me a lot of optimism, a lot of hope that we can achieve this. But it's going to, again, take a team. And we've started that, again, working with Normie, CPI, Shaw, and many other stakeholders within the cleaning industry, starting to build up what does that master trainer look like? There's that cohort of master trainers, and then again, sit down and look at what are the key learning objectives that are needed to get us recognized as being professionals. We should be recognized as a trade. I thoroughly believe that. And with that, we need to have formalized training, maybe even annual compliance training. I don't know whether it's out there at the moment for the cleaning industry, but what does annual compliance training look like if we're going to be using products, chemistry in disinfectants and cleaning products, as well as equipment that can both do good and harm? That's so important that we continue as a team to advocate for that.
Several years ago when COVID first came on the scene, and I know it's been around a lot longer, but when it became an issue in a pandemic, a lot of tragedy came out of this, but a lot of good discussions did too. And a lot of changes to an industry that desperately needed recognition, changing and understanding. I think there's hope moving forward.
Oh, Lance, it's exciting. In my career, I've done it previously in other infectious diseases programs I've worked in other sectors I've worked in, both in government and non-government. Do I think it's doable? I wouldn't throw a number out there to train 1 million people in a year if I didn't think it was realistic. And I really do think it's a realistic, doable, achievable goal that we all should have as an industry, and sit down as a team to work out what it needs to go to scale. What are the moving parts? What are the elements that need to be put in place to make that happen? But I think all of us collectively as a cleaning industry should say, let's go for it. Let's go and train 1 million people in a year and be able to do it the next year and the year after. And then once we get that number, we might sit back and go, okay, how do we do better than that?
You know, if we can only get you to become a little bit more passionate about this, you know, it might drive it a little faster.
Well,
Just kidding.
it's interesting, Lance. As an epidemiologist, working in infectious diseases, both for government and for the private sector for many years, to think that I've now come over into the clean industry, which I didn't know a lot about a few years ago. I've learned a few things. I continue to learn things every day, but I see so much opportunity for this industry, and that's what excites me. I think, first of all, recognition. Everyone's got to be recognized for the hard work they do every day. Recognition for the science that goes into the development of our cleaning products, our disinfectants, the active ingredients, the science behind that, get that recognized. Recognition for the tools that we have available for all of us to clean. Again, cleaning for health and the tools that we use for that. So more importantly, it's about being a good advocate, being a steward at the moment for everyone in the cleaning industry to get that recognition I think they deserve. I do what I do right now, Lance, because I don't think it's there. And I think that's something that I could be successful at helping at, but not just me on my own. It's going to take a team and working with people like Doug and yourself to get that to happen.
Hey, Gavin, as always, it's a pleasure talking to you. It's extremely informative. It's fun. And I appreciate you spending the time here with us.
No, I really appreciate it, and just appreciate what you and Normie are doing right now for the industry. It's fantastic, Lance. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And we'll do this again.
Be more than happy to.
All righty. Take care.
Bye now.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Hi, everyone. Lance here from Normie, and I am very happy today to be doing an interview with two people that I love talking with, especially when they're together during an interview. It's always an event, and I'll put that out there because we're going to be talking about the experience of the event. And Larry Cooper is going to be one of the guests here today, and Doug Hoffman, the CEO from Normie. So I'm going to bring them both in here, let them both say a quick hello, and then we're going to get started with the interview. And Larry, as the founder of the experience and the guest here today, I want to start with you. Just want to say a quick hello to everybody.
Hey, thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure and honor to be with anybody at the Normie organization. I love you guys. You guys do such great work for our industry. And it's fascinating how much you're changing and growing and great things are happening, which is really fun to see. And we've changed a lot too. And so you'll notice that over the next couple of years, we had a company acquired by BNP Media, and myself and my daughters are still actively involved in running the event and putting programming together and having fun. And we're very excited to be part of BNP Media and R&R Magazine. And it really gives us this power that we've been looking for to get more information out into the industry. Because of R&R Magazine, which is Restoration Remediation Magazine, we'll be able to take new information that we're getting at our show and start publishing it right away and have the power to get more information and more science and more creation. And I think it also will have a great opportunity for Normie and Normie members to really excel at all the remediation and restoration you're involved in.
Well, that is a great segue, and I'm going to say thank you prior to the segue, but now we're going to segue over to Doug, the executive director of Normie, just to follow up and say hello to everybody also.
Yes, hello, glad to be here. And it's so funny because I was just sitting here listening to you, Larry, and I was thinking about how in 2004, when we started, we really had felt that there was a vacuum in some ways in the industry on training that really needed to be filled. And so we kind of moved into that slot and started doing training, of course, for the state of Louisiana initially. And now being the only training provider that's approved for all 5 states that have licensing, and Portland, Oregon now, and some other states that are looking at that. You've been a big part in putting us in a place where we could have an impact on the industry. And so I want to thank you for that up front. But I'm glad to be here today, too, to talk about what I think is going to be one of the most important events this year, and that's the experience in Fort Lauderdale coming up soon.
All right, thank you, Doug. Well, I'll tell you what, let's get right into this. And I can tell you that I've attended, I've lost count, 8, 10 of the experience shows, possibly more over the last several years. And I always find it interesting and exciting the way that it just keeps growing and growing. So let's put it out there. Well, what's new for the experience this time around?
Well, the best part is we're back at the beach. So,
Amen.
you know, I should have been a beach bum by profession. I'm really good at that. But we're actually going to be at the Fort Lauderdale Convention Center. We've been trying to get in there for a decade, and we're very pleased to have the opportunity that we've grown enough to be able to have that facility for our learning and opportunities. And then we're at the Hilton Marina right across the street. And just a beautiful, beautiful location. But that's really not what the experience is about. What's new at the experience is that we're continuing to grow our opportunities for education. And we're getting so good at it. We have specific tracks now that we follow. And the cleaning track, the restoration, remediation track, management and marketing. And then we have a general subject, which we bring in a lot of subject experts to help us out. And one of them, of course, is Normie. That will actually be doing a fascinating track for us the second day, all hands on. I'm thrilled about that opportunity. So, you know, what we're really doing is we're providing education, both classroom and hands-on. Our goal is that each attendee, if they're really interested and they're attending classes like they should, even though we're on the beach, will bring home 3 or 4 new tools and ideas they can implement into their business right away. And they have subject experts they've met at our show that they can go back and collaborate with and ask questions and just continue to thrive as an industry. You know, our goal all along has always been probably similar to yours: raise the bar as high as we possibly can so that consumers recognize the professionalism of our industry and the experts that are out there to help out. And the show has done that over the years, and we're thrilled. This is our 44th show, and wow, it's been a great journey to say the least. But we're really excited about some specific areas in this show. And there is a lot going on around restoration and remediation, and we'll talk more about that, but really pay attention to what's happening in the industry. And then the delivery of how you get jobs has changed also. And that always fascinates me and drives me crazy. So let's talk more about that too.
Doug, you and I have had a lot of conversations about the experience and things that we plan to do there. Is there anything you can kind of like share just a little bit? We can get more into that later, but just kind of like the excitement.
I think one of the things that we've said to our members, and I've told Larry this many times as well, we've told them if they go to one event a year, this is the event they need to go to. If they don't go to any other conference, they need to go to the experience, either the one in the spring or the one in the fall in Vegas. And the reason is because this is a real experience. I mean, he named it correctly. This is not one of those events where you just go in and wander around and wonder what you're going to do for the next 3 days. And eat stale food. This event is all about teaching people how to actually do the work. And yes, the food is good and the entertainment is good, and the exhibition hall is good. But I think Larry has really found the key, from my perspective, really found the key to making an event successful. And that's where you can focus on training and still have the advantage of being one-on-one with a vendor. And you've got time to do that here. It's really, I think your schedule has been phenomenal. And so I'm obviously very excited about doing this again. We've done it multiple times, but I'm very excited about doing it again because I think we're going to have some things that we're going to be able to introduce to the industry that's not been seen before. Some things that I think are going to change the way folks think. And if I can say this, just one thing, one of the ways that I think Larry has broadened the industry's view of the industry itself, besides just underscoring the importance of training, is one of the things that we've tried to bring to the table is this discussion about mold in the context of indoor air quality. And when you start talking about indoor air quality and you're talking about microbials in general, you couldn't talk about a more relevant subject than how the things that we do in supplementing, and I think in a lot of ways improving, as it were, the cleaning side of the industry, because that's what we're doing. We're actually creating cleaner and safer and healthier environments by cleaning up surfaces and the air of all types of microbials, not just mold. We're talking about bacteria and viruses and other things as well. Larry's got that vision. And that's one of the things that's been exciting with me working with him, is that we've been able together, I think, to really impact this industry and I was going to say push them toward the idea of thinking more about what they're actually doing for people's health.
Well, I mean,
before you go on, Lance, I got to tell you, I went over to get my hair cut, and the gal that's been cutting my hair for 20 years cuts out of her house. And I'm there, and she starts telling me about how they've had a drip under their sink. And I'm like, oh, she said, will you look at it? And I'm like, sure. I always have PPE in my car. I wasn't sure I needed it. So I walk in the house and I walk towards the kitchen. I can immediately start smelling mold. And I'm like, what's going on here? And she said, oh, my husband opened up the cabinet, opened up the wall. And I'm like, it's everywhere now,
Oops.
right? Yeah. So they exposed the whole house to mold unknowingly. And then, of course, she used the big solution. She sprayed it with bleach. Now I said, well, now I can't see most of the mold because you made it clear or white. That really helped. So nonetheless, we have such a huge job to do still of education, just to consumers. But really, if our remediation and restoration contractors truly understood what we're up against and how to protect humans in their own environment, we could educate the public in a much quicker way.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. I was just like, oh my God. I immediately went out, got my PPE on, put on Tyvek suit, mask, and they're like, what the hell are you doing? You know, and I'm like, I want to live.
Well, since you brought up the 4-letter word mold, let us go down that path. Over the last several years with COVID, everything has been focused on COVID and viruses, and it's kind of shifted away from even things as common as the flu. So the industry has changed that way, but now it's 2023. Oh, Happy New Year. If I forgot to say that to you.
Thank you all.
And, where do you see the remediation and restoration industry itself, specifically like with mold? Where do you see it going this year?
What I have seen is that there are a number of groups like Normie that are doing serious research and investigation into best practices. And I think those best practices are going to change finally. We've been doing things that we made up 25 years ago when I was chair of the S520 and the 500. We didn't really have science. We were doing things we thought was right. And now we have a lot of science, we have a lot of data, we have real information and real testing to be able to understand what's going on. And I think that's where the industry needs to go. And as a show, we're going to continue to promote that, elevate those ideas to the highest level on our programs. And then also I'm going to work with R&R Magazine to make sure we're publishing that type of information so that the industry starts looking at it. And change doesn't come fast. I recognize that, but we also put things in place that we made up. It's time to really investigate whether they work or not. So, the S520 and the 500 were the best information we had available at the time. And here we are now in a different place. And there are new ways and new critical thinking ideas about how to do jobs that are better practices than we've done in the past. So I think that's really where I'm hoping this whole thing moves to. And it's not just the mold area, it's also with virus, bacteria, it's also with other crazy things that are coming up. And I think we just need to be better prepared as an industry to respond. And, one of the most disappointing things I think I can say out loud is our response to COVID was a little ridiculous. Spraying stuff in environments and leaving it certainly doesn't help the human health by any way. And so I know a lot of people made a lot of money spraying this goop, whatever it was. I don't know how many of those products were actually approved for use in the indoor environment the way they were using it. But we need to grow up as an industry and we need to do things a little more responsible. And I'm going to shut up and let Doug jump.
Yeah, well, no, you're right on, Larry. And let me speak to this for just a second, because this is kind of a new thing. And I think you're going to be excited about this as well. So in 2015, when the state of Florida was working on their standards of practice, we wrote the Normie Professional Practices. And that document is an insured document, and it was good for its time in 2015. But since then, we've had 5 revisions.
Wow.
And the latest revision we just finished last week, and we're going to be presenting that, of course, at the experience and our first class here in 2 weeks. But the professional practices, that's what it's really designed to do, is to lay it alongside of the ISCRCS 500 and 520 and say, now here's the specific way, based on the contamination that you're dealing with, this is a specific way to do the work. It's a best practices document. We just added level 4, which is for sensitized individuals and how the work should be done in those kinds of circumstances. And I think what you're saying is exactly what's happened, what I see has happened in the industry. Spraying a bunch of stuff and letting it settle on the ground is like taking a trash can and pouring it out on your dining room table and saying, okay, I'm done. No, you've got to mechanically remove that contamination. Spraying, of course, you should spray, but it should be used correctly. And like you said, you should have the right kind of product that you're using and use the right method. There's so many great tools out there. We're talking now about one of the new electrostatic sprayers that seems to be different from a lot of the other ones because it's induction charging. So there's all kinds of cool things that are happening. I think I mentioned to you yesterday, we're going to talk about air washing in a way that has never been talked about before. And I think in a way that's going to really improve the methods by which we are cleaning up these environments. And that's exciting. It's a really good time to be in the industry right now and to be a part of this kind of event, because you're seeing these new techniques and then you can take them out into the marketplace and help people live healthier lives.
Are you saying I should leave my leaf blower home?
No, you could come over to my house and remove all the leaves out of the backyard. That's what I'm saying.
Start on the inside and then work out.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I have another question, because you guys are like hitting the buzzwords of the industry that I want to talk about. And I'm going to put it out to both of you at the same time. I don't know how good this is going to work out, but with what you're talking about now, professional practices and the experience coming up, and the one that's going to be coming up later in the year in Las Vegas, how do you see these changes affecting what we're going to be doing at the experiences? We'll go with both of them, and I'll put it out to either of you or both, whatever you want to do here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like to take this new technology and new ideas and new equipment and whatever else testing we have available and bring it into the trade show hall where there's the most optimum audience there and do it hands-on. Because, being in a classroom and showing a slide picture of it is great. But to take that picture, bring it into the trade show hall, turn it on and show them, and put it in their hands sometimes, there's no other opportunity like that for them to be able to learn, take it back and implement it in their company. So from our standpoint, especially in Las Vegas, we're planning to build a big house again with other construction areas as well, so that we can do more of this live demo. And we're really looking forward to working with Normie in both locations.
Well, and to supplement that suggestion, which is going to, he's done a great job of doing a flood house and demonstrating on all that's done in the exhibition hall. One of the things that Larry was gracious enough to do for us last year in Cincinnati, and then we repeated it in Vegas and going to do it now again in Lauderdale as we improve it, was he gave us a training room where one of the tracks, we would actually have them in the classroom and be able to show them how to do containment, how to set up negative air, how to use an AFD as an air scrubber, all of these different techniques, and how to install doors and what types of doors there are out there. The new reuse zip it. We actually installed a Zebulon air wall. So there's so many things that we're able to do. And as he said, I think we were very successful in Cincinnati and successful enough to repeat it in Las Vegas, where we had a whole classroom filled with people, standing room only, showing them how to do this hands-on work. And we're planning the same thing, of course, in Lauderdale.
Absolutely. And, we're talking about sensitized people. We're talking about spraying things. And those are the kind of things we need to talk about hands-on also. If you're going to spray and bring out a sprayer, start it up, what are we going to do after it falls? It's all over everything. We need to learn how to clean properly, responsibly, to make sure that we're doing it. And consumers a lot of times don't want to hear about how to do it right. They don't want to pay the extra cost. But we as experts and professionals in the industry need to advise them with the best information available, let them make a decision. And then you as a company need to make a decision if you want to do the job, not following the standard of care maybe that you've created yourself for your own company.
So Larry, I don't want to offend anybody, and I know this is going to go on our national television channel, but I say it in class very openly, and I really believe this is true. When you're in business and you say you're starting a business, you've got to decide right up front, am I going to be a Walmart or am I going to be a Macy's? I'm going to be in the marketplace only looking for the best price I can get, or am I going to actually do it right? And it doesn't really matter so much about the cost. Obviously, you want to be reasonable about it. But the point is that doing it right has to take precedence over doing it cheap. And you've got to make those kinds of decisions. And so I think customers appreciate that, because now they're looking for somebody who is following the standards, following the guidelines, following the professional practices, and they know for sure that they're going to get a job done well. I think that's so important, and a lot of guys don't even think about that these days.
When from a liability standpoint,
Hmm.
protecting your own company, if you're not following the standard of care, there is no defense.
That's right.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's right. It's what we call shifting the liability. I think, again, in our classes, when I was a contractor in the construction industry, I would hire a subcontractor. I made sure he had a certificate of insurance for his workers' comp. And why did I do that? It's because I didn't want to pay the workers' comp if his employee got hurt.
Right.
And so the point is I shifted the liability from me to him. And that's exactly what the standard of care and the best practices, professional practices, that's exactly what it does. If you do it the way it's supposed to be done, you're shifting the liability away from you. You're no longer a cowboy. You're shifting the liability away from you to the person who's actually written the guideline.
You know, there's a very simple statement that quantifies or qualifies, whichever way you want to place it into this, to make that true. And it's to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, not because it's the cheapest or I can charge the most for this. It's the right way to do it.
Well, and there's one other variable that's really challenging for every contractor out there. If there's insurance coverage, what will the insurance coverage cover and not cover? And so now the insurance company is trying to shift the liability to your company by not doing it the right way.
Yeah, that's
Now
right.
you need to make a business decision. Am I going to take that on? Obviously, we want the work. At the same time, we don't want the risk.
And if the job goes south, whose license is going to be bothered, yours or the insurance carrier? So you're exactly right. You got to be in charge of the job.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, these are all amazing topics that we talk about at the show, and we need to go and delve deeper into it also. And, one of the things that we're going to do at the show is we're bringing in another relationship with RIA, and we've never worked with them before. We're excited about that. But again, what we're looking for is the expertise and level of collaboration through the whole industry. I mean, if Normie and RIA and IICRC and the experience are standing together on issues, that is
right.
a big
right.
one. There's no question about it. And now we're starting to work with NADCA also.
Well, Larry, with that, I mean, without giving away secrets and some of the surprises that you always have for us,
There's secrets? Wow.
how is Norm going to be participating in the Fort Lauderdale show? The Las Vegas show is too far off to talk about. But what
Sure.
specifically do you vision, or are you able to talk about Normie and the show coming up?
Well, I asked Doug to specifically take a track on the second day and do all hands on in the classroom. So, the experience name is not a mistake. It's on purpose. We want people to experience hands-on. That learning is so valuable. And Normie has done such a great job of transferring that information to our participants. So that's why we have standing room only in your room, because you're doing it right. And we
Thank
really
you.
appreciate that. And then
Thank
we've also asked if you would hold a class afterwards, and I'm not quite sure what class you're going to hold. So let's jump in here also.
Yeah, I'll talk about that because I think it's interesting because the hands-on training is kind of going to lead toward that class. So one of the things that we've seen that's a little bit of a vacuum in the industry has been the remediator or the restoration contractor understanding how to evaluate the work that he's doing. And so we put together a certification. It's called Certified Mold Assessment Technician, CMAT. That's a one-day class. It does come with a certification once they take the exam. But the point is that it's teaching restoration contractors how to do 3 different types of assessments. Because oftentimes a remediator or a restoration contractor shows up on site and there's no third-party assessor, nowhere near. And so what that restoration contractor needs to do, or remediator needs to do, is he needs to create a baseline, establish a baseline for the level of contamination that's there. So we're going to talk about how to do that and to assess that environment. Then once he starts the project, he really needs to make sure that he's making progress toward the end point, whatever his goal is, the PRV. He needs to do interim inspections and interim assessments. And that might be something as simple, Larry, you've done this. It might be something as simple as putting a particulate counter inside the containment to find out that you're actually making progress and lowering the particulate counts. It might involve a monitoring program or manometer, some way of making sure that you're under containment and that you're under negative pressure. So that interim inspection process is so important. That's number 2. And then the third time that he's going to be doing an assessment is what we would call a PRE, post-remediation evaluation, in preparation for the third-party assessor. Because oftentimes they might not be an assessor on the front end, but the homeowner or the insurance carrier wants some sort of third-party post-remediation verification. And so if you're a remediation contractor, restoration contractor, you've been under containment, you want to make sure that the job is correctly done, and you want to pass that PRV, maybe you need to do a PRE, post-remediation evaluation, to make sure that all the surfaces are clean, the air is clean, and so forth, before you call that guy in to do the PRV. Because when he comes in, if it's dirty, he's going to leave and charge you another $500 to come back a second time. So the point is that we believe that restoration contractors and remediators need to know how to do the baseline, the interim, the post-remediation evaluation, and that's what that certified mold assessment technician training is all about. And that's the training that we're going to be offering at the end of the experience.
That certainly makes a lot of sense to me. And, when we were writing the 520, we were up against that challenge of what if there is not an environmental expert in the area? How do you do the post testing or pre-testing? And we came up with something similar in language. So I'm glad that you're following up on that. It is good, though, to have an outside testing firm finish the job.
Absolutely.
Because it reduces, again, your risk. They're saying it's done. Thank you. Now we're, saying this guy who's an expert saying we did a good job. That's critical to closing the file.
Well, and having that, that's the whole reason the industry is built the way it is, with two professions, the assessor, the IEP, and the remediator, because they don't want that conflict of interest. Right. And so understanding how that assessor is going to do his job just makes the remediation project easier. And I think it's makes it easier to evaluate whether the job's been done correctly or not. So yeah, that's a fun class to teach.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's critically important that you're doing that type of evaluation as you're doing your job every day. And you'll learn a lot also about, having containment and having in and out good protocols and a variety of things. Because that's so critical to the success of the job. So I'm really excited to see that class coming.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. Looking forward to it.
Hey, can I just, I want to confirm the dates. I believe we're talking about May 8, 9, and 10 for the experience.
Yes, that is
and
correct.
The 11th, Doug, is that correct for the class?
That's correct. The 11th will be the class, the CMAT class.
Now, our hotel also, we have hotel rooms 3 days before and 3 days after. And you're coming to Fort Lauderdale in May, you might as well stay and enjoy the beach. Right outside the hotel door, you're going to notice there's water taxis. They can take you to any beach you want to go to in the region, which is fabulous. And there's hundreds of restaurants. I walked to the restaurant area last time I was there, and I couldn't make up my mind which one I wanted to go to. There were so many of them. So they're all right across the street from the beach. And of course, there's so much to do in Florida. It's going to be a great opportunity just to go relax.
Absolutely.
So if I was asking you to mention to the people watching this that you think they'd enjoy themselves there, is that a fair statement? You're giving a little bit of what's going on. Is there any more detail you can give us about the hotel or the
Sure.
things that are going to happen?
You bet. So we always do cocktail receptions back at the hotel. After one of the days, we're going to do a little bit of a pool party kind of thing, just getting together informally. We will have a big reception on the first night right there at the convention center. And so it's a great opportunity to network and meet hundreds and hundreds of other people in the cleaning and restoration remediation industry. But, you know, we are all there also to relax. And, you know, when you own a business or you're managing a business, it's really critical for you to get away and take a step back and look at what you're doing as a company and then see what's happening in the industry. The one great thing that I learned going to conventions in my career when I was running a cleaning and restoration remediation company was that when I would go to these conferences, I would learn the latest techniques, the latest innovations and new ideas, and I'd bring them back and put them right into my company as quickly as I could, because we were leading the field all the time. And all of our competitors were like, what the heck are they doing now? And trying to figure out how we're doing it, why we're doing it. And they'd actually come to us to learn how to do it. And that helped us lead the field in our area, which also allowed us to charge a little bit more. But that was my own goals and the way that I ran my business. Education to me is paramount in running a successful business. It was mandatory in our company to be certified and to attend classes. And it really made a big difference. And, you know, ultimately, if you're larger than a MAPA operation, you have several people out on location, who is it that the consumer's talking to? They're talking to one of your technicians who needs to be very educated about the standard of care in the industry and understand all of your own techniques so they can explain it clearly to your customer. I can tell you, we were doing a large commercial job in downtown Denver, big job, and I wasn't there. And the CEO of the company comes out, and we're restoring 100,000 plus square feet. And he starts asking difficult questions. And my lead technician stood there and answered all of his questions and was able to cite information from S500, 520, and what he learned in his classes about how we're doing our processes, how the drying is taking place, how we're always monitoring to make sure we're doing things correctly. I'm not there. They've got to be able to stand up on their 2 feet and answer the questions in the right way and feel comfortable enough to be able to do that. That's really critical.
It is, Larry, and that's one of the things we are going to talk about in our class, and not only the CMAT class, but also from our booth, because we got a nice sized booth there in the exhibition hall as well. And that's our new firm membership. We've got a program now where companies can participate in being able to train their guys in a certified mold worker program, and they can train them absolutely free online. And those guys get trained in exactly the same way as a remediation contractor would get trained, just the modules that are appropriate for them, because there's some of the higher level business models and law models that they don't necessarily need. But the point is that this firm membership, which is what we have developed, I think is going to really change the industry for these guys, because now they've got an in-house training program that they can send their guys to anytime they want, 1 in the morning if they want to, and keep them educated. Because you're exactly right. The guy in the field, the technician that's talking to the client, better be talking the same language as the sales guy, and the same language as the person who answers the phone, and the same language as the person who's licensed. And I think that that's a big step in the right direction.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
I want to throw out something about the experience show. And I mean, what it means to me going to the experience, and I'm just going to give it out as very short little statements. And if you guys want to add on, please, or correct me on this. When I think of the experience, it's hands-on learning. And I got to look at my list: networking, learning about new products, rock concerts, had to throw that one in there, food, beaches, and fun. What'd I miss?
No, the rock concerts are really critically important.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you one of the things that I think is one of the most important things to me is the networking. I have made such great relationships, and thank you, Larry, for doing that. You've been the one that's been the catalyst in most cases. You'll say, "Hey, come here, I want you to meet somebody," or you'll bring somebody to us. "Hey, you guys need to get together. You think the same way." And I'll tell you what, that networking for me, the opportunity to be among some of the industry leaders and to be able to sit down with them and have a cup of coffee and talk about what they're doing with their business. I don't know how in the world you could ever exchange that, because, you know, some of them live in New England, some of them live in California, some of them I would never see if we didn't get together at one of these events. So to me, that's one of the biggest advantages of this whole process.
Well, and I'll tell you that we have left specific time this show so that we could have good networking time. And if you come to the show, you need to take advantage of the people that are there. You need to meet as many people as you can. Go out to dinner with a bunch of them. Go into the bar or pool or wherever they're hanging out and just meet people. I mean, one of the things that made us successful as a company is sometimes we would get jobs that were too big for us. And I could call my competitors locally or wherever they were and say, "Hey guys, I've got this job, you come help me." And here they come. And we were able to process jobs much larger than our capability because of those relationships that we made while we were out at these type of shows.
So I'm going to focus on another word, Lance: food. I wouldn't say I was exactly a foodie, but since I live in Louisiana, I've sort of kind of become one. And I mentioned earlier about these conferences that have stale food. I'll tell you, Larry does a great job of putting together an event, and the food is usually fantastic. And I know people aren't going to come to the event just for the food, but they won't have to leave because of it either.
Now that's
Well, I don't know about not coming for the food, but I've kind of enjoyed going there for it.
You know, I'll tell you something funny. There is the last day of our show is the day that's the most challenging to keep people there. And so I always put some of the strongest programming on the last day. You got to be there. But then in the trade show hall, I feed everybody lunch. I want them to stay. Well, the first year we did it, my wife's looking at me like, "You're doing what?" And she gave me this budget I was like not able to achieve. So I served hot dogs. I got to tell you what, man, the guys were so freaking excited about it. But, you know, all the condiments and stuff, these hot dogs were about this high, you know, and I'm like, "What are you guys eating?" But anyway, we don't do hot dogs anymore.
That's funny.
Hey, real quick, if somebody wanted to find out more information about the experience coming up, where do they go to look?
ExperienceTheEvents.com. We have a brand new website we just launched. We're getting better and better at it, and a lot of new information in there. We'll be adding to it continually. I'm working on the program right now, and in the next 2.5 weeks, the program will be published. It's coming along really well. A lot of new presenters on the program, a lot of new energy, and there is some exciting new advances on the program we all want to pay attention to.
And I want to tell you as well, Lance, that we're working on a deal. So we're gonna have some special offers for the Normie members. So if you're a Normie member or you want to become a Normie member, we've got some special things we're going to be doing for you. And so that's going to be a little added benefit for those folks.
Well, I appreciate the time both of you spent here, and just last few minutes. I mean, Larry, is there anything you'd like to say to sum up what we've talked about, or just sum up what's coming up at the experience?
Yeah, we're very excited about our new relationship with BNP Media and the R&R magazine. And I think it's going to enhance a lot of our relationships with our partners as well. It's giving them new opportunities to get out more information. And that's really our goal, is education and information at the experience. I can tell you that going to the beach is always a wonderful time, and being down by the water is always one of my favorite times. But, you know, we were in Clearwater Beach for, I think, 16 years. And of course, many people still scream at us for leaving there, but we outgrew the hotel many times over. And finally just had to make the move. And, you know, moving to Charleston and Cincinnati, we had fantastic shows. We met so many new people. It was really wonderful. So now going back to Fort Lauderdale, a big East Coast city with a lot of population and a wonderful atmosphere for doing a show. We're very excited about that. And I'm already starting to work on our show in Las Vegas. Again, we're going to be right back at Caesars Forum Conference Center, and we're going to be staying at 2 or 3 different hotels this time. We've added in Caesars Hotel across the street. So many people wanted to stay there. We listened, and we've added that to our room block. So there'll be a lot of great things going on there. But we're going to build a big house in the trade show hall. We're going to have a huge cleaning area, and we're truly excited about that. We have a very strong partnership with Shaw Industries, who's the largest floor covering manufacturer in the world. And I'll tell you right now, our show the following spring is going to be in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And somebody said to me, why would you go to Chattanooga, Tennessee? I said, well, not only is it a cool city, but 25 minutes down the road is Shaw Industries. And we have an invitation from Shaw Industries to bring 250 people to Shaw for mill tours. That doesn't happen anymore. And we're thoroughly excited to be there. You know, the more I know about the products I'm working on, the easier it is for me to take care of them properly and understand what it is that I'm doing and how I should do it. And it's really a great opportunity. That's one of the things that I always treasured, was that time going down to wherever I had a chance to tour the mills and see exactly what the products were. So that's kind of what the future looks like. We're very excited about what's coming up, and we're very excited to continue to work with you guys there at Normie, and your members have to be thrilled with the ongoing work that you two continue to do and your whole team continues to do.
Well, thank you, Larry. And just to confirm, there's 249 seats left to go there. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Doug,
It is.
anything in closing?
Yes, my call to action is this. If you're in the industry, if you're an assessor, if you're a remediator, if you're a restoration contractor, if you're a cleaner, if you're a technician, if you're in this industry, go right now to experiencetheevents.com and register for this event. If you've got any questions at all, of course, we'll be glad to help you. You can call our toll-free number at 877-251-2296. So there'll be operators standing by, as it were, to answer any questions about what we're going to be doing there. And I know Larry's available to answer questions as well, but experiencetheevents.com, go register. You'll really, really be glad you did.
Well, guys, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you guys spending the time here today. Larry, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Doug, thank you for helping out here. And I look forward to doing another one if we could before the Experience Show.
We would
So
love
as
that.
we get closer, maybe we'll do that. But
You know,
thank you
the other
both.
thing we should talk about next time, Lance, is the way you get jobs nowadays changed so much compared to when I was in business. And we should talk about that and really put that on the table for people to understand all the different areas and options that are out there.
I think that's a great idea, Larry. And thank you so much, by the way, for being here. It's always fun to talk to you. But I think there's a lot of things we can talk about to help our guys understand how to get that business that's out there, because you're exactly right. It's changing.
It has, absolutely. Thank you all. I hope you have a great year. Can't wait to see you May 8th through 10th in Fort Lauderdale.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB-oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to 1.5 feet above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com certified.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor during a flood emergency, understanding the following construction terms will be helpful. Licensed. In many parts of the country, having a license to do certain types of work is not necessarily a measure of that contractor's competency. Sometimes it simply means that they have government approval to work for a fee. Certified. Certification is often offered by certifying agencies, a specific organization that recognizes the skills, training, and the ability of the contractor who is certified. Being certified does not necessarily imply that the person certified is actually licensed to do the work. Insured. A contractor stating that they are insured is a pretty general term and could simply mean that they have auto insurance. Special types of insurance are required for specific types of work. For example, general liability insurance is not appropriate as coverage for mold remediation work. Qualified. A qualified contractor has been trained to perform certain types of work. However, they may not have the required insurances or licenses, or may not even be certified to do that work. The bottom line is that you need to understand the type of work that needs to be done, the capabilities of the contractor that you intend to hire, and then for your protection, have a written quote and description of the work to be performed. Make sure that the contractor that does the work is licensed by the municipality in which he's working, that he has the proper type of insurance, and request a certificate of insurance evidencing that specific type of insurance for the work he intends to do, and make sure that he's trained, either qualified or certified, to do the work for which you're hiring him. Keep in mind, using a contractor that's not appropriate for the work being performed may preclude you from any insurance claim, and you may give up your legal protection. If you cannot obtain a contractor, your only option may be to do the work yourself. With the decision to do the work on your own, we must stress that safety must be the main focus of your efforts to clean up after a flood. So let's talk about doing it yourself. While working in a safe environment, using the proper protective tools and equipment, water removal becomes the main priority. Pumps for pooling water and wet-dry vacs provide a good start to remove the majority of water. Rugs and carpeting and padding, if saturated or contaminated by an unknown water source, should be removed to allow drying of the subflooring. Sheetrock or wallboard materials and insulation that have been submerged should be removed 12 to 18 inches above the highest wet area. As a hint, removing 4 feet of wallboard is easier to replace with a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of material. It's easier to do that than to try to cut and fit in smaller pieces. Once the bulk of wet materials have been removed, air movement and turning on your air conditioner if the power is available should be provided. And this would include running the HVAC, heat or forced air systems, using dehumidifiers and fans to increase air movement, and applying sanitizers like ozone machines to help prevent mold and bacteria growth. Sanitizers are extremely important when dealing with sewage and water from unknown sources. Heat drying systems can also be used by trained professionals to dry the environment. However, improper use could result in fire or permanent damage to materials by drying them too quickly. Remember that the drying process may take several days to more than a week, depending on the extent of the exposure. Secondary or collateral damage may start to occur in that time. Mold and other microbial growth may start to appear on surfaces exposed to moisture or elevated humidity levels. And if you have a situation where you start to have large areas of microbial growth, the drying process in most cases was not done adequately or fast enough. There is available at enviroscreening.com, for instance, do-it-yourself testing kits to find out if the mold that's been growing in your environment is the type of mold that might need to be removed or dealt with differently than common molds. In this case, it's recommended that you seek the assistance of a professional mold inspector, a qualified sampling technician, or a remediator. Health concerns become additionally critical as the environment conditions deteriorate. In regards to mold licensing laws, there are currently only 4 states that have mold licensing laws in place. Texas and Louisiana, of course, have their mold licensing laws in place. Florida has their licensing law in place, but it doesn't go into effect until 2010. And then just this year, the state of Maryland put in place their mold licensing law. The important thing is that you check the qualification of the indoor air quality specialist or the mold inspector or the mold remediator or assessor in your state to make sure that they are licensed, certified, and insured before they begin any work. Let's talk about some common misconceptions and myths pertaining to flood and mold and indoor air quality. Oh, bleach kills mold. How many times have you heard that? Well, bleach is an effective sanitizer, but in many cases it will not sanitize or remove mold at its root. It will bleach out the color, of course, so that it goes clear, giving the appearance that the problem's been removed, but it cannot, in many cases, get down into the microflora and destroy the mold at its root. Oh, just get rid of the water. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not always enough to protect your property. Most of the affected materials do have the ability to retain moisture, and elevated moisture levels are the main cause of much of the residual damage from flooding. Well, lots of air fresheners, that'll help. Well, that's not true. In actuality, most air fresheners only attempt to mask the odors. The odors are an indication that moisture, contamination, or growth still exist. And the chemicals in those fresheners can also be a source of indoor air quality contamination. Well, your insurance company is going to take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Well, of course, insurance companies are not always quick to respond because of the heavy workloads, the emergency claims that bog things down and delay payments. Many homeowner insurance policies have exclusions that limit or exempt the insurance company from paying a claim. An example would be a claim to an insurance company for water damage from, say, groundwater intrusion. In most cases, the claim could not be covered unless you had flood insurance and the area that you're in was declared a disaster area by some government agency. A similar situation may occur with mold damage, and the water damage in the home may be covered by the insurance company, but the mold damage as the result of the water would not be covered. Here are several resources that may provide you with some additional assistance. Of course, the FEMA and the EPA government websites are good resources for more information about how to contact those agencies in an emergency. And also at the normie.org website, we've located a lot of resources for you, articles in regards to antimicrobials, information about mold screening kits, and other things that we feel will be helpful to you. We highly recommend that you seek professional assistance when dealing with a flood, mold, or indoor air quality issue. And please remember that the information that we have been providing to you is really for your information and not intended to replace professional training and assistance. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to listen to this overview. I am hoping that you will benefit from the resources we've made available to you, but also from the training that we offer industry professionals to help you through the process of getting things back to normal. It's my hope that you will never be faced with the issues we've discussed, but if you are, you will now be better prepared. Thank you.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement, or the mold under the sink, or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NC RSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the NORMI schedule and the BEST training system schedule for when the next course is Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here to an interview that we're going to be doing tonight. And my guest speaker is somebody that most of you all know. It's Mo Zulawaga. He's one of our senior trainers, a good friend of mine, and we have him here in the room. I will let him do a little bit of an intro of his own background because it's too diverse for me to try to explain. So Mo, a little bit about yourself before we get started.
Well, first of all, thank you. Well, for those of you who don't know me, I've been in the restoration industry now for a good bit over 20 years. And before that, I was an engineer for General Electric, for that in the military. And keep going back, I guess, been all over the country and spent some time outside of the country as well, working in Central America, lived in the Caribbean. And as you can tell by my name, my parents are from South America, from Colombia. So I've had a chance to be kind of all over the place and work all over the place. And now I'm happy to be here in Florida and call myself a Florida boy. And I plan on staying here. And I don't think anybody can get me out. So, and happy to be here with Normie as well. So life has brought me here, and I'm in a happy place.
Well, since you're so happy, let's talk about some serious stuff. Because we get a lot of questions during and after our CMA CMR class, which is one of the ones that where you specialize in teaching, and actually you do it in English and in Spanish, depending on the class that we're running. But I know that we're always getting these questions about technology and what does somebody need to start and what kind of equipment should I buy, and is there differences in moisture meters and air pumps and on and on and on. I think the moisture meter side of it is something that we get the most questions about for people in both the remediation and the assessor side because of the type of work that they do. So I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you want to talk a little bit about moisture meters and some of the differences between them and what you do with them.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question, Lance. One of the interesting things about the class is we talk about in several sections of the class, we talk about one of the most important decisions that we need to make as remediators is we need to make a decision as to what equipment we're going to purchase, what we're going to use. And, I always push hard on the concept that you need to make the decisions based on the application and exactly what the specifications of the equipment are, because for an equipment or technology to function properly, the most important thing is that the operator must know how it works. It must understand its capabilities and, most importantly, its limitations. And a lot of the times we kind of just go right into using the equipment, and because somebody shows us how to use it, and we might use a small bit of the capabilities, but one of the things that is rarely taught from person to person is really what the limitations are. So I tend to talk about quite a bit about that in class. When we get into the whole moisture mapping section of the class, and I do explain a little bit about how moisture meters work and how they don't work and the things that you need to know. And that's one of the questions that I get repeatedly thrown at me time after time after class, where somebody will call me, listen, I know that you spoke about this in class, and it's a little complicated for me to just grasp in the 5 minutes that you were able to talk about it. Could you give me a little bit more? As a matter of fact, I've pulled I do have a file here that I can pull up with some pictures of moisture meters, and I'm going to open up here while I talk to you over the next minute, which has some pictures that I've done just to have this sort of conversation with some of the students. So as I pull this up, one of the things I am going to say is that when we go through the process of selecting equipment, it is incredibly important to know what exactly is it that we're trying to accomplish. What is the end goal of what we're going to do with that equipment? So in moisture meters, that is, we're going to measure moisture somehow, or at least that's the concept. And one of the things that the first question we need to ask is, where are we going to measure it? What kind of material are we going to measure? How accurate do we need to be? How thick is that material? Those are all things that we need to take into consideration, because not all meters are made the same.
And with that, There was a discussion that I was involved with recently where somebody was talking about moisture meters and they all have different scales. And that was confusing to say, well, it's this percentage. Well, that's a different way of grading on this device compared to another device. So I don't know if you're, prepared to talk about that, but if you get a chance as you go through them, you might want to toss some of that in.
Absolutely, absolutely, will do. All right, so I have this little file open, it's a Word document that I have with the images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share it if that's okay.
Sure.
So I can show some of these pictures and try to get the concepts across a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, toss this over to the center screen. All right, so can you see the moisture meters right now, Lance?
Absolutely, you're good.
All right, wonderful. So here's some, I'm going to start here with non-penetrating meters, which actually goes right into questions you just asked, Lance, which is scales. So not all non-penetrating meters are made the same. Not all meters are made the same. And when it comes to these sort of meters, the first thing you do need to understand is that scale. What are those scales telling you? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this particular meter right here. This is a Tramex ME5. I use this meter quite often during assessments. It is one of my favorite non-penetrating meters. I mean, I have numerous ones, as you'll see and understand why by the end of this. But one of the things that you can see right here on this meter is right up at the very top, you'll see it says wood percentage moisture content. And then at the bottom, it says comparative. And the wood moisture content is a scale that's right up here at the top, and it goes from 5 all the way to 30, while the comparative goes all the way to 100. So let's talk just in this meter alone. There are two completely different scales. So the top scale where we have the wood, it'll actually tell you the percentage moisture content of the wood, and there are, if you look at the manual, depending on the wood, you'd actually have to use some variances if it's a hardwood versus a softwood, and they'll actually go by names, like if it's a fir or it's an oak or something like that, there'll be some percentages that you would need to adjust that reading. But in general terms, this is a wood moisture content scale. Down here, it's a complete relative term. So what does that mean? What does relative mean? It means that for it to have any meaning whatsoever, it needs to be attached to some other value. And so what we learned in class is that before we can go take any readings where we believe the area to be wet, we need to go to a dry section of the home and take up a reading of the same material. So if it's wood, it's going to be of the same type of wood. If it's drywall, it'll be drywall, flooring, etc. So we can get what's called a baseline or a dry standard, and then that's what we're going to use to compare. That's the relative number we're going to use. So on those different scales that you were mentioning, for example, this meter right here, as you guys can see, goes up to 100. If I was using, for example, a Delmhorst Navigator, the new one, it has a scale up to 300. So as you can see, 300 is not a percentage. 300 is just a number, and that's because the sensitivity of that particular scale, you need a wider range to be able to get the numbers that you want. It's a different system that it uses. And so the most important thing is that you understand as a user which is the best, which is the form that the way that your meter works, right? What are the scales in your meter? What do they mean, and what do they represent, and how do you properly read them? How do you work with your meter during different materials? As you can see in this particular meter, you have different materials, wood and timber. Do you have one that's a shallow depth? And that's because sometimes you have layered materials and you want to just grab the top layer, or you want to stay away from a metallic background, because that's one of the things we'll be talking about, some limitations of these meters, and a metallic background might cause a limitation. Drywall, plaster, masonry. So this particular meter definitely has different scales. The important thing to understand is, except for the wood meter, those are all relative scales. Okay, those are all something you have to compare to. As you can see, this meter will tell you over here just how deep it goes, and you'll see in the wood that it does show percentage moisture content. And that's what I would say. This is a great example of saying we need to grab the most simple tools that we have, which are wonderful technology, because a lot of the times we don't see these simple tools as technology because they've been around for a while, and we need to understand those.
You know, one of the things that you just mentioned real quick was the manual. And so many people that I talk to don't even know there is a manual. Sometimes you have to go online to get it or download it. And that's one of the most important things you could have for these types of tools. You really need to understand it. I've gotten calls from numerous people that were either en route to a job or on a job site that have called me and said, how do I do this? How do I use this machine to do this? You got to know the stuff before you go out. I mean, use it in your own home, you know, learn it, use the manual.
Absolutely, absolutely. Habits that we now have in the industry or the people that have gotten used to understanding these concepts is the having these manuals right on your phone. Right, so we have them on cloud storage. So anytime, and I actually reference manuals all the time when I'm in the field, and there's a particular function of the meter that I might not have used in a long time, and I might know, but I might want to refresh her just to make sure that I don't miss anything, because as you'll see, there are definitely different types of meters. But having those manuals available to you at a moment's notice is incredibly important, and it's a good practice that everybody should actually take on in their business and their daily use. So I want to show you. So this is meter number one. Let me show you something else. So here's some of the things that I discuss with students when they call me with these questions. And one is that comparative range, as you mentioned. And that comparative range can change from meter to meters. So we need to understand it. Understanding how far those ranges go, right? So as you can see, the wood moisture content go up to 40%, and this particular meter up here went up to 30. You need to understand those because questions can come up. If you think about it, if somebody's looking and somebody's analyzing a project that you're doing, and they're used to seeing one particular type of meter where their scale is considerably higher. So for example, on a non-penetrating meter, you can have wet be pretty high, pretty 68, 98. Other meters might be lower. So if they're used to seeing their meter and they think that your number is too low and that does not mean that it's wet, then you need to be able to explain that and say, well, my meter works in this form, and here's the scale that it works, and here's what the numbers mean. And if you don't do that, if you don't understand that, it might be a difficult conversation to have with somebody else that also doesn't understand your meter because they've never used it before. As you can see, the same company can have another completely different meter. This is also by Tramix. This one is really designed for concrete. And this one will have concrete moisture content, okay, and also for drywall. So this is a very specific meter, and these meters are excellent meters to use for very specific times and different projects. So if you really want to know what's going on with certain type of materials, you might need a very specific meter to do that. Just so, like I said, you know, having a set of meters to be able to tackle different problems that come on is very important. Just like you can see for concrete as well, I might actually want to know the actual concrete slab, how much the relative humidity is in it, how much moisture content is in it. I might need to tap into it and use a different type of meter with a different type of plug that allows me to be able to determine this. Because, for example, once we remove floors in some of these projects, before we can reinstall the floors, we need to make sure that we've actually correctly dried that concrete slab, because if we don't, then we're going to have issues with the new flooring when it's installed. So once again, understanding our meters, our limitations, our capabilities is important. And I think you know, limitations is one of those things that we definitely need to focus with each one of our meters.
Hey Mo, you mentioned a bunch of different types of meters, and I know over the years I've used combo meters. What I mean by that is a meter that will also do relative humidity, temperature, moisture on surface as a pinned or pinless. How do you feel about those? I've gotten mixed, you know, opinions from people over the years.
Well, I have a picture of one of those here. I'll jump a couple of pictures just to show you. Whoop, here we go. So this one is by Protimeter. Everybody pronounces that a little bit different. That's how I pronounce it. So if I pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Protimeter is a multi-use meter. So it does have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. there are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have, each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But obviously times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters for personally is that, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything,
Absolutely. And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician can be a problem. If it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on a construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, so you got to be prepared to build back. But, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments here at time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, or maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place for really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep, because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood, because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
It's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
Come up on the other side. We're a
Absolutely.
little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we've gone a little too far. So it's just be very careful.
So I would say, from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. Depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. This is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. And we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That your meter does not have to cost $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment than when you're actually doing a drying job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold, that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools if we get a chance to, that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so I won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view. So you can actually see it from the top and you can see the 3 walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A. Wall B. Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property, and for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a mediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very
Well,
simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. Then this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes, and once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back, and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me confirmation and saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. and the other electronic devices, what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do a couple of, you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
You know, some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones, do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera, so you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like you said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment. Because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So the hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become uncalibrated. So those are things, the newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think work great. I highly recommend. For example, FLIR makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external, it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up, okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing, okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment, they have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework, read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and size to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development, and I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Seyfried in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had answered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on, because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Sapert, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said, learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean,
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto, and he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because, goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You've asked very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that, all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
yeah,
thanks to organizations like NORMI and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go
Thank
into
It's-
another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman, and Mr. Adams, and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger, and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
that's okay.
That's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly, and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. What a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about, the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when you, as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time, and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're going to do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520, Standard for Professional Mold Remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, "Is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do?" No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, "Whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it." And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that, that is like Normie, that is consistent with my values, is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What? You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, he teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina. And I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary, where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day, and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. And it makes sense. You know, Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here,
Yeah,
you keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
that's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
Well-
and they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. And he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
But listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
yes, we do.
Man,
Hey, it's the
oh,
Garden
man.
State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
There's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like
No,
a doctor or something.
appreciate
I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to take then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course, the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app, but make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, and there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type, a tube tent, pliers, tape, compass, matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed, but if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I would like to introduce you to my guest tonight, and it is Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA. And for those of you that have heard us talk over the years about Clean Facts Magazine and the ISSA magazine, he is the man. So Jeff, you want to come in and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourself for those folks that have not met you yet.
Well, thanks, Lance. Yeah, I've been around the industry for many, many years, and I'm the media director for ISSA, as you mentioned, which is 3 magazines, but the one that most recognized is Clean Facts, which is the one for cleaning contractors and restoration professionals like you normie folks are. So I used to own my own company, and I was a journalist in my early days, started my own cleaning and restoration company, and got the itch to write again. And sometimes when I'm stuck at the desk, I wonder, why did I ever do that? Because I think that right now it is beautiful, a beautiful day, and what a great day to be out there going from one job to the other. But I'm stuck at my desk looking at you, Lance, which is not a bad thing. But so I've been doing this work for quite a while, and I love it. 3 magazines. We do videos, we do webinars, we do everything with media to promote our industry. So I've been with ISSA for about 7 years now. Yeah. And other companies before that owned the Clean Facts.
So what are like some of the main differences between the different publications? I mean, they're obviously for slightly different markets or verticals.
Yeah. So Clean Facts, which is the one that you folks help us to promote. I know when you do a class, you send us subscribers to this. It's like I mentioned for cleaning contractors, carpet, floor cleaning, commercial cleaning services, and restoration. We focus on both. It's a split audience. We have the largest print distribution and email distribution out there. So that's one of our publications. The other is CMM, which is Cleaning and Maintenance Management Magazine. And that's more for your building service contractors, your in-house facility crews, those that clean buildings and maintain them, the ones who manage those operations. So some who are out there trying to get jobs or get land accounts, and others trying to hold them and keep them in-house. So a split audience there in a way, but it all works with our content, and we make sure that we have something for both sides of that audience. And then ISSA Today magazine is our member benefit publication. So if you're an ISSA member, you receive this in the United States. If you're outside the US, it's an email delivery. And that's more of a higher level. We call it the C-suite, which means people with important titles like CEO, CFO, COO, and all that. So when you think about our media brands, we have something for everyone. But if you're doing anything with mold, inspections, cleaning, Cleanfax is your magazine. And I know Doug he writes for us. In fact, if you look at the next issue of Cleanfax, you'll see an article that Doug is featured in, a really good piece that we put together.
Yeah, I know he's been writing a bunch of stuff for a while now, but to me, well, first of all, you had mentioned about the ISSA magazine, and that's something that all the ISSA members get. A lot of our members do have a dual membership with ISSA. Actually, we have a special discount arrangement for our Normie members that want to join as a dual membership with ISSA. So that's something that they would be getting, correct? That magazine?
Yes. And if they're watching this recording, if they're watching our episode here, they can reach out to me and I'll figure out what's going on. But if you're a member of ISSA, whether it's with ISSA or the dual membership, we will send you the print copy. So as long as we have the address, sometimes that's the issue. People might sign up for an organization. We don't have their address, but if we have their email, they're getting the digital copy as well.
Okay. Well, from a business standpoint, being involved with receiving all these different magazines, it's input, it's information coming at you. And there's so many different verticals under indoor air quality, which everything that we're talking about here really comes under that. I would assume that they would get a lot of insight from the different facets of the industries from these different magazines, because they are different and they're looking at it from different perspectives, whether it's the maintenance facility side or the actual contractor side. And I can only see that as being helpful.
I agree. It is helpful and it is a different perspective. We all have the same goal to clean, to restore, to bring back to conditions that are acceptable, to protect health, to make buildings, homes safer, cleaner. And when it comes to media content, we all know that you have your devices, you have your iPads, you have your computer. I know I consume my news in digital format for the most part, but our magazine brands, the print, the digital, they're more thought leadership. They're not so much the breaking news as the things that we need to know about as professionals. And some of it might be a reminder because we have many seasoned contractors who are a part of our audience. And we know a lot of our publications are used for training as well, because, Lance, you've been around a while, just like me. You might get an article and it's like, yeah, I know that. But do the people who work for you or that know that? So a lot of our material is forwarded on and shared amongst others.
I think that's the biggest thing that has been lacking in this industry previously. The amount of information that's out there that's really available and credible being passed out to the masses that really need it. And that's not just the contractors. Like you said, you have a magazine for facility management, and we haven't even talked about the public, because we know there's a need in the public. We just don't have the want there yet. But that's changing since COVID. All of a sudden, I know you've noticed it, and I have, that people are like, this whole breathing thing is a thing, and indoor air quality is important. And I'm sure that's affected your business and your publication side.
It has. So, we focus, we're a B2B media team. We focus on business to business content. So when we write something, it's for people like Normie members, ISSA members, it's for them. But we get a lot of traffic on our websites from consumers. And we know when someone's looking at something and the numbers are astronomical on the topic, the ones reading that is probably outside our industry to some degree. So people out there that you're working for that might be in the buildings we clean or the homes, they're looking for content as well, because they want to have the same thing, clean air to breathe. What do I do to make my house healthier. The air I'm breathing inside, I can see the dust particles in the sunlight. What do I do with that? They're looking for information, and they're finding it with groups like ours.
You know, we're constantly putting out the same message about, you know, how important breathing is, how to improve your environment, how to make it healthier, safer, cleaner. Those are the tag words that we go with. And that's really the direction that I think everybody here is really striving for. But the consumer, they're hungry for this information. And the more that they come in contact with our organizations, the more specific they are as far as who does work for them. I get calls from contractors that are like, how do I get certified with you? I said, well, we have our No, I got to do it right away. Well, what's the rush? I'm working with the customer and they won't let us do the work unless we're Normie certified.
Well, good for Normie.
Well, the word's getting out there, and you know, that wasn't a shameless plug for us. That's just the way the phone calls come in.
You're allowed 3.
3? Oh, okay,
3.
that's one. That's one. Keep score. But the reality of it is people are seeing that there are stable and reputable methods out there, and they're starting to learn that. And they're learning it because now the want is there. People want this type of environment to be in. And it's publications like yours, it's the training classes that are going out there from all these different organizations pushing the same message. I think that's making the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm. That was, if that's a question, that's the longest one I've ever had, Lance. That's a good one.
It's from working with Doug for so many years. You ask the question and you get the whole delivery.
I hope he doesn't see this, but
I'm sure he will.
So
go ahead.
So to comment on your comment, I think that things that make real change in our industry is going to be consumer driven. So if you have a product to sell, if you have an air purifier or a mold removal product or whatever it is that works, then contractors, sure, they'll buy it and they'll use it. But what if the consumers demand it? You mentioned someone had to be certified by Normie to do the job. Consumer demand. And that's where it's at. We think of green cleaning. You know, if that was not in demand by the consumer, by those who are paying the bills, who we work for, it wouldn't happen. Think of recycling. You know, we all know we should recycle, but where's that demand? By the consumer. It's driven by them. So that's cool that someone called you and needed to be certified. We had that with ISSA as well. When the pandemic started, we have our GBEC division, and we had people saying, I need to be certified right now. Like, okay, here's the process. No, I mean, right now has to be done. Well, think about it before, you know, hopefully you're a member, got certified, or is a member now, but any professional out there that might be watching this, you got to plan what you're doing and be ready instead of being reactive to the demand by the consumer. But I think that's it, Lance, consumer demand. And I think Normie's probably been successful because people are aware of what you're doing, and thus the professionals need to be part of you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But you mentioned something a minute ago about GBAC, and a few weeks back we did an interview with Gavin, and he's a big player with the GBAC side.
Mm-hmm.
How does that affect the magazine production that you guys do? I mean, what kind of involvement is GBAC with what you're producing?
Well, having Gavin on on our videos and stuff with his Australian accent has helped tremendously.
Yeah.
But besides the accent, and he's proud of that, by the way, Gavin writes for us, and Patty Ollinger, our executive director, writes for us as well. And we have Michael Diamond now, who's part of our team. We're using these experts to write, to be on video, to provide content and quotes, to help the industry out. The reception's been great. They know what they're talking about. I'm not the expert. I'm the journalist. I'm asking the questions. And a journalist who doesn't know the answers is probably a better one. So that's where I'm at. I asked them to provide the content, like that interview I did with Doug and Gavin for the article that's coming out. I asked, 8 questions or so, and the content that we have in that article is fantastic. So it'll be in two of our magazines, actually, ISSA Today and Clean Facts. So when you deal with issues like clean and disinfecting and remediation, all of these things that are high level, you want the very best experts. And I think that's what we have with GBAC. They've been with us a few years now, and they're doing great work. And of course, we work with Normie as well, and the training you folks do is great. I've nothing but respect for the programs and The thing is, people have to embrace it and take it and use it and tell their customers about it too.
Well, that's the biggest thing, and the word spreads. And again, that's why I mentioned the call. But we get a lot of calls like that, and usually they pass them over to me because that's some of these, crisis. I need to be certified now. Well, that's nice. We'll see what we can do to help you out. But there's only so much we can do because of our requirements. But that's something that does happen quite a bit. But I do have a few other questions for you, and then I think we're going to switch this around a little bit. We're going kind of a different direction, but
yes,
I understand that ISSA is approaching a 100-year anniversary, and I mean, you don't look a day over 99. So, I'm sure you could give us a little insight as to this 100-year path that they've gone on.
Sure. I look very young because of the makeup. When you're on camera, you have to have someone put the makeup on you. So there you go. And you look great too, Lance, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I love your office too. Very fancy. That's why you get all those phone calls.
That could be it. There's nobody behind me answering the phone. That's the problem.
Right.
That's why they're all
It's
coming to
empty.
me. Yeah.
Yeah. So ISSA we celebrate our 100-year anniversary next year. So if you want to send a present or something, I'll let you have my address. So that's always welcome.
Okay.
But it started with 7 companies. And I think the first trade show was in Missouri in 1923. So it started with a few people getting together saying, hey, we need some collaboration. We need to unify the industry. What can we do? And so about 100 years ago, they got together and ISSA was formed. And over the years, it's grown. So it started with those few members. And over the years, people recognize the value, because really, what is a trade association for? It's to provide member benefits, and we have a laundry list of those, but also a place to be heard. We have our government advocacy department. We have a way to speak to leaders out there in the world, and we want to make cleaning a better place, the industry a better place. So it started small, and since then, now we have 10,500 member organizations. And you think about what that means. We're not talking about people, we're talking about companies. And a company can have 100 employees, it could have 10,000 employees. So the number of those who are impacted, who can take advantage of ISSA, is a tremendous number. And we're also global. We have offices in Australia, in Korea, Italy, and we reach the masses. We have offices to help with that. So I can't remember how many countries we're in, but it's significant. We're global as an operation. And we're always looking to provide whatever people need, whether it's through media. I get an idea from a member. Hey, what about this topic? We'll create it. We'll put it out there. We have training. We have our trade shows, and we have other events as well that we put out there for our members and others as well. But we concentrate on our members.
You mentioned global. We had been talking several years back, just prior to COVID, and we were going to be going out to Australia to do some training out there. And one of the delays that we ran into was the wildfires that were covering the whole continent. And so that delayed us going out, and then COVID hit and we couldn't go. So COVID did create a situation where we weren't able to go out to Australia and provide the training that we were going to be doing. But at the same time, COVID created such a worldwide awareness of breathing issues, indoor air quality, viruses, bacteria, and all these other health things that were always there, but kept, out of sight, out of mind kind of a thing. They put it right in front of everybody. So it did change the way that our model kind of functioned. We lost out a little bit on being able to do the training at that time, but it created such a worldwide awareness that it has really opened up the markets. And our members are seeing that. I am sure that the ISSA teams are realizing that too, that it's a whole new game now.
It is. And the concern I have is keeping that momentum going. So you're right. When COVID hit and we have the pandemic, in a way, it was good for our industry because it did raise that awareness. But what about now? I looked on the news this morning. It looks like the numbers are going back up right now. They're talking about another surge, but eventually this is all going to level out and we're going to get past the pandemic. What do we do with the awareness? You mentioned indoor air quality and breathing. I know that's a big component of what you do at Normie. What are you going to do to keep it going, Lance? What are you going to do?
Well, theoretically, people can't stop breathing. So, it's kind of like even in real depressions, food services continue because people need to eat. So, the other industries slow down. So there's certain things that you can't stop. So the breathing industry can't go away. It's just whether it becomes something that's reachable for people to be able to decide whether they're going to have less quality of the air they breathe so they can afford food, depending how bad the times get. And hopefully we never reach a situation like that. But with the awareness, I don't think that's going away anytime soon, at least for a generation. People have a generational memory, I think is the way I've heard it used, that, as the next group grows up, they have different things to focus on, and the previous generation's issues and problems, well, it's not theirs.
Yeah. So, like I mentioned earlier, things are driven by consumers or people who use buildings, who are breathing that air that's so necessary, as you mentioned. And I've seen cases where in technology where people can monitor what they're doing, monitor what they're breathing. I think that's going to be a game changer, because your generation coming up, they like the data, they like the assurance. So you think about someone in the past, they just look at the surfaces, they say it's clean or it's not clean. Does it smell good? It smells good, so it must be clean. But now we can look at the data, we can look at the testing. And I think that's going to drive things. So consumer awareness is going to help. And I see your point about it's going to be around for a generation, but how quickly we can forget when things are put aside. That's my concern. We don't want to lose that momentum. So we got to keep that going.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned about the technology and the data. And, we had talked, previously that we're in the process of rolling out an entire monitoring program on a nationwide platform, and eventually it'll go international. But it's about monitoring data at locations and making that data available to the people that make adjustments and decisions monetarily as to what they do with their indoor air quality, plus the public. I mean, the short version is all this data that's being captured can be put on a very simple 60-inch TV at the front door of a big corporation as you walk in. Your current indoor air quality conditions are, and people see it walking in. So,
and they might walk out.
And walk out. Yeah. No, that's absolutely correct. It's kind of like the restaurant that you go into that all of a sudden the health department's gone in and given them a C rating instead of that A+ rating. It's like, maybe I'll go eat next door. It's another way of showing confidence in your facility and your ability to keep it clean to the consumer. And again, it's all consumer driven, like you said. So, I mean, this stuff is what's going to keep this going, for some time. Our monitoring program will be launching next month. That is something we've had a lot of excitement about. And I know we haven't talked in a lot of detail with you about that, but it's something that's going to break quickly. The people involved in our beta testing right now, I mean, I've gotten nothing but favorable remarks about it. There's a lot of excitement around it. So I think that's part of what's going to help this education going forward continue.
So it's a cool project you're working on. And I have to think that anyone walking into a building and they see the air quality. I mean, when you're on the interstate and you're driving and there's an alert on a sign that says air quality is whatever, you pay attention to that.
Absolutely.
Why is it low? And what is that fog I'm driving into? So I know you're talking about a higher level product that's going to really show the data, but we do want to know where we're going. And when we get there, what's it going to be like? We have to breathe, as you mentioned, but what are we going to be breathing?
Well, that's a funny statement, because you mentioned before about, having the air smell better, and there's things we can do to make the air smell better in our environments. But what you're doing is actually adding VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, chemicals to that breathable air to give it that smell. You're not really smelling roses. You're smelling something that's artificially creating that smell, and you're inhaling chemicals.
Are you a myth buster or what?
It's just that whole reality check thing. Yeah, it smells good, but what are you really smelling? And is that affecting the air you're breathing?
Are you saying in my orange Gatorade, there's no real oranges in there?
Doug, Doug uses the example of, I'm trying to think, I think it's the FDA that puts limits on contaminants in water. And they say that water containing 50 parts per million of arsenic is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just leave that question out there. Is that acceptable? You're drinking arsenic? You good with that?
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. So, it's that kind of stuff. If you have a choice, I'm sure you would want to drink the water without the arsenic.
I would vote for that. Yes.
Right. So with indoor air quality, if you have a choice of breathing air that doesn't have the chemistries in it to make it smell better, covering up a real problem, that might be something you would choose.
Yes. Agreed.
So
come put one of those machines in my house and I'll look at the signs and I'll know if I'm safe or not.
Okay. We'll talk about that after. I think it's something that this is the right time. That's the only way I can describe it for this type of technology. About 15 years ago, I worked with a company that we had tried to bring a similar technology to the marketplace. Actually, it was using Motorola equipment at the time, and it was using telemetry. That's how far back we're going with the way it communicated. The internet wasn't stable enough. There wasn't enough speed. The technology wasn't there. It was ahead of its time, but the technology wasn't there to support it. 15 years later, wow, now, computers and everything, as far as they've gotten advanced, can handle all this with everything cloud-based. So this now would be the time for this type of deployment. And I think that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to remember, there was a few things that I didn't want to talk to you about, other than, basically, the magazines. It's kind of like, what else you got in the works? Any surprises you can kind of like let out or not let out that you can accidentally let out?
Yeah, well, if there were surprises, it wouldn't be if I let it out. But no, I can't think of any big secrets to share with you, Lance. But looking forward to trade shows coming up and getting out and meeting people. We've been doing that. We've done a couple of trade shows already, and it was nice seeing people in person. So that's good. No, every day is fun, and I'm always looking for some angle for media. Our video program is doing great. We're approaching 1 million views on that in the past couple of years. So we're no Justin Bieber or some famous rock star that gets millions and millions for each video we do, but we're happy with what we're doing. People are watching just like they do with yours. And it's a small industry in a way, but important people. And so we're trying to make sure we give them what they need. That's the constant thing, always doing that, trying to provide content that is consumable, that they can't get somewhere else is easy.
No, you're right with that. So with that, let's flip this interview around a little bit. You're very comfortable in the interviewer type position. So is there any questions you want to ask me?
Yes, a few questions, and I am more comfortable asking questions. It's a little easier to do, I think, but I enjoy being a guest on your show, Lance. Very nice. And I've been around a few Normie folks at other training opportunities, so a great group. But tell me, how long has Normie been around?
2004, July 4th, I believe, was the actual creation date. And I've actually been with them since 2006.
Okay. And what was the purpose back then? And has that changed over the years?
Well, Doug tells the story that prior to Katrina, he had started doing some training on indoor air quality, and it had a lot to do with being able to help with the sales of purification technologies and stuff like that. People being trained and having knowledge of the industry and products make it easier to sell the products.
Mm-hmm.
So they started doing training. They became a training organization, and I believe it was the state of Louisiana approached Doug to do training for them. And then, a year later, Katrina hit after they had been doing training, and then it just took off from there.
Okay. So thinking about the training classes you've been doing, how have they improved? Someone looking in, why would they choose Normie?
Well, the training, just since I've been on board, which is 16 years now, it was a lower level, intro level into doing indoor air quality. and mold assessment, and then touched on mold remediation after that. And that's expanded out by need and want. We went from an 8-hour inspection type class on how to do sampling and create a business model to 3 days training as our basic class now for mold assessment and mold remediation, followed by some really high-end classes, advanced stuff, like a CAIA class or indoor air quality assessor class. It's an advanced course. It's a 2-day, I'm going to say round the clock course, because Doug and I both teach that, and we take a small group into a hotel setting, and we are together for 3 straight days. You know, it's really intense the way that it's taught. We have a few other classes. Michael Pinto is one of the instructors teaching some really high-end classes for us, and a few other people that we are bringing in. So the level of training has exponentially advanced over the last 15, 16 years where we are today. And it's really the industry standard.
Mm-hmm. So you think about a company that's maybe getting started, or it's been around a short time. It knows what it's doing. It's got, you know, it's out there doing some work. When they become part of an organization like Normie, what real advantage does that give them? Can you think of maybe a case where someone joined and just, wow, they really excelled at what they're doing now?
Well, I can give you a few examples just from the comments of our classes. We'll have a lot of people that come that have been I've been in the industry 20 years. I've done everything, you know, I had to do everything. And usually by the end of the first to the second day, they'll start meeting with our instructors saying, you know, I've learned how much I really need to learn. You know, it's a different set of eyes they're looking at the industry when they come to Normie. And there's a reason for that. Doug, who actually has created the direction of Normie, has a very, very strong building background. He was a builder. He still has his building licenses in, I believe, Florida. And we look at the industry from a building science perspective, not from a water loss or an event, not from you know, what college classes you've taken, but from building science. And a lot of people that have been out there doing this work never approached it from that specific side. And they start to see that, well, yeah, the building is kind of like a living creature, that as things change in the building, so does your approach. And that's how we look at it. And we teach that concept that, you know, you're working with a building that's an entity, and it's very different. It's a different approach. It's a different way of dealing with the problems. And people are very surprised when they see that and say, I never thought of that.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had someone come in, kind of like what you just mentioned, with some experience? They thought they knew what they were doing, and they no doubt did, but they came in with an attitude like, yeah, I got to take this. I have to get the certification to get the jobs. The customers want me to have this. And they had attitude, and they changed.
They usually become members. And truthfully, because it's different than what they were used to. It's different than the pattern that they've been doing for the last 10 or 15, 20 years. And all of a sudden they see, by looking at it with a different set of eyes, different verticals, different prospects that are out there where they can increase their revenue share. I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning mechanical contracting company. And for years, I talked to him about indoor air quality, and he's like, I stay in my lane. You know, we're really good. We're a multi-million-dollar company. We stay in our lane. COVID hit, and he started getting the phone calls about indoor air quality and filtration and
opportunity,
and proactive stuff. And he called me, and I started talking to him. He is fully on board. He sees that there's an entire new market out there for indoor air quality, and it changed his perspective of what they do, which they do very well. And now they've added to it. They've enhanced their product offerings because of looking at it differently.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, it's very positive when people come to us like that.
Yeah. Indoor air quality as an acronym has been around a while, but it's really meant something with the pandemic. Let's talk about mold. Mold is in your name.
Yeah.
Normie. Mold. Water damage is not. What do you do with those who want water damage training?
At the moment, we're actually approved to teach the WRT class. So we do offer that. We have the instructors from the IICRC. They actually come in, they teach that. And we just take that and we go from there with building science to the next step and go, well, your next option would be mold remediation. You've done your water drying, you know, mold is another aspect of that, but so is bacteria. You know, you get all different types of water losses that create all types of, I'll just say in general, pollution problems within the environment. So you go from the water drying to the next piece of mold to bacteria, then you get into more, again, back to the indoor air quality, the bigger umbrella. You know, it's just the starting point that you're at.
Mhm. So my last question is, what is going to happen next? What's the next big thing for Normie? You're doing training, you have products coming out. What's going to move the needle for you folks?
Well, it's already moving. And again, I'm beating the same drum, but as we're educating,
We do that sometimes.
Yeah, we're educating the public that it's not just about seeing mold on the wall. You know, I've been asked the question, is that good mold or bad mold? I said, do you want it there? They go, no. So then it's bad. You know, it's that simple. Yeah, there are different types, but we're dealing a lot now with sensitized individuals. That's become a very, very large piece of the market share. It's estimated about 20% of the population is reaching that classification of sensitized individuals. 350 million people in the US, it's about 70 million people that fall into that category. It's a very large piece, and it requires a higher end of training. You need to know how to deal with these customers and their projects differently than you would from a regular mold assessment or remediation project. That's a big change that's coming. This monitoring program, very big change to the industry. It's going to be awareness. It's the awareness shock factor, I guess, equivalent to asking somebody, how many times a day do you take a breath? Well, I don't know, a few hundred times. I said, how about 20,000 is the average? No, you know, and you see that shock factor on them that all of a sudden the reality of what is really happening is there. So the monitoring is giving them a live view, an understandable knowledge base of what's going on in their environment. And now they have the ability to control it. So like that shock value of we spray chemicals to cover up the smell, to how many breaths a day do you take, to now having control over your environment and managing how many breaths you take and the quality of air, that's big, and that's going to continue.
So circle back to the sensitivity issue. Sensitivities to what?
Well, the
70 million.
The biologicals are the common thing. Oh, I'm allergic to pollen. I'm allergic to dust and dander, mold. You know,
The
things like
triggers.
that. I'm sorry.
The triggers. That was it.
The basic triggers. But now with the awareness of everything else that's going on, you had mentioned earlier about, you know, spraying something or using chemicals to make it smell better. People are as reactive to that as they are to the biologicals. The chemicals that are in there, chemically sensitized individuals. And that's also part of the sensitized program of how do you clean somebody's environment or make it better without making it toxic on the chemical side. You know, the off-gassing products that'll off-gas for a year or two. You know, formaldehyde increased in all the products that we're bringing into our homes, furniture, carpeting, things like that. That does affect people. And, you know, it's how to help them, which is this whole new industry.
I've heard of formaldehyde in products, and I've heard some say that that's not true. Are formaldehyde used in products that will off-gas in our homes?
Heavily.
Okay.
Especially products that are coming from overseas. There was a big recall several years back on flooring that came from China. And it came in through a discount firm, and it was heavily contaminated with formaldehyde, where the floors, after being installed, had to be completely ripped out. So yes, it is a thing. FEMA, I believe, had an issue with the emergency trailers that they brought in for Katrina. They were contaminated with formaldehyde. And I'm saying contaminated, not like somebody sprayed formaldehyde in there, just the materials that were used to build it were treated with formaldehyde as preservatives, but they continued to off gas and the trailers were unusable.
And that can be monitored. That can be detected through technology.
Yes, it can. Actually, the monitoring program that we're doing has a formaldehyde sensing module in that, so it will give you ongoing readings of that.
Well, that's a huge number of people that are potential clients of Normie members or ISSA members, because you can't ignore that.
No, and you know, it doesn't have to be a chemical that's going to appear on, you know, the periodic table. It could be something that's simple, just by putting, I don't want to say too many people, but a larger number of people in a room that's not designed for that many people, or not bringing enough fresh air in, so your CO2 levels go up, not carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, where that's just a product of people breathing. Well, you start getting very high levels of that. People get headaches, they get tired, you know, so those are things that are very easy to control now if you know there's a problem.
Sure. Well, and I think too, I don't know how long you want to keep talking, but if someone has an issue, that's going to expand in their mind. So they may have the psychological aspect of this as well.
Well, absolutely. And you see that with your readers. You know, I'm sure you're getting feedback from people when these articles come out, you know, how many, and you can tell just by the numbers of how many people are actually opening your media and stuff like that, that there's a great increase there. I mean, you have to be seeing that, you know, especially when these things come out with these hot topics. Again, I go back to indoor air quality, you know, or mold or viruses. As soon as these words pop up, you know, I'm sure your readership goes, you know, much higher on those articles.
They're definitely searched for more. That's true, and opened through emails and on our digital publications.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've chatted a bit. I've interviewed you, you've interviewed me, you know, unless we pull somebody else in the room. I think we're good for now, but I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
We may have to do this again, and we'll do the dual interview type of thing here.
Well, and from this conversation, Lance, we need to do something in media about that 70 million people.
Absolutely.
The opportunities
Absolutely.
there, the need for training to address those concerns.
Yeah, I mean, and it is true. I mean, I'm sure anybody that's going to be seeing this has to know somebody that has allergies or is going for allergy shots, or for some reason their breathing condition has changed or their health has changed recently. It could be as simple as the new carpeting they brought in the house, you know.
Yeah,
So,
that kind of
yes.
person, there's one 30 feet from me. So
Yeah, there you
we
go.
all do know someone. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
All right,
appreciate
Lance.
you being here. Thank you for taking the time. And again, it was enjoyable. And
Yeah, thank you.
hopefully we'll get some really positive feedback from our members about this, and more people taking on to Clean Facts.
I only want the positive. Don't tell me the negative. No,
there
tell me
won't
everything.
be- there's not going to be negative. So stand by a second, would you?
Yep.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience, and I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely, and the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites, and I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IICRC, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. The other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded in everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of, responsibility in some of these remediation organizations. And we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, substitute for 10 years of experience. But for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right. We've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved. But what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having been the primary instructor for this for 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people. They hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. You got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it like less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, 2 things are important in terms of the post class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really
fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be, but one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, because there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class, like a Michael, who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. You know, when I'm teaching that class, I learn so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. Right? I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis, and quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling, or sometimes getting out over the course of multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator, and so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry, but I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The MCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born, the Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro? And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there, to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. You know, there's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like, you know, Lance had referred to earlier. And, you know, there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well, as well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new. 2023 for us is not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically every concept that's in this NCMP course I have taken from with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that to me is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. and I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, honored to be an instructor in this class because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it. And we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allow some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility
that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Hi, I'd like to take this opportunity now to introduce one of the newest members of our team, and Doug Hoffman, who, for those of you that know him, he is the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And what I want to do is take this opportunity now to bring Mike Mosley in, who is one of the newest members of the Normie team, and he's going to be deeply entrenched in the sales side, so a lot of you will be talking to him. So Mike, you want to say a quick hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing started.
Well, thank you, Lance and Doug. I just want to say how excited I am to be a part of the team at Normie. I've gotten to know you all for the last couple of years while I was doing my previous role with another company, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of what Normie does and helping a lot of people out there really live healthier lives.
Well, Mike, it's exciting to have you on the team. I mean, I've been working with you now for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and just hearing about your extensive sales background is something I want to talk about in a moment. But Doug, if you want to jump in here real quick, give Mike the official welcome.
I do. I've been so excited to have Mike on board. He's been with us actually for about a week and a half, and he's getting up to his eyeballs in training on all the different companies and how they work together, and what he can actually be doing in terms of helping not only our membership, but also helping to get some of our products out there with Best Living Systems. So I'll just be the one to say that I'm so excited to have him. His official title is Vice President of Business Development. And although that may say a lot about what he does, I look forward to us talking a little bit tonight about where he's going to be specifically in supporting our members and also getting those great products out into the hands of people who need them. So welcome aboard, Mike.
Thank you, Doug. I'm very, very happy to be here.
So Mike, let me ask you a question. I was looking through some of the background on you, and I know you're out there on a lot of the social media pages where people are able to look you up and find out more information about you. But after reading it, I realized that we only have 24 hours in a day to cover some of the things that you've done. So we're going to have to cut this down to a little synopsis of, your background. And from what I see, sales has been a tremendous part of what you do. I'm guessing you like doing that.
I love it. I love it. I love people. I like showing people how they can better their lives. There are a lot of products out there, some good, some bad. I like to think that I've chosen the good ones, and it's a way to help people live better lives, actually. I like what I do.
We spoke the other day, and I threw the thing out there about do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
And I saw your face light up with that because it's exactly what you were talking about. Same thing with the products, doing right with the products because of the right product to use, and they work. And you seem to have a passion for that.
I do.
Well, I tell you, talking about his people person skills too, I'll just say some of you probably know what his role was in the previous company that he worked with. And it was really to be in charge of direct contact with the distributors of those products, and which meant that they needed to have somebody that they felt comfortable they could talk to, that he would actually pick up the phone, that he would have the answers and the skills to be able to help them. And I think that's one aspect of what he's going to be able to do for us, Lance, that is going to be really exciting, something that we wanted for a long time. In some ways, I always use this phrase, membership mentor, but I think in a lot of ways, that's what he's going to be able to, that's the role that he's going to be able to supply, is being able to talk to these guys and help them work through all of the details and navigate through a lot of the details that we deal with every day. We got to take a lot of that information for granted, but as he said, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've got that we need to share with our members and help them be better at what they do.
Yes.
Well, one of the big things, Mike, and I don't want, to embarrass you with this or anything, but you come to us with a bunch of industry knowledge, and the market, the people and the players that are in it. And that's something that's very difficult to teach somebody coming in, even if they have a big sales background. So for you to be able to pick up the phone and talk to a contractor or an end user customer calling in, you understand the industry, you understand their needs. And I really think that's a tremendous asset to the Normie team.
I really do have a lot of experience in those areas, from retail to commercial products and programs. As a matter of fact, I worked with and for Zig Ziglar for a couple of years. Some of the listeners out there might know a little bit about Zig, and he always taught us that you help everyone else get what they get, and you'll always get what you get. And boy, believe me, that is so true. So from retail, commercial products, the one component that's there no matter what you're selling or where you go are the people. So if you know how to work with people, you know that you're sincere and you like what you do, the rest is easy.
So I'm going to spin off that for a second, if I could. I wanted to talk about, because he mentioned the commercial side of it. I think that's an aspect that he's really going to be able to bring to the table for us. We have a lot of members that are very interested in commercial work, not only on our monitoring program, but also on the sale of commercial products. And I think Mike's going to really be able to help us in that side of the industry as well.
Well, I think the knowledge base gives him confidence, Doug. I think that's the biggest thing, knowing the industry and you have confidence. And then when a consumer or somebody searching for information reaches out, when you talk to somebody and you can sense that confidence, it makes it much easier. The person's found, let's say, a home to go for that support. And that's really what we're all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that Mike knows this story. I know some of our members do, but we had recently, over the last several years, been called out to do an assessment in a huge commercial environment. And they wanted us to do an assessment, and they actually had a couple of IHs, industrial hygienists, on staff. And anyway, they accepted our proposal. We flew to Kentucky, spent several days doing that assessment, and flew back. And while I was out there, I was curious. I asked the decision maker, why is it that you selected us? You have industrial hygienists on staff. They called apparently a lot of people to try to find out who should do it. And we were a little more expensive than anyone else. He said, well, I'll tell you, he said, I could tell from the first time I talked to you that you had a solution, and you said you could solve the problem. And he said, that's what I needed to hear. So I think you're exactly right, giving our members the confidence with the way we back them up and the way we support them, but giving them the training and the confidence that they need, that they can get into the marketplace and solve the problems that people are dealing with. Having somebody like Mike on the team just enhances that asset.
Absolutely. And Mike, again, it goes back to me, the importance is the confidence and the comfort zone that the end user or our members actually will get when they talk to you.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I'm excited about it because I do understand a lot about the commercial. I understand a lot about the residential markets, and I think I'll be a benefit to customers and Normie and the Best Living Systems alike.
Well, I'm excited because people will call you and not me. So, there you have it. No, only kidding. You'll see.
The truth comes out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, Mike, welcome aboard. Doug, is there anything else you wanted to talk with Mike about?
No, I just I shared his excitement. This is something that we've wished we could do for a really long time, many years, and I'm just glad that we're starting 2023. It's going to be a fantastic year, and I'm just glad we're starting it out in this way.
Well, Doug, let me thank you. Lance, let me thank you for all the help you've given me so far, and hope you'll continue to give me, and especially to those of you out there listening. I'm so excited and look so forward to working with you all and helping you build your businesses, because we can do that time together. I know we can.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Doug. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you all to another segment of In Your Neighborhood. We do this quite often where we talk with members of Normie from around the country. We talk to them about their different types of business models, how they're doing in their specific sections of the country, and anything of interest that they have with all their different types of vertical markets that may be in their area. So today we're fortunate enough to have Anthony Leonard here. He is one of the Normie members that's been with us since, I believe, 2019. And I'll let him introduce himself in a moment. I couldn't do him justice talking about his background, and it's pretty extensive. So what I'm going to do is, Anthony, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to come in and just give us a kind of an overview who you are and your company or companies, which I understand you have a few of them going on there.
So my name is Anthony Leonard. I'm the Vice President of TIES 360, which stands for Total Indoor Environmental Solutions. That's an air conditioning type based business that we converted more or less into home performance type work, where we do air duct cleaning, whole home dehumidifiers, removal of contaminated insulation in attics, and then sealing top plates. And that business model, we truly look at the home as an envelope. The entire home is an envelope. My other business is Building Performance Solutions, which I started back in 2018. And I really didn't do a lot with it. And then I became Normie certified, and then I started doing testing, indoor air quality testing mainly for mold, starting to get into some of the VOC arena now and bacteria. After the class I just took, I learned quite a bit from it. But that's, my background is HVAC, a little over 25 years, and a lot of knowledge in that. I'm not a pro by any means, I don't think, but I have a diverse amount of knowledge in indoor air quality.
You said a little over 25 years, and okay, so you're not a newbie in this industry. I guess you've seen mold over the years, especially in air conditioning systems and how it can affect people. And today, the big buzzword is IAQ, or indoor air quality. If nothing else, COVID had brought that to the forefront for everybody. All the HVAC contractors I deal with all over the country, their businesses exploded. Everybody wanting to learn either more about it, upgrade their systems, filtering, purification. So I guess you've been experiencing the same thing.
Yeah, I would say, we've been talking about indoor air quality before indoor air quality was cool. That's what we like to say here. But we've never seen, I think with COVID and so many people staying home and not going out of their home, they got a chance to see just how bad their air quality is, or hidden issues that they weren't aware of, such as mold. Or we did have a lot of calls where we were going out where people were complaining of headaches or smells in their home that they had never smelled before. So I would definitely say COVID, with the spike in indoor air quality.
Nope, we lost your video there. There you go, you're back.
Not sure what happened.
That's okay. It's technology. That's what it does.
Right.
It's funny you said indoor air quality is a cool thing. I tell people that we have a very niche market dealing with indoor air quality. It only affects people that breathe. So it's probably about 8 billion people on this planet right now, that are affected by it. So very, very small market share out there. So let's get into some of the real details. You've been in the industry over 25 years. You have 2 different companies going on. What made you go into this industry, this career path?
So probably about I don't know why it keeps doing that, but I see it popping up on my screen.
Okay.
Probably about 3 or 4 years into my AAC career, I was doing maintenance, and I was coming across a lot of air handlers that had a lot of microbial growth in it. And back then we were saying mold, and we didn't, way back then, it wasn't as bad of a word as it is now. Now you want to avoid, even as a licensed assessor in the state, I still try to avoid that word and use more microbial growth. But I was seeing a lot of microbial growth in the air handler, and I didn't understand why. And I'm a guy that works off of why. Why is that happening? So I started doing more research and started finding out that it was due to moisture carryover, and then duct sizing wasn't proper, and it just went on and on and on. And then I went down that rabbit hole, and then there was no coming back from that. And then I just wanted to know more, and I wanted to know more. And then it only made sense to me, being NADCA certified and doing air, HVAC cleaning and seeing microbial growth, that I was able to test that and be able to determine, is that truly mold, or is it just dust, or what is it? And that's what started it.
It's I'm going to say a good thing that you keep referring to it as microbial growth, because that's really where the industry has gone. I mean, beyond COVID and any of the other illnesses that are out or the diseases that are out there, I mean, when we do assessments, we're coming across VOC problems, we're coming across particulates, we're coming across bacteria. I mean, all kinds of other nasty things that are affecting the air that we breathe. And you can't just over focus on mold because then you miss everything else. I mean, as an assessor, going to somebody's house that's convinced they have a mold problem and finding out they're really getting sick because of the gasoline they store in their garage and the fumes are coming in that they don't realize, you know, that's what our industry is really about. And it sounds like you've been doing that for quite some time.
Well, we always chuckle a little bit when we go to the condos over here. You know, we're in Sarasota and there's a lot of condos on the water, and you know, that interior space is worth a lot of money. So they'll take an air handler and stick it in a closet with an open return. And the homeowner thinks, hey, there's a little bit of space underneath this air handler. I'm going to use that to store my cleaning supplies. They don't realize anything that's off gassing is just being pulled into the return, the air handler, and distributed through all the supply ductwork. So, you know, we see that a lot. We always get a kick out of that. And we let the customer know, you really don't want to put this here, and this is why.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm not quite sure how you're really going to be able to answer this. I always talk to people about, you know, what's their business model, especially you're in Sarasota, Florida, so it's going to be different than somebody in Fargo, North Dakota, you know, obviously different weather conditions and things like that. But you also have multiple companies and a very diverse background going from HVAC to microbial. So what kind of business model do you run with?
So, you know, the ties, again, it specializes in home performance, and we do services that I explained prior. I wanted to separate the companies because I did not want, just like mold testing and mold assessing, I did not want there to be, you know, anywhere where somebody thought that we might not be conflict of interest. I didn't want any conflicts of interest. So we started BPS, and my guys here could tell you that I've gone and I've tested behind ties and I have failed us in an air handler. So I'm the same way all the time, no matter whether I'm testing for our company or I'm testing for somebody else. But, you know, kind of like Best Living Systems and you guys, what we're able to do is I wanted to, listening to Doug, I wanted to be able to do the same thing. I wanted a solution-based company where I could give a turnkey solution. So when we talk about total indoor environmental solutions, 360, full circle, I want to give people turnkey. So we have relationships with mold remediation contractors we can recommend. BPS can go out and do testing, and I will tell them full disclosure. My wife owns Ties 360, to which she does. I'm the vice president, and that company specializes in HVAC cleaning. So anything that's HVAC related, she may be able to help you, but I'll give you the name of 3 companies. So they've truly been able to help each other. Same with Ties. If my guys go out and they're doing a duct cleaning and they go in the attic and they see microbial growth on the top of the ceiling or a truss, they may say, hey, we think you may have an issue up here in the attic, and we recommend Building Performance Solutions to come out and take a look.
You know, I've talked with a lot of people around the country that have a business model of multiple companies, and for a whole variety of different reasons and different vertical markets. But the main thing that I keep coming across is that every once in a while you'll get one of those companies will be down a little bit, but the other one always picks up. You know, and having these multiple streams, or one's a little off this, you know, quarter, the other one's picked up, and, you know, they kind of, even though they're separate, it helps the overall, you know, effect of the industry and the business that you're running. So it's kind of interesting that you're experiencing the same thing. All right, here comes the tough question for you.
Okay.
Why Normie?
I did a lot of research. I did a lot of research before I picked who I wanted to go to for school. And I looked at some reviews, and one of the things that I had heard from another individual was the way Normie helps you grow your business. Okay. And I had said this in the class that I just took too. The resources that Normie gives us, not just, I mean, there's 12 pages of downloadable content full 12 pages of down, and not just how to test, but also how to develop the business model, and how to be successful. If you're a Normie member and you're not successful, it's because you don't want to be. You have everything that you need. If I wear two hats, and ties at times can be very demanding. I'm the consultant here, so it can be very demanding. So I could be a lot more successful in BPS if I applied myself more. For example, I don't know exactly how many certifications I have of Normie, but it's quite a bit. If I applied doing the sanitization protocol more to BPS, I could make a lot more money. I truly could. So I guess the short answer is there's nobody else out there doing that. There's nobody else out there that cares. I mean, Doug cares, and I've heard him talk. He's passionate about this. He cares about you being he's not just a business owner himself. He's passionate about you being successful yourself. That's why.
That's really his focus. He talks about it's not about helping somebody get a license, about helping them build a successful business, because that helps the overall industry. It's taking this industry to a whole new level. I mean, there was a lot of dark side to our industry years ago. And as the states are slowly coming around to licensing and putting regulations in place, it is helping, but there's a long way to go. So we're trying to do it this way. And that's something that Doug absolutely demands out of all of us, that, we do the right thing for the right reasons.
And I can also tell you this, as an HVAC contractor, I've seen a lot of different filters. I've seen a lot of different air purification systems. And it is really hard to get me to say, hey, I like this product, but I like every product that you guys are offering. And that's other things that people can add to their business model to help them be successful. Like, okay, I came in here and I've done the testing, and you know what, you don't have mold, but you've got some bacteria levels, and here's some things that you can do to address it, and you're not, and I know, our industry, along with HVAC, has a bad name, and sometimes for really, really good reasons. I do see things going on that you got a company that's a remediation company that's also doing testing in our state, and it's frowned upon. So we do have, a bad reputation sometimes for warranted reasons. But anyway, getting back to it, you guys have product that I believe in, and I don't say that about a lot. The Perfect Fit filter, great filter, doesn't hurt static, which I'm big on. I look at static pressure with everything for air conditioning itself. If the static pressure is not good, nothing else.
Well, it looks like we may have lost Anthony there. We'll give it a moment or two, see if he's able to get back into the room. Okay, and we're back. Unfortunately, the internet does drop out, and we've experienced that a lot in Florida from our classroom, actually, that we've had in several different locations down there. So glad you're back. So I'll tell you what, we're only one or two more questions I really had for you, and obviously anything you want to tell us about yourself is great, but if you could pinpoint one or two things about Normie, how do you think it's helped you, or has it helped you?
Oh, it's absolutely helped me. So, the class, I've always thought about microbial growth, or mold, specifically mold in this instance, but I was doing my sampling strategy very different until the class that I just went to. So, and I was able to tell, Doug, I go to the Tuesday night meetings when I can. And I think they're really, really important. That's one way that it has helped me. There's, we can, as a member, we can log on Tuesday night and get a ton of information from other experts in our industry. And it's not hard. You just log on to the computer and you get to watch it. It's very convenient. You get to watch it from your home or your place of business. That's one that I'm going to implement things that I just learned on testing strategies that Doug talked about, as far as how many samples, why, where. There's no laws in our industry, not really even really standards. We just have guidelines to go by. So to be able to I think that class was really, really informative to figure out, you know, where do other people feel like, and it was an interactive class. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there in person. I had to do it online, but it was still an interactive class, and I was able to see what other assessors thought would be the best location for these samples. So between that, I mean, my favorite thing is, if I'm going to be honest, is the downloadable content, what I can go to, what I can read. I've probably a couple times read Doug's book on you know, mold-free construction, and I often listen to it again to refresh. I've done a lot of testing for new homes here lately on our side, and not surprising, they're all failing, right? Trusses are laying down on the ground, they're laying out in the rain, so they're all have, you know, really high number. And people that are moving down, which, by the way, a lot of people from your area are coming down here in New York, so we're just waiting on you to come down, Lance. But a lot of people from Jersey and New York are moving here, and somehow through the grapevine, they've heard about microbial growth or mold and how bad it can be here. So I can tell you, just about everybody I get from up north that's a buyer is doing a mold test, besides the home inspection.
No, I mean, and it is big up here too. I mean, we have different, obviously, conditions than down there, but we do have extremes up here, which is another cause for these problems. Plus, up here, the air conditioning sizing is very different than what's going on in Florida. You know how the wrong sizing can make a big difference. So, I mean, that's all the stuff. But the class that you were talking about that you just attended was the ISSS. It's the IAQ Mold Strategies, Sampling, and Solutions. It's always a mouthful to say that one. But I know that you're also an assessor and a remediator in the state of Florida. So this kind of gives you something different, you know, on top of that ISSS class?
Absolutely. So I am a certified mold assessor, certified mold remediator. I don't do any remediation at all, and I didn't go to get that license, although I still have the certification. I thought it was, even though I never intended to do the actual mold remediation, I thought it was really important to take both classes so that I can understand what the criteria for the remediator is. As an assessor, we need to work hand in hand to give the homeowner the best solution possible. So I thought it was really, really important to take both of those classes and get certified in both. And I mean, if I could, you know, every week, if I could take a class of normies, I would. I don't have that time, but there's, you know, I can't stress enough how informative the ISSA class, the ISSS class is that I just took. It truly was truly informative, and I learned something. So, you know, if you just learn one thing, I'm also certified in test and balance, so I have a lot of ABCs behind my name. And that class that I went to for test and balance, the proctor in that test said something that I thought was pretty resounding. If you go to a class and you just learn one thing, and you start implementing that, just that one thing, it's worth it, you know. And I've already implemented 3 things from the one class that I went to.
Cool. Well, you know, you said something earlier when we were talking about, you know, doing things based on why. And, you know, you just said it again, you know, why it's important for remediators to know what assessors do, and what assessors, you know, have to know what remediators do. Because if you're not talking the same language, nobody understands why. Exactly. And it's just so important. And the ISSS just adds, I guess, another layer on top of that for things you can take from those classes and just expand into your business, which you obviously have just done.
Well, that I know of, there's no real class out there currently to teach you really sampling strategies. So this is why I thought this class was really important. I wanted to see what Doug had to say. He's been doing it for a lot longer than I have. So, you know, I wanted to see what he had to say. And then again, I got to see what other people, there was a gal there from Hawaii. She was on Zoom. She was from Hawaii, you know, and she was talking about the differences of their testing techniques and how, you know, there they really, let me make sure, yeah, I did it again. But there she was saying they don't, mold's like one of those things like, hey, it's just supposed to be there, you know, obviously because of their climate. But it was nice to be able to see what other people have to say and what they're dealing with in our industry. So that's the other part of the class, right? It's not just the technical stuff that you get, but being able to talk to other people in the industry and seeing challenges that they're facing and learning from them.
You know, one of the things that came out of the pandemic was the use of online training. Now, we were using Zoom before Zoom was a thing, you know, so we've been doing this for quite a few years. But now it's become the standard. And just what you were talking about, you get to interact with people in real time from all over the place. You know, we've had people from, we have one member that's over he bounces around between China, the Philippines, Japan, and we never know when he's going to come into CE training for what country. You know, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for him, but he's here. And, you know, it's interesting. And it's like, all right, where are you today? You know, but he comes in for the CE trainings because he feels it's very important also. So, yeah, nobody can beat him out on the distance challenge. Hawaii was close, but, you know, he still takes the furthest one. Well, I'm just trying to think if there was anything else that I was going to talk with you about. I mean, I'm really glad that you were in the ISSS class. I mean, I did pop in a few times during that class, and you were engaged in a lot of discussions with Doug, and it was interesting to see your point of view on a lot of things, and it was very valuable, I feel, for the class. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that. HVAC definitely brings another element, and again, I mean, I'm impressed with Doug's knowledge on the HVAC side of it, understanding static pressure and understanding our side of it. You know, HVAC contributes to a lot of microbial problems, especially in my state. You know, if it's not sized, you brought up a point, sized properly. I think they're saying about 30% of systems are sized properly, which is not good for our industry, you know? So I want to make sure that, again, going back, and it kind of pertains to Normie too, but NCI uses this, which is if you're not testing, you're guessing, right? So testing is really, really important. And it just happened to me. I just went to just give you kind of an example, I just went and did a test where I swore there was like some white fuzzy looking stuff on the wood paneling next to a staircase. I opened the vanity doors and there was black stuff on the vanity doors, and I swore we had mold growth. We did, but very, very low, not elevated at all. So, you know, that's why testing is really, really important. And you know, I've even looked at some of the downloads that I was talking about, looking at wood, you know, trying to look at wood and determine is it rot, although we shouldn't say that word in our industry because, you know, insurance and but I think, you know, that's why I stay with Normie. That's why I'm a member of Normie. I'm a member of Normie because of everything that's available to me. And I think that that's important. Like I said, I encourage anybody that's never went to Normie's website, just go click on the downloads tab and look at the 12 pages of information that's there. I mean, they're there to help you. Yeah. Again, if you're a Normie member and you're not successful, it's because you're not trying.
So do you think we're going to see you at the, I believe it's the NCRSI class or the CAIA, the advanced assessment class, or the sensitized individual classes?
You will see me at all of those classes.
Yeah.
So I deal a lot with sensitized individuals over here. And that was a chord that was struck that Doug said when I was at the class. If I wouldn't have been at the ISSS class, I wouldn't have heard him say this. I have, and I don't know how many other people have, I have the client where the wife says the husband's crazy or the husband says the wife's crazy. And I didn't know the word that was attached for that. You know, over here, they call them the mold people, you know, or I call them the 3%ers, which only 3% of the population is bothered by a lot of what we test for. But in our area, we have a lot of these individuals. And I learned, again, unfortunately, this is why it's important to continue to go to class. Unfortunately and fortunately, I learned something, which I learned just because it doesn't test positive for mold doesn't mean that they don't have a problem. I have an ATP meter. I've had an ATP meter for a long time. It's one of the first tools that I bought, but I haven't been using it. And it was just a reminder, hey, I need to get this thing back out and start using it again and checking for bacteria, because what if you have that sensitized individual and you're only testing for mold? And that's what I've been doing. I haven't been doing VOC. Or I didn't know, here's another good one, the swab. I know that I can test for bacteria and I know I can test for mold, but why wasn't I adding bacteria to the swab? It's just something I wasn't doing. Now you got a 2-for-1. I wouldn't have known about that if I wouldn't have went to this last class.
You know what a lot of guys don't know, especially the ones that have been doing assessments, and it kind of creeps up on them, that if they're not requesting a difference between bacteria and mold, they're using just a single Petri dish. And a lot of times, if they're not treating that Petri dish with an antibiotic, the bacteria is going to overgrow the plate and inhibit mold growth. So they may get results back saying, oh, there was no mold growth. That's because the bacteria took over the plate too fast. And, you know, it's something you need to consider. Oh, it was all black and everything else. It must be mold. And they tell, oh, no, there was no mold growth because it was all bacteria. Doesn't mean you don't have a mold problem. Just means the bacteria overgrew the plate. So very interesting comment there. And it's something that's very real in our industry that people need to know about.
Yeah. So then, you know, and then that brings another dynamic when you were talking about business models earlier. That's something else. You can get, you know, you can take the class and become a certified biocide applicator and a certified sanitized. I forgot the exact one. There's a lots of them, but you know, you can get that certification, and now you can do a sanitization protocol that normally stands behind. As long as you follow their process and you do it their way, they're going to stand behind it. And now you got somebody standing behind what you've done. You know, like, we're not just testing. We're trying to give these homeowners solutions as to, okay, here, we wrote a protocol for it to be clean. Now this is what you can do afterwards in effort to keep this at bay from your home, bar a water loss or something like that. There's nothing you can do when there's something like that. But there's a lot of things that, you know, there's so many things for our industry now too. And I think I'm not going to talk about it. I'm sure Doug will talk about it here in a class coming up. But, you know, just a hint, you know, ways to monitor your indoor air quality, you know, so we've gotten really advanced in our technology. So there's a lot of really cool things out there.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you. I think you were talking about the CSP course, Certified Sanitizing Professional.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, we are constantly approached from different companies to take a look at their new technology, whether it's monitoring devices. I have another one sitting here on my desk that Doug and I are starting to look at now that does a whole lot of things, and it can be portable. And, you know, we'll see. If it makes prime time, we'll introduce it to everybody.
Right.
You know, but we want to make sure it's something that really works. It's easy to function in different environments, and we do our research first. But those are the kinds of things that we try to bring out for everybody. And, you know, it's appreciated by most of the people. Well, I appreciate you being with us. You know, I know the mornings are tough, afternoons are tough, nights are tough. You know, time is very difficult to niche out a little bit here to do these interviews. So I appreciate it. And we may have to have you come back and do a little bit more digging into your business model and stuff, because very intriguing the way that you work that.
Anytime. And I hope to see you tonight. I'm going to try to make it.
I appreciate that. So thank you again. And maybe we'll do this in the future. And I hope to see you at our CAIA class, which I usually am part of that.
I will be there for sure. Thank you. Bye.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Welcome to IAQ Basics 101, Managing the Air We Breathe. My name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. IAQ Basics 101 is a class offered through besttrainingschool.com. This copyrighted presentation will discuss the problems of indoor air pollution as well as solutions to those problems. There are multiple ways to deal with indoor air pollution, and I suppose this picture addresses one of those. The EPA and other government agencies suggest removing the source of the pollution, but as we will see, that's not always possible and is not necessarily a viable option, especially since we ourselves are the source of much of the pollution indoors. Dilution with fresh air makeup is also suggested as an option, but that's not always possible, and in many cases it allows us to bring even more pollution from the outside into our living space. This class is designed to talk about the seriousness of the problem, the sources of the problem, and the real holistic solution to managing indoor air quality. Whether in a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional environment, the solutions are the same and effective to reduce microbials, particulates, and other contaminants that pollute our indoor breathing space. Several years ago, Normie.org started a national survey asking homeowners in particular to rank their indoor air quality from 1 to 10, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. And so the question, how would you rate the indoor air quality in your home? Now, with several thousand responses, the evidence is clear that most people, in excess of 90%, rank their indoor air quality at a 7 or below. That many people recognize that they have a problem, but not quite sure what that problem is or who to call to resolve it. This short course should help put those concerns to rest by suggesting the sources of the problem and the solutions that are effective in improving indoor air quality in virtually every single case. We are not unaware of the problems in our homes and offices. Many people react to the contaminants that exist in our indoor environments, and there is even an entire segment of the medical industry that now recognizes and treats the symptoms of environmental illness. The AAEM, American Association of Environmental Medicine, has been a leader among doctors in training and helping them resolve the problems that people experience as a result of indoor air pollution. No longer are those affected shuffled off to a psychiatrist or disregarded as a hypochondriac, because more and more evidence is coming to light every year on the devastating effects of long-term, low-level pollutants on our health and general well-being. Allergy, lethargy, overall unproductivity are now being associated with many of these contaminants, and property owners, managers, and doctors are interested in finding solutions. This class allows you to take a giant leap toward a holistic approach to dealing with indoor air pollution. But first, you must understand what comprises or makes up the contaminants that we breathe every day indoors. You could classify every single component that affects indoor air quality into one of these 7 components. And if you know what the problem is, the solution is easier to understand. As I've said many times, prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice, and so it is with indoor air pollution. If you don't understand the problem, then you don't have a solution. If you do understand the problem, and you understand that it's multifaceted, then you will understand that the solution must then be multi-strategic. There is no one-size-fits-all or just put this machine in your house and all will be well approach to solving these issues. It's about dealing with all of them in a synergistic way. So let's talk about each of these as we see them in our environments and as they pollute those environments. Particles. That's a dust mite. 32,000 of them on an ounce of dust. And there are a lot of people who are allergic to dust mites because dust mites love to eat organic material, dead skin. And when they eat that dead skin, they do what other animals do, and that becomes aerosolated. And that dust mite feces has enzymes in it that makes people allergic to it. And so dust mites obviously are a problem, and what they do after they eat becomes a problem. But there are other things in the environment floating around as well, pollen and mold spores, particulates that need to be taken out of the air that we breathe. There have been multiple studies about submicron particles and how they actually get past our natural filtering systems, the nose hairs, the hairs in our lungs, and actually can even be brought into our bloodstream. And so dealing with particles, of course, is an extremely important way of dealing with indoor air quality. Unfortunately, in the indoor air quality business for the last few years, so much emphasis and focus has been put on particles that some of the other problems that are in the environment have been ignored. And so a lot of effort has been made to make really good and efficient filters. But that's only one solution to one specific problem. Odors. In our environment, we have odors, all kinds of odors. Sometimes those odors are symptomatic of gases. Sometimes they're symptomatic of other things like cooking odors or secondhand smoke. But odors are a tremendous allergen, and it's an indoor air quality issue that needs to be addressed. Gases. Of course, I tell people in our indoor air quality classes that we have enough chemicals under our kitchen sink to kill a couple of elephants. But the truth is that we have all kinds of things in our environments that are off-gassing different types of chemicals. You think about walking into a room that's just been painted. That room smells. There's your odors. But those odors are actually coming from gases from the paints and the VOCs. Those gases will continue for years and years, sometimes up to 10 years, after the smell of the new paint has gone away. Formaldehyde, glues, OSB, carpeting, all of these things put off gases. Some of them we smell, some of them we don't smell. Usually at this point when I'm talking about indoor air quality, I talk about these three as they're really evidenced by secondhand smoke. A single cigarette produces over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And in most cases, when they try to take cigarette smoke out of an environment, like in a bar or a restaurant, they use a filter, and so they're successful at taking the particles out, but it still smells like an ashtray. And that's because they haven't removed the gases and the odors that remain. So if you were going to have a multi-strategic solution to secondhand smoke, you'd have to have something that would deal with not only the particulates, but also deal with the gases and with the odors. And then of course we have biopollutants, and we think about mold because it's something that's very obvious and there's been a lot of press about it, but there's all kinds of biopollutants in our environments. E. coli, salmonella, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, all kinds of things going on in our environments that actually become aerosolated. Now that's not because the bacteria has wings and can fly around, but it does in fact travel on the dead skin cells and other things that are floating around in our environment. When I talked about particulates, one of the things that I didn't really mention but is one of the biggest pollutions in our environment is our cells. We actually put off dead skin cells. And if you look at a shaft of light in the morning and you see all of those things floating around, 80% of that, according to scientists, 80% of that is dead skin. Well, that dead skin becomes a little magic carpet ride for bacteria and for viruses and other types of biopollutants. And so biopollutants are a major issue not only on surfaces but also when they become aerosolated. That's the fourth component of indoor air quality that needs to be addressed. Temperature and humidity. Obviously, as the temperature gets high and the humidity gets high, much greater chance of mold growing. Even when the temperature gets low and the humidity gets low, there's a good possibility that bacteria will grow. And so one of the things that we do in our trainings is we talk about trying to keep the relative humidity between 40 and 60% so that there's a less possibility that contaminants will actually grow in that environment. But these two components obviously need to be addressed. In the air conditioning industry, they talk about combining these two, and they deal with what's called psychrometrics and how the two actually work in environments to keep air cleaner and how they can make the air conditioning systems more efficient. Temperature and humidity. And then the seventh component is comfort, and that's how air moves in the environment. You know, when you're in an environment that's got stagnant air, where it's hot at your head and it's cold at your feet, it's extremely uncomfortable. By getting the air moving, by using ceiling fans, leaving the air conditioning system on, so that it's actually moving the air, not only are you keeping a more comfortable environment, you're taking away the false positives that a thermostat might give you, false readings that you might have about the heat or the coolness of that particular environment. And if you're using proactive air purification technologies or passive technologies, as we're going to talk about in just a few moments, moving the air is vital to keeping good air quality. By moving the air, you're trapping the particulates, you're taking the proactive air purification to the surfaces, cleaning the bacteria, killing the mold, you're dealing with odors and VOCs. All of that has to do with air movement. So these 7 components, and again, we're talking about particulates, odors, gases, temperature, humidity, and comfort. All of these have to be addressed if you're going to have a multi-strategic solution to this multifaceted problem. Particles, biopollutants, odors, temperature, humidity, gases, and comfort. You need to address all of them. So the first conclusion that should be drawn after understanding the many facets of the problem is that solution is not just about filters. Filters play a very big part in resolving many issues, but they certainly don't address many of the pollutants like odors and gases, and they are restricted by the difficulty of trying to get some of these pollutants to the filter. We'll talk about the value of good filters and the shortcomings of bad ones shortly, but even before that discussion, it's clear that it's not the whole answer to IAQ management. It's not about source removal. If we are producing much of the dead skin that's in any environment, removing us is not the answer. Yes, we can give our cat to Aunt Sally and tell our wife to smoke outdoors, but there are so many things in our environments that simply cannot be removed. After all, who wants to live in a stainless steel house? So many of our construction materials are great feeding ground for mold and bacteria, and how do we fix that problem? And it's not about dilution. Certainly adding fresh air into the home or office is a good way to dilute some of the contaminants, but as I suggested earlier, in some parts of the country, the last thing I want to do is bring so-called fresh air into the environment. At least I wouldn't want to bring it in without it having been cooled, filtered, and purified. Again, certainly a part of the solution, but not the entire solution. Our solution, the Normie approved solution, is a multi-strategic approach with these 3 prongs: air filtration and purification, surface protection, and lifestyle changes. When I wrote my book, Mold-Free Construction, and that's available at moldfreeconstruction.com, I suggested a sanitization protocol and it incorporates this three-pronged approach. Take a look here at a recent table that I found that suggested the top 10 solutions to indoor air quality issues. It's interesting because the three-pronged approach is included right here. You've got utilize air purification, utilize air filtration, dehumidify or humidify, reduce carpeting, revise your cleaning schedule, use hypoallergenic bedding, use green cleaning supplies, reduce volatile organic compounds, respond quickly to leaks or moisture, manage plants, and clean your pets. It's interesting that this three-pronged approach is included. Lifestyle changes that include decluttering, scheduled maintenance, and so forth is incorporated in the revised cleaning schedule. Respond quickly to leaks and use hypoallergenic bedding. Using green cleaning supplies that are low in VOCs deals with surface protection, and I have many more listed in my sanitization protocol. So we want to now close in on air filtration and purification technologies, which is probably the most technical of all the solutions. There are so many air purification technologies and so much marketing hype that it's often difficult to understand exactly what works and what doesn't. So let's simplify the approach. Every piece of air purification equipment in the market today is either active or passive in its approach to resolving indoor air pollution problems. By passive, we mean that, like a mousetrap, it's bringing the pollution to the solution. A filter is a good example of a passive technology because the filter sits there waiting for the air to be brought to the filter. The other option to take care of that pesky mouse would be to buy a cat. That cat is on seek and destroy mode, and she's going out there to take the solution to the pollution. That's a proactive approach to solving the problem. So in that context, let's talk about the different technologies in the marketplace and talk about each, how they work, and the advantages or disadvantages of each. What you'll quickly see is that a synergistic approach utilizing multiple technologies in a combination of passive and active is by far the best and most effective way to deal with all of the potential contaminants in the indoor environment. To take this a step further in evaluating technologies on the market today, all of them, that is all of the equipment on the market today, utilizes one of 5 technologies: either filtration, ionization, ozonation, ultraviolet, or ultraviolet with target plate. The very best equipment utilizes several of these, as you'll see in a few moments, but we must first understand the value and limitation of each before we have a clear understanding of the efficiency and effectiveness when these are combined. Filters would include all of the different media that we see in the market. They might be fiberglass, foam rubber, carbon or carbon impregnated, polyester, but each serves a different purpose based on its density and configuration. HEPA, high efficiency particulate arrestor, filters, probably the highest quality filter on the market today, incorporated a pleated configuration and is usually appropriate only in commercial environments where the air handlers can handle the tight density of the filter media. For the average consumer, anything above a MERV 7 or 8 rating, according to ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, could negatively impact the efficiency of the air conditioning system and even, in many cases, damage blower motors and other moving parts of the system. MERV, which is the Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value, a standard set by ASHRAE to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of a specific media. Ionization sends an electrical charge into the environment using several different types of components to charge particles and make them flock together or aggregate so they can be carried to the filter. In many cases, submicron particles are so light that they are never brought to the filter, and these are, by most studies, the most harmful to our health. Bypassing the natural filters of our nose and lungs, these particles can wreak havoc on our health. Ozonation is produced by a couple of different methods. Ozone can be very effective in reducing microbial pollutants in the air and on surfaces, but it must be closely monitored and is problematic for a small percentage of the population. Ozone production is regulated by some states, and in particular, the state of California bans air purification technologies that incorporate ozone production in their machines. Fortunately, there are now other technologies that are just as effective without the harmful side effects. Ultraviolet has been widely used in the air conditioning industry, but unfortunately it seems as though many technicians really don't understand how it works, or doesn't, and so many have lost faith in the effectiveness as an air purification technique. With the advent of target plates, the photocatalytic oxidation technology is one of the newest technologies addressing airflow and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping air and surfaces clean of many contaminants. Let's talk about each of these in a little more detail and discuss whether they are active or passive in their approach to air purification. This is a good example of a traditional pleated filter. There are some limitations that inhibit the effectiveness of filters, and much of that has to do with the type of filter that's used and the maintenance, or lack of it, that's required. We've talked about the variety of filter media that can be used, but all filters are limited by the air handler itself in terms of the amount of air that actually gets to the filter. Air exchanges are a way of describing the effectiveness of the filter, but it ignores the reality that much of the air in any environment never actually gets to the filter. Just like the swirling leaf in a swimming pool that never gets to the pool filter, the air in any environment has pockets of air that never move. At least that air never gets exchanged and therefore is never really filtered. Maintenance is probably one of the biggest issues with filters because people often will leave their filters in for a very long time. So long that the media is so full that it actually sucks the cardboard frame of the filter away from the edges of the return, causing blow-by. And again, the air is not filtered. If filters are not changed regularly, they can become a media for mold and bacterial growth, a syndrome that we in the industry call bionesting. The solution is a good MERV 7 or 8 filter, frameless, impregnated with a good antimicrobial. And if you view Best Living Systems module at the end of this module, also attached to this lesson, you'll see the value and efficiency of the perfect fit filter for most 1-inch applications. With all this understood, the filter is still passive, waiting for the contaminants to get to it. We highly recommend a good filter, but it should be only one of the parts of the solution, and it should be one that doesn't cause the very problems that you're trying to solve. Ions are invisible particles, either molecules or atoms, which bear an electric charge. Atoms, for instance, consist of an atomic nucleus that contains neutral neutrons and positively charged protons, as well as orbiting electrons that are negatively charged. And when an atom is in neutral condition, the number of protons and electrons, which are negative, protons positive, electrons negative, is equal. When the number of protons and electrons is not the same, the particle becomes an ion that is either positively or negatively charged. Negative ions can be artificially generated by electrical devices such as ionizers, which use an external power source to generate large quantities of negative ions. Virtually all particles in the air have a positive charge, while negative ions have a negative charge, in which case negative ions and particles magnetically attract to one another. When there's a high enough concentration of negative ions in the air, they will attract to floating particles in large numbers. This causes the particle to become too heavy to remain airborne, and as a result, the particle will fall out of the air and will then be collected by normal cleaning activities such as vacuuming or dusting or even in the filter. The ionization process has been used for years on the construction sites and other locations where particulates need to be removed from our breathing space. Negative needlepoint and pulsating ionization simply charge those particles that are then attracted to one another and either dropped out of our breathing range or taken to a filter. The newest ionization technology is the dielectric barrier ionizer. This component actually creates what some call a bipolar ion or clustered ion, where both positive and negative ions are combined in the same charge. This sounds counterintuitive, but testing has shown that this actually happens and that the clustered ion, though safe for humans, is lethal to microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and mold or fungus. This is a completely natural process, utilizes low voltage, so it's an energy-saving process, and effective on a variety of IAQ contaminants. When combined with other components, this technology produces a powerful oxidation process, and Best Living Systems trademarked it as multi-cluster ionization, MCI. It's just a better way to address many of the contaminants in the indoor environment because it produces very low levels of ozone, nearly immeasurable and safe. Best part of all, this technology is proactive. It sends the solution downstream to the pollution and will therefore help keep air and surfaces clean, even quite a distance from the equipment. There has been much concern about ozone, and I just have to say that much of it is inaccurate. Though there is no need now with the newer technologies to incorporate ozone in the air purification technologies, the production of ozone is as natural as lightning and actually causes the clean, crisp smell that we get after a thunderstorm or at the beach or in the mountains. Called nature's cleaning product, ozone can be a very powerful oxidizer and when used correctly can be very effective. Though highly efficient for smoke cleanup and fire restoration projects, more IAQ professionals steer customers away from the use of ozone, even at low levels, due to the sensitivity of young children, the elderly, and immunosuppressed people. I'm thankful that there are technologies that have advanced beyond our need for a discussion about the value or limitation of this specifically proactive technology. This brings us to ultraviolet lamps, the darling of the HVAC industry. It's long been known that UV light at the germicidal wavelength, 254 nanometer, is extremely effective against microbials. The food processing industry, the post office, and other applications have been fully convinced of its effectiveness and utilized it for really tough organisms like E. coli, anthrax, to name a few. Unfortunately, in the air conditioning system, the limitations of the technology enable it to be very effective in cleaning the surfaces on the inside of the air handler, but not very effective in sending any of that cleansing power downstream into the airflow. Why? Well, the UV technology has two major limitations: time and proximity. How long is the microorganism exposed to the light, and how close is it to the light? In most cases, air conditioning contractors have found that due to the high rate of speed with the air racing past the UV light, that the bugs hardly get a sunburn. Ultraviolet light is great for the surfaces inside the system, but not very effective in the airstream. It really is a passive technology, waiting for the bugs to come close to it so it can zap them, change their DNA, or neutralize them. Over the past few years, scientists and engineers have learned the power of a combination of UV, the germicidal wavelength UV, and a target plate. This UV becomes a catalyst for producing a much more powerful oxidizer than actually does get into the airstream, clean the air and surfaces downstream from the air handler. When combining these two, the UV and the target plate can then be coated with multiple coatings of different metals, its shape altered to expose more of the surface to the UV, and in turn produce a powerful clustered ion similar to the dielectric barrier ionizer we discussed earlier. This proactive technology is becoming the choice for all air purification technologies, and when combined with other components, as we'll discuss in a moment, air purification technology has now taken a turn toward becoming the foundation for creating clean, healthy environments indoors. No longer is this technology an option, but a must for anyone who's interested in addressing all the pollutants now found in indoor environments. This concludes our training on IAQ technologies. IAQ Basics 101. Remember that the combination of many components into a single product is the very best way to address all of the contaminants in any environment. You've got a multifaceted problem, you need a multi-strategic solution. If you have a greater interest in the products that have been developed around the clustered ion, multi-cluster ionization trademark, we have provided a module on your page entitled BLS Products to help you better understand the options you may have for your own use or may want to offer to your clients. The trademarked MCI multi-cluster ionization technology are incorporated in all of these products, from HVAC probes to standalones. They're affordable, effective, and efficacious for air and surfaces in virtually any environment. Safe for humans, but lethal to microbes. Thank you for taking the time to get better educated on the basics of IAQ. We offer more advanced trainings in the IAQ field, which includes specific trainings on mold, formaldehyde, as well as more trainings in the indoor air quality field itself. And we look forward to providing more information in the classes ahead.
Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
I'd like to welcome Michelle Blevins to our cast today. I've talked with Michelle quite a bit, and I've met her several times at multiple trade shows. It's always fun to have a conversation with her, and I thought it'd be really good to bring her in here tonight to talk about who she is, how she's involved in the industry, and the magazine that she is running. So, Michelle, how about a quick hello?
Hello. Thanks so much for having me, Lance. I really appreciate it. And hello to everyone who's watching or listening.
Well, thank you. Well, let's get right into it. Tell us a little bit about you before we even get into the magazine side, because that's really fascinating to me, but I want to know more about you.
Okay, so I have been in the restoration industry since 2015. I have a background in TV and print journalism. My first job out of college was at a very local small town newspaper in very rural Indiana. We still did court news and going over to the courthouse to look through the big ledgers and see who got arrested that week and who got divorced and who had the land transfers and all that. That's where I really cut my teeth in relationships and all of that. Also where I covered my first flood. There was a very localized flood there, and there were homes that were flooded that were then raised up quite a bit. So that was my first kind of experience with that. Also first experience around house fires and all those kinds of things. That's where I learned what happened on the emergency scene, but I had no idea what happened once the emergency vehicles left. So, then I was 6 years at a TV station in Northern Michigan where I was the executive producer there. And then in 2015, I joined another industry publication. I was the editor-in-chief there for a while. And then I purchased CNR, which is Cleaning and Restoration magazine, from the Restoration Industry Association in July of 2021. So I have been running it since then. There's a team of 5 of us that are behind the scenes running CNR, and I absolutely love it every single day. I am also a mom of 2, and they're 8 and 3. My 8-year-old plays hockey. My 3-year-old is trying to learn to skate, and they are a handful, and it's super fun. And I'm excited to be here and chat more.
So if I said juggling was a lifestyle, I think it's fairly accurate.
Big time. We're fortunate that, everybody says it takes a village, and we have a village. We have good friends, and my mother-in-law is incredible and watches our younger one 2 days a week. And, I have a babysitter here. We're recording on a snow day, our second snow day in a row. So we have an amazing babysitter who shows up on a moment's notice and takes them sledding and does all the great things with them. And so we have the best possible people around us to make it all work.
Very good. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about CNR as a magazine, because we obviously are dealing with the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry, and your title alone is, right there for us.
Sure. So CNR has been around since, we think, somewhere in the 1940s. It's a little unclear of the exact start date. I've worked with Pete Consigli, who's kind of the resident restoration historian, through the RIA to try to figure that out. But there's been different names throughout the years. I was fortunate enough to come into possession of some of the print magazines going back to, I think, 1975 is what I have in archives. So my goal is to get all those digitized and stuff like that in the future. But this is the oldest publication in the industry, as well as the largest publication in the restoration and cleaning space specifically. And over the years, it has covered everything from IAQ and cleaning and mold to fire to biohazard to crime scene to COVID and asbestos and everything in between. So we try to cover the full gamut of topics when it comes to restoration, remediation, cleaning, all of that.
Well, everything you just named all comes under IAQ, indoor air quality. Every bit of it. And that's kind of the umbrella that we start with and then try to funnel down for our specific classes. But, you've seen and experienced what has changed in the industry since COVID hit. And, I've said this on numerous interviews. It's like everybody woke up and found out that breathing was important. How do you see it, in the industry and specifically with the magazine publication?
I think the industry has changed in a number of ways. I think customers are looking more for the IAQ piece and making sure that when a restoration project is done, that it doesn't just physically look good, but that it's actually done healthily. I can think of a contractor in California who's dealt with a lot of the wildfires that have been out there, and they actually are on the forefront of helping with more sustainable building practices to help homes be more fire resistant if there are more wildfires. And I think that that is something that the industry is learning, that we need to be a little bit more proactive in some of these things, make sure, I think COVID gave the industry a big lesson on how to actually clean. I mean, the root of the restoration industry is cleaning, right? Like we are cleaners at heart, and then everything else kind of revolves around it. So whether it is for COVID and we're disinfecting, or it's a fire, or it's a flood, or whatever it may be, cleaning is the crux of what we're doing. And I think COVID kind of knocked us a little bit on, are we cleaning properly, or are we just spraying and praying? Are we just wiping and moving stuff around? Are we using the right products? Are we using products that are okay for occupants in a building? Is this going to be damaging to children later if we're cleaning a school or a hospital or whatever that may be? I think that it was a good learning curve for the industry to kind of set us back on track of really thinking about what we're using, how sustainable are we being, how big is our carbon footprint? Are we using the best products out there? There's a lot more I can go into, but go ahead, because I feel like I will just start rambling.
That's okay. No, I just flew back from a seminar with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner. And I know you've talked with him before, and he's really an interesting guy to talk with. But in the seminar that we were going through, and it's under an OSHA training, he used the term cleaning for health.
Yes.
It's a whole new direction. It's not cleaning to make it look good. It's cleaning for health.
Yeah.
And one of the examples that we talked about were the airlines, how they have 8 minutes to clean this 200-seat plane, and their biggest focus is making sure the safety belts are folded neatly.
Yes.
So it looks clean. It's not cleaning for health. Yeah. And I really think that's where this industry has gone. I don't want to say it's going. It's gone there now, but it's learning how to do what it's trying to do. So very interesting spin on where this industry is going because of COVID. I think it really brought everything into air quality right up front for everybody to see, and it's on everybody's mind. With that being said, the companies that I've been talking to have gotten extremely busy. Yeah. And one of their big complaints is getting personnel, and trained personnel is even harder. Yeah. Any thoughts on what they could do?
So I think that the number one thing, or the number one way to find new people, is recruiting yourself. You and whether it's the owner or the technicians or the project managers or the estimators, salespeople, whoever it is, everybody within the company needs to be considered a recruiter for the company as well. They need to be thinking about like, oh my gosh, I just got amazing customer service from this person at Home Depot. I wonder if they'd be willing to, I wonder if they're interested in a job change or whatever that may be, or a server at a restaurant or wherever you are. Be thinking about in day-to-day life, the service people that you meet and how good they are. Anybody can be trained on how to dry a structure or remove mold or remove odor or whatever that is. The technical stuff can be trained, but the character and the work ethic and all that can't be trained. So you need to be looking for people in your everyday world that carry those character qualities that then you can train for the skill later. So I know of some restoration companies where they make little business cards that say, hey, you are a rock star at customer service. We would love to talk to you about being part of our team. And then if you flip it over, there's like a name and number for the hiring manager or whoever that may be. And you can just hand those out. I know some companies where that's like almost a requirement. Like you have to every person has to hand out like 5 a week to a star player that they see. And that is going to be so much more effective than throwing out an Indeed ad here or Career Builder or whatever website you're using. That just is a really difficult way now to try to find people. You might find people, but you're just going to be, I was a recruiter in the industry as well for 4 years, and I totally understand how hard it is. I have been through many a screening with somebody who looked great on paper and they ended up being a train wreck, or you get to the final step of the process and they end up having a criminal record that isn't going to be accepted by a carrier or programs if you're doing program work. There's just so much to it. So really, your company needs to be recruiting for your company is what it should be. And something that's going to really help you also with that is making sure that your company has a good culture and a culture that's going to attract people. If people start hearing of your company or seeing your company at action within your community, even outside of restoration jobs, that in and of itself can help speak for your company and draw that talent toward you.
Well, I do have to ask a quick question before I get into my follow-up on this. Are we using now train wreck as an industry term?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I agree with you completely. I've seen it. I've seen people that are hired to do different aspects of this industry that really don't know what they're getting into. They haven't been trained. There's limited training requirements or licensing requirements, depending on what part of the country you're in. And yeah, train wreck is very appropriate for, unfortunately, the end user, because that's what they wind up with.
Yes. CNR just did a state of the industry study that included feedback and answers from high-level leadership in 150 restoration and cleaning companies across the US and Canada. We had feedback from all 50 states, all Canadian provinces. So it's a good set of data to talk about industry trends. And the number one thing that we saw that companies are going to be doing in 2023 is focusing on training. More than 52% of companies said that that training was going to be like their number one focus for future-proofing their business in 2023. And I think the thing that is coming with that is, again, we can teach people can go through normie classes, right? And learn some of these skills that they need. But again, the soft skills, that character of the person, that's so important. So I see more companies also focusing on the soft skills and making sure that their people know how to relate to customers, especially because the people that we're serving are often having probably the worst day of their lives, or top 5, top 3, whatever that may be. It's not a good day. If a restoration or maybe a cleaning company is more middle of the road, but if a restoration company is there, it's probably a bad day. So there's a bigger push to teach those soft skills. And going back to the recruiting and retention aspect, there are more companies that are realizing that if you teach those life skills, you're going to better retain your people. I mean, a lot of the people that you're hiring in at technician level may have never learned money management skills. They may have never learned how to buy a car or get a cell phone, or even like the most basic things. They might have no idea how to do that. And so kind of creating a life academy and morphing them, working through those, even if it's like 5 or 10 minutes a week, just helping with those skill sets can really help. There was a company that I was talking to last week. They're based in Michigan, and the owner was saying that for every employee, they have a PPF plan, and it's personal, professional, and financial. And they go through those, I can't remember what she said, a few times a year. And they do like their 1 year, 3 or 5 year, and 10-year outlooks, I think, for their goals. And they actually work with their team to get, how do you reach those goals? And it's not just career stuff, it's personal and financial as well. And how can we help you get there? And that helps retain people, helps them find a career path as well, and not just guess their way through the company. So the soft side of things is really important.
Well, you're absolutely right. We actually did quite a few classes for a group called Sustainable Workforce Alliance, which is basically teaching basic skills to groups of people. It was funded by, I think it was a federal grant down to a state grant, and put quite a few people through that, just giving them basic skills, how to manage their life and be able to work and things like that. So, I mean, that's there. And now we're working with, Gavin and ISSA, and we have this big program we're rolling out through OSHA that, we'd love to train 1 million people across the US. It's one of the problems with it is, like you said, people being in the industry, and I'm looking at it as you need to train people to a professional level, or to at least be an essential level.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that Gavin had an issue with, where this whole industry, the cleaning industry, they're not considered essential employees.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, you have these major hospitals where people that are sick are going in, but your employees that have to be there to clean it are essential. When there's curfews, they can't go.
Yeah.
So it's a whole new way of thinking about this industry and elevating it. One of the examples he mentioned in the class was, if you're driving down the road and you see a traffic detail going on, you'll see a guy standing there with a stop or a slow sign. They have to go through training and be certified to do that. But the people cleaning your operating room, they don't. So it's, it's definitely a change. I think there's growing pains right now in the industry since COVID hit, but I think we're going in the right direction. So what do you got as far as, because I know you interview a lot of people also, any of the new technologies or electronic gizmos that are coming out?
Sure. So there's a lot, and I feel like you know a lot more on the IAQ side than I do. I mean, you introduced me to Air Answers and some others. So there's definitely a lot of technology on the IAQ side that you are far more well versed to talk about than I am. But something like Air Answers, I would say, would be considered Restore Tech or InsurTech. They're both terms that we've heard. InsurTech is something that I would say it's another result of COVID, right? There was a lot of technology in the industry before, but the COVID made us push forward. We weren't in customers' homes as much, or we had to be more careful. We needed to be able to get remote readings or whatever that may be. So InsurTech talks about like the Bluetooth technology that you can get through like Phoenix, for example, on your DHUs or whatever, that's going to give you remote access to your readings or whatever. You still need to be sending people to the job site. This isn't taking away jobs. It's not that level of AI or anything where people are losing their jobs, but it can help you with your moisture readings and keep up on those things. Other examples would be like Matterport and DocuSketch, where you can do 3D scans of entire homes or businesses or whatever that may be in minutes. And then you have the fine details that, it used to be that estimators had to sketch it all out, and that took forever. And well, I don't know, I don't have a picture of that dresser. I don't know if we put something on it and nicked it. Well, if you do a Matterport beforehand, you can, if somebody says something's missing or got damaged, zoom in and see, was it damaged when we got to the site? Was it not? Finding specific areas of damage and what needs to be fixed. There's also a lot happening that I won't go into. There's a lot happening on the carrier side as well. A lot of the technology does have to do with getting paid and kind of expediting that process for contractors.
That's big down in Florida with the AOBs and all of that, which is still being an issue. I think one of the things that we didn't talk about, and I don't remember if we talked about it when we were at the last show, about the monitoring program that we're coming out with, or we've launched.
We did a little bit. So refresh me.
Well, it's a monitoring program where it's electronic devices that we put in environments, whether it's residential, commercial, or anything, that gives us 10 different parameters in real time over the internet that we're able to monitor. And what's different about this is it's not the customer that's monitoring it. It's our group of IAQ professionals that we monitor it, and we look for anomalies that are taking it out of range that will eventually cause problems. And then we notify the customer, we watch it, we help them analyze it, and then we put them in touch with IAQ professionals that can help them. We're out of it at that point, other than directing them to the people that can help. Very positive response from that.
How do IAQ professionals get connected with you to be part of that? I understand that. Well, okay, I have multiple questions. First, how is this getting to the end user? Are contractors promoting this service when they're in homes or maybe doing a mold assessment or whatever? Are they recommending this, and is that the starting point?
Funny you should ask. Yes. There's several different programs, but the way that we are encouraging people to use it, there are portable kits which are actually called IAQ doctor kits.
Okay.
Whether they're single units or multiple units for monitoring. I mean, this could do hundreds of units at a time. But when you walk in with this small kit, you set it up and you instantly are now getting readings being forwarded to the cloud, where you can get reports when you're done. You can also see it in real time. What the goal of that is once the customer sees how their air quality is being maintained, that they are able to get the system for themselves. And it's sold through the contractors that are on site actually doing the assessment. Okay. So, they're there, they're demonstrating it, they're using it in their assessment, and they're exposing the end user to it. We have made it where we are only letting the end users get it through trained contractors. Sure. We don't want people, saying it's going to do things it won't, making false promises. So we make sure they're all trained and going through it in that way.
So how do contractors get the doctor kits?
Well, the easiest way is as a Normie member, you have full access to all the training. We do it. The training is free. So becoming a Normie member at join.normie.org gets you into that. You're able to take the training. It's online, and you're then exposed to all of the different technologies that are involved with that program, how it works. And then we walk you through it from there. And then you go out and you're able to sell this program for the Normie Pro monitoring is what it's called.
Who are you finding on the end user side are the most interested? Is it like homeowners with kids? Is it offices?
Pretty much anybody that sees the doctor kit being used testing their environment. I mean, because they're instantly getting, which most people get now on any of the devices that are out there, temperature, relative humidity. But this also has CO2 levels. It has particulate levels at 10, 2.5, and 1 microns, which is the big thing right now in the industry of what's getting into the blood system, formaldehyde, and total VOCs or TVOCs, which are chemicals in the air. So it's a screening device that monitors 10 different things, including dew point. I'm sorry, that's also out there. And it will give us as the IAQ professionals a really good picture as to what's going on in real time and documenting it and letting the customer know that somebody else is watching for them if they're involved with the monitoring program. We've talked to a lot of people about the different monitors, and I've had them. I know you've talked with Doug. He's had all kinds of monitors for years. And, you know, you get the monitor in the first week, you're looking at it every few hours. Okay, it's good, it's good, it's good, you know. And within the second or third week, when's the last time you checked your monitor? A few weeks ago. Well, do you know if anything's changed? No. We watch it continuously, and that's the big difference.
We have a radon system in our house that we had put in when we moved in because we know that there's radon in our area. And I think about that every once in a while that they, you know, when you first put it in, they tell you, okay, here's how, you know, here's the gauge to know when it's going, or, you know, you can kind of hear the fan running and all that. And it's like, I haven't looked at that thing in a year. I have no idea if it's really running or not. Hopefully.
Yeah. You know, when I do assessments and I talk with people, you know, I explain to them, I'm coming into the house with a new set of eyes. That they're there, they see something every day, they see it so often, they don't see it any longer.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the Blues Brothers movie?
Yes.
Well, there's a scene in there when the two brothers are talking to each other and they're talking about the Chicago trains going past their room, like 10 feet away. And he goes, how often do those trains go by? He goes, so often you won't even hear them.
Yes.
And that's really the same. It's really the same thing. You'll ask somebody, when's the last time you changed your filter? What filter? One for your air conditioning. We have one. How long have you lived here? 20 years. They just don't know. And these are true stories. These are the things that I ask people and the way they've responded. They just don't know because they don't see it on a rare occasion. They see it constantly, so they don't see it anymore. It's like being nose blind in a house that smells really bad. After 5 minutes, you don't smell it any longer. Same, well, for the most part, same kind of situation.
It depends on how bad it is, but a barn, yes, you can go into a barn and lose the smell. I'm thinking about anyway.
But again, it's going you into a new set of eyes and watching it from a different aspect. That's what the monitors do. They're in there watching all the time. They're not going to see something over and over and over and say, oh, that's normal, we're going to forget about it. If it's out of range, it's going to let us know.
Yes.
So that's the big difference.
That is really interesting. I wonder if I'm the type, I'm thinking through, if I had that in my house, I think I'd be so worried all the time, which is not the point. I know I tend to be a worrywart over house things. So, but excuse me, then you get to solve the problems, which would be great. And then I wouldn't worry. So,
well, and that's the whole thing. It may come across as worrying up front. People get nervous, like I'm being tested. No, you're not. We're just establishing what the norm is. And then if we've helped you get to a point where you're comfortable and it's improved the health condition of the home, there's nothing to be worried about. Just to be aware if something changes and goes out of whack. You know, if you have a big party at your house and you have 20 people there and all of a sudden your CO2 level goes way up, well, it's not something to be terrified about. It's just, hey, you had a party. You know?
You had a party. How many members does Normie have now?
Well, we've trained probably between 9,000 and 10,000 people. And we have people that come in and out of the industry, in and out of what we call active membership. It depends on what's going on. A lot of people do it as a part-time job. So, you know, the numbers really fluctuate because of that. But yeah, we've trained, I'd say, in that 8,000, 10,000+ range over the years. I've been with Normie since 2006. They started in 2004. So a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. I love it. All right, what else
So
we got?
where do you think the industry's going next? Come on, get your crystal ball out. Let's see where we're going with this one. More high tech, more manpower, more let's stop and analyze what's really going on.
More technology, more AI for sure. I know that there are some really cool AI pieces that are going to be rolling out in the next year or so that are really going to help with estimating, especially. That's more on the, restoration and reconstruction side of things. But, people are never going to be replaced as this AI rolls out, but I think it's going to help considerably kind of even the playing field, hopefully level things out when they're in some of the more contentious areas of the industry, like TPAs and contractors and estimating platforms and all of that. So AI is one of them. I think that the industry is going to continue to grow. I think at any given time, people usually estimate that there's between 12 and 15,000 restoration companies in the US. I don't know how anybody actually knows that, because I think of like ServPros or Paul Davis's, or, the franchises, or mom and pop, 2 men in a truck type companies. They open and close every day. Right. So I don't know how you really can tell that number, but there was this big concern over the last 4 years of industry consolidation as the mergers and acquisitions kept ticking up. And there was a lull in the second half of 2022. I know that things are going to pick back up in 2023. They kind of have already with more acquisitions, but there was a really big concern that as the industry consolidated over the last few years, that there were going to be fewer companies. It was going to be much harder for the smaller independent companies to stay in business because some of the bigger companies would be eating the competition. And then, you have a big player and a little player in one market who's going to survive. But again, going back to the state of the industry, everyone, like it was almost 100% of the companies who had somebody in their market purchased said that their company either increased their revenue or stayed the same, despite their competitor in their market being bought by somebody bigger. So I think that that's something to keep in mind for contractors, hopefully an area to take heart as you maybe see the consolidation continue over the next year or two. Interest rates are going to affect that and some other economic things, of course, but I do know that this trend is going to continue a little bit, I don't think to the degree it has been, but just know that even if that is happening, that doesn't mean that there isn't space for the smaller independents, because there absolutely is. And those are the backbone of the industry. I like to think Katie Smith, who is the president of the Restoration Industry Association Board of Directors, she calls herself an everyday restorer. And I like that. She and her husband run a company in Lillington, North Carolina, and it's a really successful company. It's very family oriented, all those things. And they have done just fine no matter what has happened in the industry. And that's kind of a perfect example. I know there are a lot of other companies in the same boat, so don't worry. Other trends. Those are probably the two big ones. I don't know that workforce stuff is going to get any easier. Mike Rowe in a recent podcast, I can't remember where I heard it, but it's Mike Rowe said that for every 5 people leaving the trades right now, there's only 2 to replace them. So it might be a little bit easier to hire people now just in general, but finding the skilled people in the trades, that's probably not going to get any easier.
That is a big issue. So we've gone a long way from talking about CNR magazine.
That's okay.
Well, I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Could you just give us an idea on some of the topics and things that you've been covering, or may tease us about what's coming up?
Sure. So CNR is a full media brand. So it's more than a magazine. Anybody who's listening, it's also all free. So you can go to cnrmagazine.com and sign up to get the print magazine or the digital edition. We have a podcast and social media channels, a YouTube channel, all of those things. So any resources you find there are brand new. I actually have a list, so let me pull this up here. So New things, we're launching a new masterclass for the industry. Last year, I did a masterclass on mergers and acquisitions, like we just talked about, with a pretty well-known broker in the industry. This year, we are doing a masterclass on profitability. I think that that's a big topic that people are talking about, how to run more efficient companies, more lean, those kind of things. So I will be bringing in 24 industry experts throughout 2023 to talk about very specific parts of the profitability puzzle. So I have somebody coming. These are only going to be 10 to 15 minute episodes a piece, super short, so you can listen and kind of move on with your day. But, I have people coming in to talk about like modern HR and what that looks like, to talk about how to like scaling your business, company culture and how that relates, understanding your numbers, organizational structure and what that can look like to help with your profitability. All 24 people that are going to be part of this have a different angle related to profitability, but they're experts in that area. Like their company has really excelled in that area. So they will be coming in to do that. So be on the lookout for those coming soon. We will be doing the state of the industry again later in the year. We will voting for the Golden Quill Award, which goes to the best contributor of an R&R or CNR. Ooh, did you hear that? That's the first time I've ever done that. CNR article in the year. That voting opens up pretty soon. We also, which I love, we do an Unsung Heroes Award. So the nominations for that will open this summer, but the idea is to recognize people within restoration and cleaning companies that might not otherwise get a big award or get recognized on a big scale. So kind of those quiet heroes behind the scenes, right? So unsung heroes, anyway. So there's 3 categories. There's an office or like I'm sorry, let me back up. So there's like C-suite category, admin category, and field category. So in field is, estimators, project managers, technicians. Office covers sales managers, ops, marketing, those kind of people. And then C-suite is of course like owners, GMs, CEOs, those type of people. So we reward that to 3 people every year. It'll be awarded in the fall. So I think that that's a really fun thing that we do to try to recognize those unsung heroes that are within every company that might not otherwise get recognized. And I think that that's important.
All righty. Well, I'm gonna throw something at you now that you may or may not be ready for. Do you have any questions for me that I may or may not answer?
That you may or may not answer. Well, I'm curious, how many classes does Normie put on in it, like in a week? I guess let's go there, because it seems like there's always something going on. There are always classes to attend. Let's start there.
Well, the easiest way to say that is we have static online courses that are available anytime.
Yep.
We also do on-site courses that especially when we're down in our classroom down in Fort Lauderdale, we're able to simulcast over our Zoom platform. We actually have it working like as a TV studio at this point. So the customer or student experience at home is almost like being in the classroom. So we're doing that. That's several times a month. We're doing that. We're doing English and Spanish classes also. We're constantly putting out newer technologies. I know we have the more advanced classes out now covering some of those technologies, but these are being taught by people like Michael Pinto. Gavin's come in, Doug Hoffman. We have Mo Zulawaga, who does a lot of our Spanish classes. We have Maxine that does our Spanish classes. So we have a bunch of other teachers that have also come in. So we're doing classes now all over. We're looking to expand out to the West Coast this year, if possible. And there's going to be some international stuff coming really soon.
That's awesome.
So there'll be more on that. And that's one of the reasons that we've been doing so much with our TV channel, Normie.tv, because people are hearing about us and asking questions. And because of the different time changes and stuff that we're dealing with, or time differences, not changes, people can go to Normie.tv anytime and see interviews, see different trainings that we've done. And these aren't video on demand. These are continuously going. We will also interrupt that and go with live broadcasts at times in between the other recorded live broadcasting.
Yes. Okay.
So to answer your question, it's all different.
Yeah.
During the holidays, you back down a little bit because people are just losing their minds and going in different directions.
Yes.
But now it's ramping up and we got a lot of classes going again.
How are you so tech forward? Like, this industry is not known for being super tech savvy, but Normie clearly is. I mean, the ability to live stream classes, you have Normie TV, you can get classes online at any time. Like, that's honestly something very, very lacking in the industry. So how have you managed to be so tech forward?
Well, Doug Hoffman, our executive director, is very open to these types of ideas, reaching out to the community. And to him, it's all about giving back. And the only way to do that is be able to reach people that need the help. So when we come up with these different platforms and ways of reaching out, as long as it's something that makes sense to do it, we're going to try to do it. My background is very different than what's really in this industry. So I come from an industry where make it work is pretty much the mantra. So what do we need to do? Okay, we'll make it work. And that's kind of how we do that. And technology is the way to do it.
Yeah, it is. I totally agree. I have enjoyed in my infancy of business growth here, leveraging technology and doing things differently than I've seen things done in the past. And it really does make life and work and all of that better and easier and higher quality for everybody. So I'm impressed with everything that Normie does.
Well, this is my chance to throw it out to everybody that's watching. This is going to be on normie.tv, indoorairquality.tv, a YouTube channel, which is the Normie Live YouTube channel, the Twitch network, which is live, DLive, which is live. We're actually on a South Korean platform, Africa, AFREECA, which is another broadcasting platform, and LinkedIn Live and Facebook Live. So we push all of our stuff out there across all these different platforms for people to be able to get to it in whichever manner they need to. If somebody's not in their office, clicking on a video on demand to watch is difficult, but there's platforms where they can get right on their cell phone. They can listen to it as a podcast. We're just trying to make it easy for everybody.
Well, that is impressive. Keep up the good work. And what about this new OSHA training? When is that rolling out where you're hoping to get a whole bunch of people through this training?
It's rolled out. Right now we're doing a lot with train the trainers. And that's a big thing. We need a lot of trainers to reach a lot of people, which is going to happen very quickly. So that has started.
Who are the ideal trainers for that?
I'm sorry?
Who are the ideal trainers? Like, who are you looking for trainers?
Well, people that are obviously in the industry. I mean, one of the things that we look for at Normie is all of our trainers are still working in the industry.
Okay.
The expression, those that can't do, teach. Well, we want the people that are doing and teaching. So that's, for me, that would be one of the most important things. The second one is people that have an interest of giving back to the community, because there's a personal investment in this, not monetarily, but you're investing your time, your energy, and your passion to want to teach people that really have not been exposed to this industry. It's your essential workers at the lowest level that have to be there, have to be trained how to be safe and how to do the job right. So, I mean, those are the biggest things that I think are important. There's other criteria, obviously, you don't want people with criminal backgrounds and stuff like that, going out there teaching. And you need self-starters, people that are motivated to go out and run a class on their own. Sure. So there's a lot of different criteria. Gavin's on top of all that. He's doing a great job with it. And you're going to see big changes over the next year or so.
I love it. Well, congrats on all that you're doing and Normie TV and all that. And it's always a pleasure seeing you at shows and chatting and catching up and all the things.
Well, we got a bunch of shows coming up this year. I hope to see you there.
I am sure that we will cross paths more than once.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for all your time, and we'll chat some more. This was fun.
Thanks, Lance. Thank you very much.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NCRSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the NORMI schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gongitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the Airwalls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this. And I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. You know, it's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name, and since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it, but then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name. And so it became Airwall, and then over time it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017. And I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry. And among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. You know, we started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, you know, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows. And then we realized at some point that because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius, he's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question. That he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? You know, when you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's, you know, kind of what started my wheels spinning. And we went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's 2 Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick,
yeah.
Because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because I know your mind just works continuously on this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
air.
Air. Okay.
They inflate. You know, and you're right. I tend to get, you know, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The 2 that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from the structure and create negative pressure, or to create a manifold where you're actually directing the air to a subfloor or maybe the perimeter of the building.
But these are different. This is different. That's behind you now, right?
Yeah. So this is the latest. This is very different. In fact, what you'll notice again to either side of me is the Nexus, and the Nexus consists of 5 separate inflatable air bladders. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see those little round. Those are valves. And so you inflate each of these chambers separately. The idea being that if there is a power failure, first of all, these are inflated and they don't require any more air. But if there was any kind of damage done to one of those bladders, although we did a lot to design them so that they're very durable, But if something did happen, that even the loss of an entire or even two chambers would still maintain your containment. So that's the design we came up with, and yeah, they're very different, but they both work on air and they both work on pressure. The whole reason that they function as negative air containment and as a chamber is because they're pushing against the surfaces of the building, up and down and then sideways, so that they seal up.
Okay, so now I did cut you short before. I just want to get back to, you were starting to talk about the different types of products.
Yeah.
I just wanted our viewers to understand at least how these things work.
Yeah.
What else have you designed? I mean, this is for, it looks like you got a chamber behind you and a whole wall, but I know there's problems with, different heights, different types of ceilings and floors. How does that all work? Or do you have special products for that?
So we wanted, simplicity was the key. We didn't want a bazillion parts and things that could get lost, broken, misplaced, or just adding complexity. What you see behind me essentially is four things. It's a nexus on one side, a nexus on the other, the dust curtain that joins them, and the doffing chamber that zips to the dust curtain, in a nutshell. So it's really, really simple. If this room that we're looking at were 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall, this is an 8-foot configuration, that were 9 or 10 feet, you would simply add a 12-inch extension to the very top of that wall. And because the air bladders inside are actually 10 feet long, then you're not doing anything else. Those air bladders simply roll out the next 12 inches and then stop. They stop because there's a piece on the top that makes them stop. And then if you had to go to 10, you would do the same thing, add another 12 inches, and then those bladders go up the next. So so it's very simple. That conversion can be done in just a couple of minutes. Very simple.
Interesting. So how about like width, or if you're dealing with different heights, like it's a slanted ceiling or something like that?
Sure. So for width, not a problem. These walls that you see to my sides are 5 feet nominally. And again, 8, 9, or 10 feet. They can be adjusted. Well, let's talk about width first. So you can put as many together as you want. You can zip these things together. They join to each other. It's all modular. Everything goes together and connects. So you can put 4 or 5 of these together, or 2. If you happen to be in a space that, again, these would be 10 feet joined. If you were in an 8-foot space, you could do a couple different things. You could just simply change the shape of the wall into a curve. Think Hoover Dam. You could do something like that. You could also run them straight across the room, and then when you get to the wall, you simply underinflate whichever bladder would be at the bend, right? And then bend the wall. That's it. And now what's touching the building may be 1 or 2 bladders as opposed to just the edge, but that's the way you shorten it. So you've got a bunch of different options on how you can do that. As far as an uneven ceiling, I'm gonna point here. Let's see. How do I do that? These right here, these little black dots, those allow you to actually put straps that also attach to the very top of the wall. And you can actually change the pitch of the wall if you need to. You can actually slope it to a certain extent. And you can also adjust it, not just to 8, 9, or 10 feet, but if you were, let's say, in a drop ceiling, a T-bar, they're not standard, right? They land sometimes at 8 feet 3 inches, or just under 9 feet, whatever ceiling height. They're never really standard because they're not set by 2x4s. They're set by a contractor who puts wire, hangs them, and that's where they land. So you can actually adjust these things really, really kind of a micro adjustment, anywhere between 7 at the bottom all the way up to just over 10 feet. So yeah.
Will fit just about anywhere, it sounds like.
It will. The only thing I don't think we're ever going to really do, and that kind of brings up another one of our thought processes here. We're probably never going to do like the vaulted ceiling scenario. So in a vaulted ceiling, you're probably going to have to either commit to plastic fully, which, it is our goal here to try to get as much plastic out of this industry and construction as we can, or you're going to do a hybrid. And to be clear, we really did always design this product to be, when it's necessary, hybridized, merged the plastic that everybody's using now, because there are going to be certain environments where a vaulted ceiling or some weird cutout is going to prevent these walls from, you know, creating the appropriate seal. So you may use 90% air wall, and then that last little bit you may connect, you know, to plastic. And because these walls work well with tape, they don't come off, which is great, because you can't say that about tape and walls, right? When walls have, you know, water literally dripping down them, or years of cooking grease or whatever, they don't stick, right? That's why a lot of failure happens with traditional containment. But these walls are designed to work with tape and not leave residue. So you can tape plastic to it for as long as the job takes, and then peel it off, and you won't have to worry about it leaving stuff behind. And certainly, whenever possible, you want our walls to be, or the air walls to be, touching the surfaces of the building, because that's going to create the superior seal without the problems of you know, damage like peeling paint or whatever else that comes with using tape.
Well, I know that with some of the Normie training that we do, we've actually incorporated some of the air wall technology into some of the types of hands-on training that we do, especially like when we go to the experience trade shows, where people are able to touch and work through all the new different technologies and products. And they fit into structures that we basically build on site. So we're able to adjust them, you know, in real time to fit into these structures. And it works out very well for us, because we're able to put those up with plastic, show the differences, and, you know, how you can make changes and everything else. So it does work, and it's adjustable, like you were talking about, to whatever structure we build at the time.
Right. And it brings me joy to hear that, Lance, because, you know, I had this awakening. It was kind of late in coming. I've been doing this for 5 years, but I had this awakening about 5 days ago, where I realized, when I made my first shipment to Australia, that these things exist without me, you know, in different time zones and on different continents, and people are interacting with them, and what I spent years thinking about and designing has to work, and I can't be there to help them. I can't,
So,
you know.
so you send your children off to school for the first time, basically.
That's what it sounds like, right? Absolutely. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
Put them on the bus to Australia.
Exactly.
So let's go a little bit further into this. As far as like vertical markets and stuff, I mean, I could see it in the remediation industry, restoration, asbestos. How about like medical, or all of the above?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the most exciting things about what's behind me here, is that when this came, all of a sudden, exactly what you're talking about just changed totally. So medical, if you have someone who has who's a burn victim, or is receiving cancer treatments, or is in some other way significantly immunocompromised, positive pressure environments are how you deal with that. And a hospital environment can create that, but that's very expensive. This can do that very, very easily, very simply, and doesn't require any permanent modifications to a building. On the flip side, we're all very familiar with negative air pressure because of the pandemic that we're all emerging from now, and the need for negative airspace, which is the exact opposite of what I just described. Instead of pumping clean, fresh air into an environment with people who have no immune system, you're instead drawing air in so that the bad boogies can't get out. So that's medical. But even more so, there's really, really strict enforcement when you're in a hospital environment, because of, you know, generally who's in a hospital. People are sick when they're in a hospital. So if any kind of building modifications have to take place in a hospital, they have to do things to prevent dust and everything else from getting to people who might be unwell. And so it's not even just the direct medical application, but medical facilities, and because maintenance has to happen and modifications must occur, this can actually be a very, you know, a significant improvement to what they're doing now, which is putting up plastic. It takes sometimes hours or even a day to set up the containment to move a machine from one room to another, simply because of the restrictions on a hospital and what can and can't be done without containment. So that's a big deal. And then, you know, just, I've been told mining. In fact, the folks in Australia, because mining is a big part of Australia's economy, mining is one. High tech, both chip manufacturing and also in like server farms, things like that, where very sensitive equipment is very, can't be exposed to dust. So that's another big opportunity. All the construction trades could benefit from it. Basically, and then there's also, of course, the potential need for first responders and militaries, around the world. What if there's some kind of an outbreak, some kind of maybe a terrorist attack, a biological terrorist attack, and first responders and military have to show up and contain it best they can. This stuff, I mean, this what you see behind me fits into basically 3 duffel bags, so that's the kind of thing that a military could really benefit from. So yeah.
Well, while you were talking, I jotted down 3 quick questions, and you were just starting to touch on one. So let me ask it to you. But instead of 3 questions, I'll just do it as 1 question now. What I wrote down here was portable, durable, and cleanable. Especially you started talking about mining and then, bacteria outbreaks and viruses and stuff like that. So as far as it being portable, I mean, they're pretty big. I mean, easy to move, and, cleanable. And how durable are they? All 3. You got 3 questions there.
Okay, so let's start with portable. You already started on that. Basically, it's a gym bag. One of these walls fits in a gym bag. Of course, each one comes with said gym bag, and it's very, very easy to lift. I mean, the Nexus, fully loaded Nexus, is 25 pounds. That's it, right? So it's well below the lifting weight of any of the trades. I mean, most equipment is that or a lot more. So very, very portable, small, compact, lightweight, easy to use. It looks huge right now, but it fits into an itty bitty space, right? So that's really good. As far as cleanable goes, we were very intentional on that. And in fact, along the way, we had it pointed out. In fact, a well-known person in the restoration industry, Rachel Adams, had pointed out in 21 that she thought it needed to be a little more cleanable. And so I said, okay, let's do that. So we just simply reversed the fabric that we're using so that what you see on the outside is actually a urethane. So it's much, much smoother and much easier to clean. The stuff before was also very cleanable, but it had texture. And so there was a concern that maybe some of the fibers and things like that might stick. But so we designed it to be smooth, easy to clean. They're all machine washable. They're all designed to be totally machine washable. If you really, let's say, are in a Cat 3 environment and you really want to make sure that it's clean, you can do that. All the biocides, no problem. Antimicrobials, no issues there whatsoever. You can spray away and it'll be just fine. So cleanable. And then durable. And I say durable for the end because durable, all this stuff is important, super important, but durable, because we're claiming to be better than plastic, we better deliver, right? Because this stuff isn't cheap, right? It takes 3 to 5 uses to pay off the investment in an air wall, which is really fast because they last for years. But if I'm going to say I'm better and I cost more, then I better be better. And so durability was huge. We made sure that the outer shell, in the case of this one here, anything that's getting constant air, you could stab it with a knife and it wouldn't matter. I mean, we designed them with big open holes, so they're pumping out air all the time and they still work. Not so with this, right? If this gets a leak, there could be an issue. So the outer shell is very, very durable. It's resistant to snags and punctures and things like that, and cuts and all the rest. And then the inner bladders, we actually spent a lot of time finding the ideal material for those bladders. They had to be lightweight. They had to be inherently fire resistant because these are going into a built environment. They cannot burn. They had to be as puncture and tear and cut resistant as possible while maintaining lightweight and portability, right? I mean, all those things are in direct conflict with each other, right? Lightweight usually means flimsy. So we were actually very blessed, I believe, in the discovery of this particular material that we've used, and it makes this product extremely resilient. And again, because we recognize that nothing is perfect. I mean, if you open fire on this thing, it would go down, I mean, no question about it. There are things it cannot handle. But it's meant to be durable. If something does happen to it, as I mentioned before, if you lose a bladder, first of all, we've had it happen. We've in the early days, we had some bladders with some defects, with small leaks. And even when they have a small leak, they don't fully fail. And you can actually air them up and continue the job if you need to. We also designed them to be repairable in the field. I'm going to do this finger thing again. You see that line right there? That's an access zipper. And if you open up that zipper and remove the valve just below it, you can actually remove that air bladder, either repair it in the field, because we do provide patches just for that, or you can replace it with a new bladder. Depending on how many times you've done it, it might take you 2 minutes, it might take you 5. The point is, it can be done. It can restore your containment to full rigidity. And I make that point because restore containment, it never lost it. Even though it's lost an air bladder, it still maintains containment, which was key. Because again, if I'm going to claim to be better than plastic, one of the biggest problems with plastic is that it falls down, right? You get up in the morning and, or worse, your owners get up in the morning, the people living in that house, and they see this plastic crumpled on the floor, a big hole, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, all that bad stuff they told me that they're keeping behind that plastic, where is that now, right? So if my stuff doesn't do a lot better than that and not fail, then I failed. So this was a big part of our design.
I remember the first time that we used one of your air walls in our training, and again, believe it was at one of the experience shows. You were there and gave us a training on replacing one of the bladders.
Mm-hmm.
And during the demonstration we were doing with the class for the hands-on, we actually opened the valve up and let it deflate, and it still held containment within
nice.
the area.
You didn't tell me that.
No, it was my job is to break things. So, that's what we do. We try to find out things that are going to happen. Someone's going to accidentally open a valve or something. It stayed in place. It did its job. So, when you mentioned before about replacing plastic, or poly, I see the value in that. I'm just curious. I'm not holding you to it. Have you done any kind of cost analysis as to how much poly you can actually replace by one of these over the longevity of the type of system? Because I know poly is expensive.
It is expensive. The closest we've gotten to that is by calculating how much tape, how much plastic, the labor that's involved with not only the initial setup, but also the tear down, the waste removal, and then the repairs that inevitably happen with most plastic containments. And we figured that it was a 3 to 5 usage to offset the initial investment in the air wall. That's as close as we've gotten. The numbers you're asking for are, I want them so bad myself. And I don't want to pull it out of thin air. I want it to be a real number. And
okay.
It's a difficult number to quantify. I've struggled with that because that's a number I would love to take a picture, just give you a visual of a mountain of plastic, and say, this is how much plastic you would use in a year instead of, this, right? That type of thing. So short answer is I don't know what that looks like. I do know that I've seen a lot of containments go up. I actually am AMRT certified. So I've been to a lot of AMRT classes. So I've seen a lot of containments just set up just for pure instructional purposes. And when we take all that plastic and we throw it in the dumpster outside the building, it takes up a quarter of the dumpster or more.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, and that's just one class, so the amount of plastic and tape and everything else, I wish I had a solid number for you. And someday that the plastic industry that we hope to disrupt may come up with just that number for us, because we're going to upset them at some point. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll make it easier then. Longevity on the product. How long do you predict or have data on showing these things lasting in use?
Okay, so that's a question that I can only answer by extrapolating. And I do that because I'm looking at the materials we've used, not because of the product having existed long enough to go through a life cycle. We just haven't been around long enough for that to have happened. But that said, I'm going to bring up Cole again, our builder, our in-house engineer. He is, this is his space. So when he sees a problem, he solves it with fabric. My history is more carpentry, so I solve my problems with wood and nails. And it's funny that we have this different perspective on things. But the point is that at one point he took some of our material and covered an outdoor sprinkler valve control or something like that on the side of his house, and that was about 5 years ago. It's outside, it's been exposed, it started life black, it's now a funky kind of a rust color because it's just been bleached by the sun. However, color gone, 5 years of direct exposure, the fabric is completely sound. So that's what this outer shell is made of. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the air bladders themselves. The manufacturer that we buy the raw materials from won't even take something off the shelf for sale unless it's been there for more than 10 years. Because at that point, it's begun to do, they have a name for it. It gets a little bit chalky on the surface. And they have a name for it. And I can't recall how they refer to it, but it's got a 10-year shelf life before the manufacturer decides that it's probably not a fresh enough product to sell. I can't get more specific because we haven't been around long enough to say, but the materials that we use the highest quality zippers, the highest quality, everything we can find. We spend the most we can because I know that the users are going to be hard on it. The environments that they exist in are brutal. And my goal is to not build in obsolescence. One of my proudest moments would be if someday I've actually filled the industry and I have nothing left to sell because all my stuff doesn't break anymore. And I just don't, and I'm going to put myself out of business. That would make me happy,
It's kind of like the battery industry. They're made to break or run out of energy at a certain point, so you buy more. You're doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing the opposite. Yeah.
But you know what? I recently had a water loss in my house, so I personally was involved with some of the stuff here. But I understand there's something really interesting about yours. I've never been able to experience this, but I had 2 air scrubbers running at my house for, I think it was 16 days that they were working. Those things are loud.
Yes.
From what I understand, and I remember talking to you about this, these things have a sound blocking quality to them.
That's one of the coolest things. And I really wish I could say that was my plan because it works so well.
Well, I wish I would have had them for my 16 days, but.
Oh, you totally do. You totally do. I for as well as it works, and I can't claim it at all, it's annoying. But the fact that it does is phenomenal. It's crazy. We discovered it. It's actually funny, a little story there. We discovered it in 2021 when we met you and Doug and all your team at the experience in Vegas in September. We met you guys at that show, and that's where we realized what these things could do. And I'll tell you how we did it. So far as we know, and no one's ever contradicted us, we were the first ones to ever run negative air pressure on a convention floor, right? We actually built a chamber out of our stuff and ran negative air on the convention, which was very cool. People were very like, nah, so it was one of those moments, right? And we did that by just, I won't describe the structure because it's too much. But anyway, we built this chamber. People could walk into it and experience being inside of our decon chamber. And it was constructed of these Nexus walls. And when you went inside, I don't know if you've ever had your hearing tested, but when you go into that room and they close the door, you go, whoa, it's quiet in here, right? And a convention floor is never quiet. So to walk into this chamber and suddenly you have this intimate conversation space. In fact, I remember walking in with Michelle Blevins from CNR, and we walked inside, and she was asking me questions as the reporter, interviewer person that she is. We had this little conversation in there, and it was fantastic because we didn't have to yell. We could hear each other perfectly. It was great, but I really realized it when clients or potential customers would walk in, and they would be in that space. And I'm gonna be honest here. I would try to eavesdrop. I'd like to, see what they might be saying, see if they're good, bad. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear a word. I couldn't even hear mumbling. It was nothing. So it started us on a path of exploring what could we do with that. And it turns out that a single barrier is good for 15 decibels. And if you know anything about sound and decibel ratings, it's not a linear measurement. 15 decibels is phenomenal. We actually did two barriers. In fact, the video is on our website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. But that video, we did 2 barriers and it was 25 decibels. And just for a point of reference, it was 50 to 75. 50 decibels is considered quiet. 75 is considered very loud. If you look at any scale, and you can look them up on the internet. So it's absolutely shocking how much it does. And I think it's going to change the way restoration is done, because people shut down the machines when they're trying to sleep. They do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand that by taking an 8-hour shift off of those machines, that they're stretching that period that they're suffering by a third or more, right? I mean, so it's bad news, but if they're not sleeping, they're not sleeping. And I think every restoration contractor out there has experienced it more than once, where they come in and the machines are either still not running or they've just been turned back on. And they know that because the dehues aren't even operating temperature. They know they just flipped them back on, right? So we think that, that's going to be a huge benefit. And then, let's take office spaces or worship spaces. I mean, no built environment is immune from a water loss. And so you may have a church that needs to run a service and dry the building at the same time. And if you have something that can block that sound and allow the service to continue at the same time the drying is happening, then you've done something, and in an office that needs to be able to operate and still deal with the water loss. That's a huge deal.
Well, like I said, I had that, 16 days at my house. I would have definitely been an advantage there. But the company wasn't using those. They weren't familiar with it. And that's another story. So I'm looking at the image behind you, and I'm looking at valves across the bottom, zippers you talked about, hooks, things like that. How much training is involved in using these things?
Very little. You could probably attest better to that, because you've actually monkeyed around with them and you didn't build them. So, this is that thing. I let my child go and someone else had to figure it out. I had one guy tell me that they're deceptively simple. And what he meant by that was, I show these videos and there's no trickery in my videos. I don't rehearse these moves. I just do what these things do. So I'm not trying to make it look easier than it is. I'm just performing a function and setting them up, but it looks super easy. And he said, it looks so easy that people are likely to not think they need any instruction, or to even open the instruction manuals, as many men are wont to do, even when it's difficult IKEA furniture, like, I can do it, right? So training, I think there is some need for training, but not so much because it's hard, but because we've designed so much into it that, you can't possibly know what these things are capable of unless I take a moment to explain it to you. What are the D-rings for? Well, one guy told me that's perfect for training my electrical cords. I keep my cords up off the ground. I can run them around the perimeter and they're off the ground. That's a big deal. I don't have to tape them down. I don't have to deal with all that stuff. Not a trip hazard. Great. That's what he thought they were. I had another guy say I can hang a light from it. Oh, you sure can. All these different uses. In fact, and in reality, they weren't designed for that. They were designed so that I could shrink that wall if I needed to, or I could fine tune the height if I'm in a drop ceiling. That's what they're for. But there's all kinds of things they can be used for. But if I didn't tell you you could do that, you wouldn't know. If I didn't tell you that zipper is there, not just so you can load the bladder the first time and then forget about it, but so that it's placed where it is and configured the way it is, so that you could do a field change, right? And change that bladder, a field repair, right? It's zippers, it's snaps, it's hooks. There's not a lot else going on there. But if I don't teach you these things, you'll be missing a lot of features. You might be able to get the basic function out of it, but you'll lose a lot of the really cool stuff that it's capable of doing.
So with that being said, with the configuration behind you, what is that? 2 5-foot sections or 3? What is that exactly that's there?
Yeah, that's exactly. This room is about just under 15 feet across. So you're seeing 2 5-foot nexus, and then the dust curtain is also about 5 feet. And then the doffing chamber that you see behind me, it looks bigger because it's in the foreground. That actually has a square footage of just about 12 square feet. 14 square feet, because of the state that you live in has this most stringent requirements. They require 12 square feet, enough for 2 men to stand, or 2 people to stand inside and be able to don and doff properly. So that's a 14 square foot space.
So you being trained and very comfortable with this equipment, how long would it take you to set up a configuration like that to block off a 15-foot opening with a decon chamber?
What you see behind me takes about 20 minutes, roughly.
One person?
Yeah, one person. Yep, one person. You need a little ladder to a little step ladder to connect the dust curtain. But yeah, no, one person can set that up. If you're brand new to it, it'll take you 30. But yeah, 25. I've done it so many times, I'm down to about 20 minutes.
And that's no damage to any of the walls, ceilings, floors. It's just held in place. And it doesn't move under positive or negative pressure, you said, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, the surfaces, in fact, what you're seeing behind us has actually changed somewhat, very small stuff. Basically what we have now is that we have all the edges are black. And it kind of clearly defines the edges, but it also, it's filled with this very soft, your couch pillows, that's called polyfill or Dacron. We fill those things up with that. So it's very, very soft. So when it touches the building, it's like putting a pillow against the wall, which means that it can adapt to irregularities in the surface, which is important, but also not put anything rigid or hard on the wall or the ceiling, so that we are preventing any damage. In fact, you'll notice in this room, there's crown molding, right? You see that up in the corners. Well, the edge seals, which are on the edge of these walls, they're the black things that you can barely see there. Those are actually longer than they need to be, so you can actually pull out a little bit out of the top and protect, things like crown molding and things like that. And then you asked about the negative pressure and can it hold. I just want to tell you one little story short. We did a comparison. We were invited to a flood house. Jeff Cuthbertson in Chattanooga, Tennessee, invited us to his flood house, very generously opened it up to us and said, whatever people or equipment you need, let us know. It was fantastic. We were there for about 4 days. You and Doug actually got on the call with us while we were there and were advising us on some of our containment techniques, so we could show how to build containment for people with high sensitivity to mold. Because what we did was we built a 2x4 compression to 2x4 containment, right? As well as a steel stud version as well. But this 2x4 version, we put it under negative pressure just to make sure it was working. And of course it was. And then we had this fun idea. If anybody's familiar with the movie Myth or the show Mythbusters, where they just ramp things up until things just break. We like to break things too, Lance, not just you. So we all had the idea, let's break it. Let's see how much negative pressure it takes to break it. And keep in mind, what we built was the gold standard of containment. I mean, I don't know how many times a year someone builds compression timber containment. It isn't often. It's going to be in schools and hospitals mainly, and everything else is going to be zip pulls if you're lucky. So this was good containment. And it failed at negative 41 Pascal. That's when it failed. And when I mean failed, I'm talking, we had 9-foot 2x4s about to fall on us. So it was coming down, and it was coming down fast. So it was a big failure. We put mine up and we said, well, we got to do the same thing. And so we ran up the negative pressure, and it basically maxed out our 500 CFM NAM. Couldn't do it. So we had to call up another piece of equipment from the warehouse, got another 500 CFM unit up there and turned it on. And only then did we get failure. And the failure was only that the doffing chamber that you see behind me started to get sucked into the chamber. The walls themselves weren't falling. It was just that the doffing chamber was too light and it and its internal frame were being sucked inside. The number was 57. So from 41, using the absolute gold standard of containment, to 57. So when everybody kind of tries to figure out how it's possible without tape and without the things they're used to, how is it possible to create such high quality containment? Well, it works. It works the same reason your car can drive on the road. Air pressure and friction, it's just a lot of it.
So if our listeners want to get in touch with you for more information, how do they do it?
Lots of ways. You can call me, 408-247-9255 or area code 408 Airwall. You can get us on the website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. That's ZEPPELINGUYS.com. And you can email me directly, Keith@zeppelinguys.com. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will make it easy.
Okay. Well, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I mean, I think it's a cool product. We've used it. We're going to be using it at the upcoming Experience show. Again, we actually use that as part of our a booth that we have there as part of the display system. So it's kind of interesting the things that you can do with this, thinking outside the box,
Right.
So really, really good stuff. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you at the next trade show.
Thanks, Lance. It's been great. I really appreciate your time.
Take care.
Thanks. You too.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
I want to welcome my guest today, Jim Sefrin, who is the director of Infraspection Institute out of Burlington, New Jersey. He's also a level 3 thermographer, and he is qualified as an expert witness to testify in court on thermography issues. So Jim, welcome.
Thank you, Lance. It's a pleasure to be here.
I mentioned quickly about you being an expert in court and a level 3 thermographer. I'm a level 1 thermographer, so I know there's a great difference in knowledge between, the training that I've received and certifications and what you do. But maybe just to start off, could you explain just the brief difference between the different levels? I know there's 1, 2, 3.
Correct. Generally speaking, in the thermographic community, there are 3 levels of training, appropriately labeled 1, 2, and 3. While I can't speak to the levels of other organizations, with my company, Infraspection Institute, we define level 1 thermography as the basics of thermography and heat transfer and qualitative infrared inspections, that is thermal imaging. In our level 2 courses, we build upon the subject matter that students have learned in level 1 and then add in accurate non-contact temperature measuring. In level 3, this is about best practices. And in level 3, we continue to build upon the skill sets that a level 2 thermographer has gained and teach them how to appropriately manage an infrared inspection program. Even if they manage a program with just one thermographer. We talk about the safety standards, compliance with international standards. We talk about thermography as legal evidence and the things that thermographers need to be aware of in preparing each and every report, even if they don't intend for it to be used as a piece of evidence in pending litigation.
Well, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. I mean, you explained the difference in the certifications, which clarified it to me, 'cause it's been a while since I've gone through that. But for the people that are watching this now, what's the basics? What is thermography?
Well, thermography, simply defined, is the art and science of detecting, displaying, and recording thermal patterns across the surface of an object. Thermal imaging utilizes a special electronic instrument called a thermal imager, or some people prefer to say infrared camera. Those terms are used interchangeably by many in the industry. These cameras are designed to work similar to a video camera. However, what they detect are the normally invisible thermal patterns that are present across the surface of all earthbound objects. So with a thermal imager, we are looking to detect, display, and document the thermal patterns across various structures, objects, processes, or even people at times.
My understanding from when I went through the course and the way I've explained it to people in the past is that regular photography is what the camera sees, visible light. What the thermography system is looking at is heat, and it creates an image that your brain can process.
That is correct. We as humans have evolved to see visible light, something we're all familiar with. Infrared behaves similar to visible light, and it is given off by all earthbound objects. So it's the heat that's given off or radiated or emitted by an object that the infrared imager sees and then turns into a graphic representation in the form of a video image, which appears on a monitor screen. Depending upon the instrument settings and its sophistication, the imagery that appears on the monitor screen of a thermal imager may be either monochrome, or black and white if you prefer, or it may be multicolor, wherein the various shades of gray or colors represent the thermal patterns across the surface of that object.
I mean, it sounds technical and I understand what you're talking about, but for people that aren't really familiar with it, how would you do thermography or thermal imaging? Maybe that would explain it a little easier.
Sure. Well, thermal imaging, once you know the basics, is relatively straightforward. If you can operate a video camera, you can probably operate a thermal imager. The equipment has become extremely user-friendly and far more sophisticated than when I got started nearly 40 years ago. You simply, under the right conditions, point your imager at an object, and the thermal imager produces a real-time image of the thermal patterns across the surface of that object. The important thing to note is that although thermal imagers operate similar to daylight cameras or daylight video cameras, there are some differences. For example, thermal imagers will not see through glass or plastics. In fact, they won't see through any solid material. So what you see on television, like programs like NCIS New Orleans comes to mind, where law enforcement is routinely pointing a thermal imager at a building and they're seeing the suspects moving around inside. Well, it's clever and entertaining for the TV program. It's wholly inaccurate. No thermal imager sees through solid walls or glass or nominal thicknesses of plastics.
So the black helicopters with the thermal imaging cameras can't see into your house from, 2 miles up?
Not to my knowledge, they can't.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that for everybody. So our industry, indoor air quality, which is a big umbrella over mold assessment, mold remediation, flooding, biohazard cleanup, all different verticals. How do you see this working in, let's start with the indoor air quality or assessment industry.
Okay. Well, the thermal imaging, first of all, can be applied to any situation where knowledge of thermal patterns across the surface will provide meaningful data about that system, object, process, or structure. Thermal imaging is routinely used in maintenance for inspecting electrical systems to detect hotspots, machinery to detect the defective bearings, high temperature applications to detect the defects in refractory or locate underground pipe leaks associated with steam leaks or high temperature hot water. It's used routinely to inspect flat roofs on buildings and also to look at buildings for energy loss. So here in all of these applications, knowledge about a difference in thermal patterns can help point out where there is a problem. Thermal imaging is also used for indoor air quality as a very powerful adjunctive tool where we can use it to assess things, help assess things like airflow or temperature of air being supplied to a living space or occupied space. Now, harkening back to something I said earlier, thermal imagers detect thermal patterns across a surface. It's important to note that air does not have a surface. So what we're looking at would have to be the registers supplying an occupied space or the heating units themselves. So you may look at baseboard heat exchangers or radiators or the air supply registers that are located in occupied space and look for temperature differentials there. The other place where thermal imaging can be used as part of overall indoor air quality would be to detect evidence of latent moisture associated with wet building materials. This could be drywall, could be acoustic ceiling tiles, or carpet. These things readily show up to a thermal imager when wet and the water is actively evaporating.
Yeah, you just mentioned a moment ago about, air not having a surface, but I've used thermal imaging to look at temperature stacking in a room where that's multiple levels where the air is not really circulating, and you can actually see not the air, but you can see its effect on the walls.
That is absolutely correct. And I'm okay with a layperson saying that you can see differences in air, but I want your viewers to know that there's a subtle difference, but a very important one, and you've pointed that out. So if an occupant of an occupied space wanted to refer to we're seeing air temperatures, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to correct them on the spot. But for those who are trained, they know that we cannot see different temperatures in air, but you can see the influence or effects, and that is toward the bottom of a wall. It may be particularly in the winter months, maybe cooler toward the bottom and then get warmer, a wall surface get warmer the higher you go within the room.
Yeah, it was a pretty powerful photo that I use in some of the training that we do showing stacking, because you try to explain it to people, they don't get it because you can't see it till you look at the results of it with thermal imager. And it definitely speaks volumes. So what kind of limitations are there on the thermal imaging equipment, at least that's available now?
That's a great question, Lance. Where we stand right now in 2023, with respect to equipment, there has never been a greater variety of thermal imaging systems available to the public. They range from very, very simple. In fact, for as little as $200, you can buy a module that will go onto a smartphone or smart device. And with the software that comes with it, turn your smart device, your cell phone, if you will, into a thermal imaging system. It can range up to hundreds of thousands of dollars for the top of the line systems that do very specialized applications. But let's say between the range of $1,000 US and up to $30,000 approximately, there is a wide range of equipment out there that will handle applications associated with mold investigation or indoor air quality. Now, one will always get what one pays for. It's particularly true in thermal imaging. You need to choose an imager with sufficient resolution and thermal sensitivity to carry out the task. A imager which retails for $1,000 may be adequate for something of large size in close proximity, maybe 6 to 8 feet of imaging distance, but it's not going to be adequate for picking out fine details from the exterior of a building from a couple hundred feet away.
I remember when I got my first IR camera, and it was 18, 19 years ago. I paid over $13,000 for it. Recently, I had an issue with it, and I called about getting some service, and I was basically told that it's too old, we can't fix it. But if you want to send it in, it would be $2,500 for us to evaluate it. I went and bought another camera for $500 to do a quick job that I had to do.
Right. And that's very typical of this business. The prices have fallen precipitously over the last 20 years. And meanwhile, the quality of the instrumentation has gone up. But concurrent with it, the falling prices across the board, due to advances in technology, manufacturers have come up with different price points for lesser quality instruments that are available. So now it's basically pick a price point, and there's probably an imager to meet your budget. But you'll find that for indoor air quality, for people who are serious, if you've got between $3,000 and $8,000, there is a lot of instrumentation available to you. And I think it's important to know I don't sell instrumentation, and I will tell you that I teach people how to use it properly and within the limits of the subject equipment. But price is also a moving target, and I just give some generalities on giving people an idea for budget. Our family of companies have just acquired at least 3 imagers in the last year, and I think we bought equipment that was around $15K by the time we were done, because we added additional lenses so that we would have different fields of view with the same instrument. It gives us greater capability. But that's probably more horsepower than people need for your average indoor air quality inspection.
Well, that was one of the things that I considered when I bought my camera years ago, that I was a level 1 thermographer, and I was basically looking at heat patterns on surfaces for mold assessment, mold remediation, indoor air quality issues. But I went for the better camera. It was a few $1,000s more, because if I went further on in the industry into temperature measurement for engineering purposes and design and stuff like that, I would have had to go out and buy another camera to do that if I didn't get the upgraded one. So I took that into consideration. You know, yeah, I bought the Lamborghini to drive to the grocery store to get the loaf of bread instead of the Volkswagen. But, you know, at the time, it made more sense to me to do that.
Absolutely. And we are faced with a similar thing here within our family of companies, where we oftentimes are looking not only at what is our most immediate needs, but what could we do additional with this instrumentation. So we tend to buy a level or two above our most basic needs always.
I got to get into the weeds on a question here that it was a big thing quite a few years back, where a lot of the cameras that were being produced couldn't be exported out of the United States until the manufacturers made a change in the speed of the cameras. Is that still an issue?
Let me take apart I think it was 2 questions. So let me take each one in turn. What you're referring to are regulations on the import or export of infrared technology. And what you are at present, back then and still to this day, if you have an imager with a frame rate of 30 hertz, which is considered real time, you cannot export that or take that instrumentation beyond the borders of the United States without authorization from the U.S. Department of State. If you do, you can wind up in very serious trouble. In fact, it's a felony. The change that you're referring to is that some manufacturers came out with imagers that had a frame rate of 9 hertz. 9 hertz is not considered real time, and it is not covered by such restrictions. Those can be exported readily without an export license. Now, the difference between a 9 hertz imager and a 30 hertz imager is if I were holding a 30 hertz imager right now and I were to pan it across the wall, I'm going to see a real-time image with no smearing, no ghost trailing. However, if you have a 9 hertz, depending upon how it's put together and its processing of signal, as you move quickly, you might get a comet trail or smearing until the imager slows down or you hold steady. So 9 hertz there's nothing wrong with a 9 hertz imager. Hundreds of thousands of these instruments have been made and used here in the US as well as throughout the world. But a 30 hertz imager is an imager where if you're doing a lot of things in motion, or you're walking, or you don't want to have to move as slowly as you pan across a wall, then the 30 hertz imager would be for you. So I would caution anybody who has an imager that if you were looking to do any work outside of the US boundaries, that you make sure that you understand the rules before you take it out, or get permission if you have a 30 hertz imager to take it beyond the borders.
I guess the quick question that people are thinking about is why, and my understanding was because of it could be used as a targeting system for weapons.
It has to do with military technology. It's considered a high-end technology. It has military uses, and there've been a couple of instances where people have been up to no good, have tried to take sensors outside of this country, and they've gotten detained at the borders by law enforcement authorities. So I'm always mindful of this, because if I'm going to the big house for any reason, it's not going to be for taking an infrared camera across U.S. lines. It'll be for something worthwhile, I promise you.
I actually got stopped once going through TSA security with a camera. They saw the case. It looked like a handgun case. They wanted to search it. They opened it. They searched it. They wanted to swab it, with gunpowder residue detection and stuff. And it was fine. They had no idea what it was. I had to explain it to them, but it was only once I had an issue with that.
I suspect that's probably some time ago because so many people are carrying imagers through onto airplanes. In fact, I'm going to be taking 2 or 3 next week for a class I'm teaching. I'm going to Kansas City for an on-site class, and I'll have 2 or 3 in a duffel bag. And I think that TSA people nowadays have probably seen an imager at least once a shift. I can't imagine that it's all that far into them. But for those who do travel, it's always a good idea to have a battery with your imager if you're boarding a plane and taking this as a carry-on, so that in case you are asked to fire it up and prove that it really is a thermal imager, you can do so.
Interesting. I always had the batteries with it, but just never for that reason. But good point. All right. So in my world, indoor air quality and mold assessment remediation, we have standards of practice, professional practices. Are there current accepted standards for thermal imaging?
The answer to that question is yes, there are. There are many, actually. My company, Infraspection Institute, actually publishes perhaps the largest inventory of applications and equipment usage standards pertaining to thermography. We have standards related to infrared inspections of electrical systems, mechanical systems, building envelopes, flat roofing systems, boats and recreational yachts, horses, photovoltaic systems, just to name a few. We also publish standards on proper use of the thermal imager, and all of these standards are taught in our courses. Those standards are also available for purchase by lay people or people with an interest in thermal imaging, and they can be accessed through the Infraspection Institute website through our online store. They're available for immediate download. Very reasonably priced, I might add. I say that because I'm a practicing thermographer, and I've seen standards published by ISO and other international entities that retail for as much as $200 to $300 each. Ours are nowhere near that in price.
Weren't you at one point involved with writing some of the standards?
I've been a co-author of most of the standards that are in place. I'm responsible for the content of the 13 or so that Infraspection publishes. I also am a member of ASTM International and have been since 1985, and have helped to co-author the standards that are published by ASTM. Those standards are later adopted by ISO, and I've also worked with the Roof Consultants Institute, to name a few.
In some of the classes that I'm involved with teaching on the remediation and assessment side, I talk about thermography and the importance that it can play in the assessment, inspection process, and repair, making sure you got all the problems. But one of the issues or questions I get all the time: what should I buy? And to your point from earlier, there's different pieces of equipment you can buy for different things you're going to be doing. But I always tell people, get trained in thermography first. Learn about it before you go out and buy it. It's kind of like saying you want to go buy a car, but you've never driven one.
Right. I couldn't agree more with your advice that you're offering. I use a similar analogy. I say buying an imager with no training or understanding of the technology is like sending your 4-year-old to buy the family car. They may only know the basics, and it's not enough. There are subtle differences that are key differences in the performance, and it's far too easy to make a purchasing mistake if you buy before you understand what you're doing. My best advice to anyone who is looking to join the ranks of thermographers is to get your training first from an unbiased source. And then when you see the different applications, it may change your mind about what instrumentation that you are going to buy, or you may see other business opportunities with respect to infrared inspections that will dovetail nicely with your existing business that would lead you to buy a different piece of equipment. My best advice is do not rely solely, if you're not experienced, do not rely solely upon web advertising or web pages. The infrared business is unlike many others in that many companies practice image substitution in their print literature and especially on their websites. That is, they'll take the imagery from their highest quality thermal imager and put it onto a web page for a much lesser capable imager. So it's like going into a car dealership and ordering a Corvette, and when you arrive to take delivery, you find, if you're old enough to remember them, a Chevette in its place. And you say, wait a minute, that's not what I wanted. I said, well, come on, they're both vets. I mean, they're both modes of transportation. There's photographs in the literature we shared with you are just for illustrative purposes. So here in the infrared business, and I mean this in all seriousness, image substitution is a widely practiced advertising technique, and it's one that seasoned thermographers like myself, we look at that imagery and go, that's nice, but I want a pre-purchase demo or be able to take it for a test drive first.
So while you were explaining all that, I was just thinking about, people not understanding the technology. And I remember being out on an assessment and the homeowner was following me around and watching me look with the camera on things. And I still remember them saying, is that a ghost? There was a tile wall and it was catching a reflection and it was bouncing back the heat pattern. And I said, no, it's not, but it's making me think about the Ghostbusters TV show that was on where they were using thermal imaging cameras.
Yeah, and to your point, thermal imaging is often portrayed in the mass media, but frequently it's misrepresented. My wife is a big fan of NCIS New Orleans, so I don't want to besmirch her favorite TV program while she's not around. But NCIS New Orleans is a program where I've noted that there's multiple uses of thermal imaging which are incorrect. But we see other forms of entertainment, ghost hunting programs where thermal imaging is used to find spirits. The topic of UFOs is another. Now, and we touch on this, by the way, in our level 1 course. And the reason I touch on it is because many lay people have been exposed to this and they come away with false impressions of what thermal imaging can or cannot do. And I advise our students, and I would advise your members the same that are using thermal imaging, is when somebody's wrong in their assessment or understanding, just be patient with them. Chances are they've just been misinformed and they've seen it misrepresented on TV. But I point out in our level 1 courses that don't believe everything you say because inaccuracies abound. Another good example, I was giving a level 1 class not so long ago, and I mentioned this on a Monday as part of our day 1 course content. And Tuesday morning, one of my students comes in, he has a bottle of Snapple, and he says, I want to share something with you. And he takes the cap off, and underneath is a Snapple fact, which I had no idea existed until I saw this one. And the Snapple fact stated that polar bears are covered with fur that renders them invisible to thermal imagers. And I found that interesting because it's 180 degrees from the truth. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service actually uses thermal imagers from airborne platforms to do census counts of polar bears. And in doing a little more research, I found out that there's somewhere on the order of 1,000 Snapple facts available to the public at large, but there are many things that are incorrect, including the one about polar bear hair.
Well, there's something we didn't expect to learn today. Speaking of learning.
Bonus.
Yeah, bonus. Tell us about the Institute, Infraspection Institute.
Sure. Infraspection Institute, my company, has been in business since 1980, and as such, we are the oldest infrared training and certification firm in the world. Infraspection Institute provides training, certification, and support for infrared thermographers from around the globe. We do not sell or take commissions on the sale of infrared equipment. So it puts us in a very unique position in that we offer unbiased training. We are not manufacturer neutral, we're manufacturer or vendor independent. We stay completely above that. We also are recognized as an authoritative body in the business, in that we have written or co-authored many of the standards that are in place for the conduct of infrared inspections or infrared equipment use.
Like I mentioned earlier, you're here in New Jersey, where I'm located, you're the southern part of the state. But if somebody wanted to take a course with you, can they do them online?
Absolutely. We offer training all across the country, and for that matter, throughout the world. We actually have a network of course materials licensees who are authorized to teach our courses. And at present, we have representation on 6 of the 7 continents. We just have not found anyone in Antarctica yet that is ready to set up and offer training there. But we have live instructor-led training available on 6 of the 7 continents. And we also have the world's most comprehensive inventory of distance learning courses for thermography. Those courses are professionally produced, and they are available as recordings, meaning that they are available to a student 24/7 And a student can go back during their subscription period for training, can go back and see those recordings as many times as they like. So it allows students to take their training wherever and whenever it's convenient for them.
Well, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask you to give us some information about where people could reach out to your school or you for more information about training and anything else. But before that, it just popped into my head and I don't want to forget about it. I remember talking to you years ago and you telling me about being called out to find the mysterious lights over the Gulf of Mexico.
Actually, I appreciate that recollection. I'm gonna make a little bit of a correction there. I got a call from the National Geographic Society regarding a videotape that had been offered by someone in Mexico as proof that UFOs were visiting and operating over the Gulf of Mexico. The proof was a videotape that had been recorded by a combat aircraft flown by the Mexican Air Force. They were out on a training mission and they were over the Bay of Campeche, which is in the southeast quadrant of the Gulf of Mexico. And during their flight, they noticed a group of hotspots that seemed to be shadowing them and flying in, and I'm going to air quotes here, flying in formation and shadowing these combat aircraft. And they were discussing it back and forth. The language was quite colorful, as sometimes military personnel are in their speech. But that aside, this videotape ultimately wound up in the hands of a UFO investigator who had offered this as proof that UFOs were operating over the Bay of Campeche. So the National Geographic Society had gotten wind of this and were putting together a documentary about UFOs, and they were looking for an expert to comment on it, and they had contacted me. They originally had gone out and tried to get a thermal imager and fly the same area, but they were in a pressurized aircraft and thermal imagers won't see through glass or plastic, so they couldn't see out of the window. So after a fail that was costly for them, they decided to get someone else to come in and work with them, and we offered to do so. And after reviewing that videotape, we came up with an alternate theory of the source of the hotspots in the video, and that was that these hotspots were more likely caused by the presence of oil and gas exploration platforms operating in the Cantarell oil fields, which is in the Bay of Campeche. These platforms have a flare stack, which is a large tower which is used to burn off waste gases. And these flares run up to 100 feet in height or more from the tip of the nozzle where they are burned off. And this creates a large hotspot when viewed with a thermal imager. The interesting thing about the hotspots was there was a big hotspot in the video, each one, and then had a much smaller, fainter one beneath it. And the thermal imagery dovetailed and correlated perfectly with the heat given off by a flare stack and the reflection of that same flare off the seawater and the surface of the seawater in the Gulf of Mexico. The idea that the group of UFOs were following the Mexican Air Force aircraft was really an optical illusion. Without a point of reference, you lose perspective, and it gives the impression or the illusion that something is following you. The analogy I use when I talk about this in our classes in the introductory part of thermography, the analogy I use, the experience I have firsthand, is when I was young. It's a long time ago. When I was young, I'd go out in the yard at night, and on a clear night, and the moon was out bright, I'd walk across the yard and get this sensation that the moon was following me. It's like I had my own private moon. Everywhere I went, and followed along. Similarly, without a point of reference, you can't know that it's not following you. Your mind gets tricked without that point of reference. So it's the same thing here. But that was the story of the UFOs. And I'm not saying UFOs don't exist. In fact, I think it's interesting that in the last week, our military has finally admitting to shooting down unidentified flying objects. It's been on TV. They just aren't. I don't think that those aircraft that were shot down, however, were extraterrestrials. They seem more like balloons to me.
Well, from back in the 40s from Roswell, everything was just called a weather balloon.
That's right.
So, yeah, no, what you're referring to is the recent balloon from China that was shot down, and then 3 additional ones that were found in different parts of the world. But that's for another discussion, another day. But I think the key here is training. The pilots were trained to a point, but probably didn't understand enough of thermography to be able to distinguish what they were seeing and what it really was.
I would agree with you. They did not go in pursuit of said UFOs, but rather continued on with their mission. As they say, it's really a very small video clip that was purported to be proof that UFOs existed, but in fact did not. And it's things like this that we caution our students. Be aware that these things are on YouTube. They're in the public domain. They're on television. They're in print. They're under Snapple bottle caps. These misrepresentations, and you just need to be aware of it and anticipate that others may have mistaken notions about thermal imaging. But to that end, the greatest limiting factor in any infrared inspection for any application is not the equipment. We've touched a little bit on equipment. The greatest limiting factor is the operator and what he or she knows. One of the things that's most important is, in addition to using the right equipment, it's understanding infrared theory and heat transfer, understanding the system or object or structure that you're inspecting, how it's put together, and how it's interacting with its environment, and also being able to anticipate what type of thermal pattern is going to be indicative of a defect or an unwanted condition that you're there to detect. So all of that, it should be part of one's training, and also experience plays a part in this. But with proper training, a person should be able to go out and with their understanding of structures or electrical or mechanical systems or any other systems being inspected, be able to apply that in a meaningful way.
You mentioned something when you were talking about the pilots not going after or in pursuit of the lights that they saw. If we take that into the indoor air quality mold assessment arena, it's like looking at a wall and seeing a heat pattern or cold pattern, depending on how you want to look at it, and not verifying that it is a problem with like a moisture meter, going that next step to validate what you're seeing.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, one of the things that I stress in my class is that infrared by itself is not a standalone technology. Almost always, at a bare minimum, we are correlating what we see on the screen with our eyes, doing a cross-reference visually. Now, step beyond that, which is oftentimes required, would be the use of moisture meters, whether it be invasive or capacitance type moisture meters. There's always additional confirmation that's necessary. You cannot know that a certain pattern is caused by the presence of moisture or an air leak until, or missing or misapplied insulation, until you have verified it with the next level of verification. And with indoor air quality, most often it's first visual and then touch. Sometimes it's touch. You reach down, touch the carpet, and it's wet. Or it could be just that simple, or then moving on to moisture meter, or in some cases, physical disassembly of a structure, a wall structure, to look at what's inside, or even using a borescope. That's a lot less invasive, but that's a possibility as well.
I mean, it could even be as simple as just a nest from a squirrel inside of a wall, or mice or something, just generating heat on that surface.
Yeah. Or under cold weather conditions, if the squirrels or rodents have removed the insulation, it's misapplied insulation. That's a possibility. We have seen in some cases where insects, in particular termites, can bring enough moisture back to the nest to create a cold spot on a wall. And you look at that, and yes, it's moisture causing it, but it's not because of a leak. It's because you have an insect infestation. And that is also a possibility for detection with a thermal imager under the right conditions.
So because of the specialty way that you get information, or specific way that you get information back from the thermal imager, it changes some of the legal requirements, I think, or liability requirements on the assessor. I mean, we work normally under what we consider within view. If you can look at it and see it, okay, that's what you're really liable for making assessments on. But this gives a little bit extra, but you're really not